Now it's time for Jay Dyer Debate on the Jay Dyer Debate channel, where you'll get to experience some of the highlights of Jay Dyer's debate career. During this time, there will be limited ad breaks, allowing for a smoother listening experience while the debaters make their piece, so you can follow along more easily. Enjoy.
Hello and welcome to the Kill Stream. I am your host, Ethan Ralph, the owner and the editor-in-chief of the Ralph Retort, founder of the Kill Stream, all-around internet legend, here joining you as the host of this program. So we're doing a debate today. I've been talking about it for a few weeks. I think actually this was the first one we had set up in our Blood Sports Survival series. I consider it a bonus episode because a little off the beaten path, let's face it, for the type of stuff we usually debate here on the Kill Stream. But it should still be interesting. I'm going to let them talk about it mostly, but to explain how the debate's set up, it's not going to be like the one you saw last night. That's how we usually do it on the Kill Stream, and no disrespect, that's how I prefer to do it, but that's not how we're doing it today, and I'm in for the difference here. So I'll explain. We'll start off with Jay Dyer's presentation. It's slated 12-minute limit. Then Kurgan will have a critique for 8 minutes. Then Kurgan will have a presentation for 12 minutes, and then Jay Dyer will have a critique for 8 minutes. Now, originally those were supposed to be 15. I shaved them down to 12 because I just felt like 15 was a little too much. I think 12 will be fine. So it's going to be more of a point-counterpoint type of program today. So that's how we're doing it. Let me go ahead and join it and go ahead and get this thing started. I think Flamenco, what are you doing here?
I just was seeing if you needed any help with anything, if you guys are taking...
Well, I'm not even really going to be talking that much today. That's the thing. I do have a part... You know what? I have a part for moderator comments at the end. If you want to come in and give some thoughts, that'll be fine.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm just mostly here to listen in.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. All right. Well, that's good. We got Flamenco on tap, literally. Well, not literally, but... Okay, let me go ahead. Let me return to the call. Kill my webcam. It's always pointed against the wall anyway, just in case. Okay, I'm here. Let me switch the scenes here so people can see. There we go. So we have two different views here. We have the full screen and the traditional Kill Stream tube view. We'll start in the tube view. I'll probably switch back and forth during the program. Now, the way it's structured, I just explained that to the audience. But before we do get into the debate, Kurgan, you've never been on the program, and I'm also going to let Jay speak too. But why don't you introduce yourself real quick before we start, Kurgan?
Okay. Well, very briefly, the name Kurgan was given to me by a bunch of people that sort of hang out on Vox Day's blog, and they got the name the Dread Ilk by sort of people who don't agree with Vox, and I hang out with them and we talk, and they named me that apparently because of my friendly attitude, I guess, after the bad guy in Highlander. And that's basically it. I became a Catholic only about 2 years ago, and I pretty much lived very much outside of the church for most of my life before that. And I sort of researched Christianity and everything for about 4 years before I got baptized, which was the result of a sort of road to Damascus moment. That's about it. I mean, if you want to know more, just ask me.
No, it's fine. Yeah, just a little brief, because for people who don't know you. Now, Jay Dyer, you've been on the program before several times, actually, in high-profile visits. But, I gave him that opportunity, so if you want to add something yourself, go ahead.
Yeah, just let me change hats real quick here over to the shark hat. That's my debate hat.
Is that a Greg Norman? Is that Norman's logo, I think? Yeah, go ahead.
This is my shark debate hat. All right, so yeah, I do jaysanalysis.com. I've done that for about 11 years, roughly. I'm the author of 2 books on Hollywood, film, and symbolism. I'm the creator of the TV show Hollywood Decoded. I have 2 books coming out this year on Orthodox theology and apologetics. I was in Roman Catholicism for about 8, 9, 10 years, somewhere in there. I was in the circles of sedevacantism, so I think that I'm going to be more than able to debate this topic. So glad to be here. Thanks, Ralph.
Oh, you're very welcome. Like I said, it is a little bit, I did have some people on Twitter be like, what? What are you guys talking about? Well, that's why we're here, and to educate some people and get some, hopefully some good arguments going. Now, it's my understanding that you're slotted for the opening presentation, Jay, so I'll just throw it over to you, sir.
All right. Well, yeah. So, like I said, I'm familiar with these movements. I was involved in these movements for many years throughout the 2000s. To begin my rebuttal to his videos, I think that's where I'm going to start. I know that we agreed to discuss specifically the topic of the vacancy of the Apostolic See. But in his videos, he made a basic blunder, which was that I made up a quote about martyrs outside of the Catholic Church not existing. And he faulted me for citing unum sanctum. In fact, I cited unum sanctum and Cantate Domino. Cantate Domino is Denzinger 714. If you're familiar with Denzinger, it's this big fat book of Catholic dogmas. So Denzinger 714 is actually referencing an older statement in Denzinger 246 and 247. Denzinger 247 is under Pope Pelagius II, and it states that there are no martyrs outside of the Catholic Church, that you cannot attain to the rewards of the Church. So if anybody wants to, they can pull up patristica.net, and they can look up Denzinger, and they will see Denzinger specifically says in 247 that there are no martyrs outside of the Catholic Church. Now, he didn't pay attention to my video because my video was actually directed at a specific group of sedevacantists online, who are the largest online group of sedevacantists. The whole book that I was covering in that lecture was by John Petrello, who used to be in this group. So John wrote that book while leaving this group. This group believes that there is no baptism of desire. So he should have paid attention to the full talk, and he would have realized that I wasn't just citing unum sanctum, which talks about the necessity of being in union with the Roman bishop. I was actually citing unum sanctum and Cantate Domino in unison together. Now, if he wants to disagree with that group, that's fine. He can disagree all he wants to with that group, but that's what my video was directed against. It was a response to a 2-hour smear video that was done by one of the largest sedevacantist groups online. So that is what I wanted to initially address. That was his basic first mistake and blunder. A couple other mistakes I will address that he made really quickly, which was that he said that I said that there are no sedevacantist chapels, that it doesn't have an actual existing structure. What I said is that in substance, this is an online movement. Are there sedevacantist chapels? Absolutely. I've been to them. I attended masses that existed in Hampton Inns when I was in the circles of sedevacantism. So I'm aware that there are chapels. My point was that the link that he gave underneath his video was to 100 or so chapels throughout the world, who are a bunch of disparate groups who all disagree amongst themselves on basic doctrines such as sedevacantism versus sedepravationism, baptism of desire versus Feeneyism. My video was against Feeneyism, so he attacked a position that is irrelevant to what I'm actually arguing. He set up a straw man. I'm arguing specifically against this whole crew of people in this movement, that they don't have a coherent position based on what Vatican I, Satis Cognitum, Mystici Corporis, and canon law, the old code of canon law, say about what the Roman bishop and his essential constituent properties are of the Roman See, right? So the Roman See has specific essential constituent properties, which I covered in my video, that will endure until the return of Christ, until the end of time, as Vatican I says. These are dogmas that you have to hold to. So we're going to address some of these here in a second, but I want to point out that the Constitution on the Church of Vatican I, which is Pastor Eternus of Pius IX, this is Denzinger 1821 through 1824. These list certain properties that are, again, essential constituent properties of the Roman See. I'm going to put them up here for you. The first is Peter himself. Peter presides in his successors by direct institution of our Lord in perpetuity to the end of the world. So Peter himself is the beginning and foundation of the Roman Pontiff and the Roman See. Point 2 is the primacy. Peter possesses primacy over all bishops and that includes universal jurisdiction, that includes disciplinary decisions, that includes extraordinary magisterium, and that includes everything that's ordinary magisterium as well that's universal. Vatican I makes it very clear that ordinary universal magisterium also must be accepted. Point 3 is that the Roman See also includes the Roman Curia. Now, I imagine the opponent is going to try to cite the older Code of Canon Law because he thinks that the new Code of Canon Law has fake canons that are added to it, which actually just presupposes his position that his stated version of Catholicism is true. Well, he hasn't actually demonstrated that yet. Maybe he will. But it doesn't matter whether we pick the new Code of Canon Law in 1983 or the 1917 Code of Canon Law, because the Code of Canon Law in 1917, in 149, in 218, in 154 through 160, in 230 through 241, in 162 and 164, and 180 on, all specify the exact same points, that the Roman Curia, the Holy See, consists of the Roman congregations, the Roman Curia, all of the holy offices that are there, basically the holy office of the Congregation of Doctrine of Faith, etc. All of those offices, when they are signed onto by the Pope, are part of the Holy See, the Apostolic See. This is what the sedevacantists don't understand and why they are wrong. You do have to accept the disciplinary measures of the Roman See. The Roman See includes the Curia and the congregations. And then finally, the Roman living pontiff, which Vatican I says will exist in perpetuity to the end of the world. The Roman pontiff exists as the source of the four marks of the church: one, holy, Catholic, and apostolic. He is the source of unity. He is the source of how the church remains universal and Catholic. He is the source of apostolicity, because you only have jurisdiction and licit rights to celebrate the sacraments in unity with the Holy Roman See. All of those things are absolutely necessary. So, what is the essence of the church in the Roman Catholic dogma? The church is indefectible, okay? The church is in perpetuity. Right? The church is public and it is visible. It has a Petrine office that makes it public and visible. This essential characteristic is defined at Vatican I and in Statis Cognitum to exist until the return of Christ, specifically, until the end of the world. It's not saying, oh, at the end of the world there's going to be a 100-year period, a 200-year period where there's no actual existing Roman successor who has the prerogatives of Peter. So he's going to try to introduce some divide between guys in an office who are popes, but don't actually have the authority and the charism of Peter. That's impossible. You can't have that. That's a direct violation of Vatican I. Vatican I specifies that you have to accept the Roman pontiff and the Roman Curia, and who the Roman Curia decides is the successor. This is the key linchpin that destroys all of sedevacantism, because they think that they can reject who the cardinals and the Roman Curia elect as the Pope. You cannot. You have no right to do that. The old Code of Canon Law says you have to accept who the Roman Curia accepts as the Pope. And so he's laughing, but he doesn't understand that he has no right as a Catholic, an individual, to judge the Holy See. The old Code of Canon Law says no man judges who the Roman Curia accepts. So let's move on to where this is found. The essential characteristics of the Roman See are found, number one, in Denzinger 1821 through 24. Rome is identified as the actual seat. You can read the Catholic Encyclopedia on the Holy See, on the Roman Curia and the Roman congregations, that its decisions are final and that you do have to receive who they accept as the Pope. You don't have the right to judge who they accept and elect as the Pope. The Roman primacy is mentioned in these texts. There is also a living magisterial successor. Let me turn to one of the most famous traditional Catholic theologians, Ludwig Ott, Fundamentals of Catholic Dogma. On pages 279 to 281, he lists the very things that we just read in my description. He lists the primacy of St. Peter. He lists full and supreme jurisdiction. He lists that the Pope has the right to judge faith and morals and disciplinary decisions. Again, according to Vatican I, you don't have a right to reject the disciplinary decisions of the Pope. You don't have a right to choose who you think the Pope is. You don't have a right to decide which doctrines are ex cathedra and which aren't. You submit to the living magisterium. You must submit to the See of Rome, which includes the Roman Curia and its congregations. So for sedevacantism or sedepravationism, it doesn't matter. He's got some niche thing that he thinks will lead him out of this. Either one, it doesn't matter because they have denied the fundamental constitution of the church to the end of the world, where for the last 60 plus years, they believe that they have the right in their own individual fallible decisions to choose who they want to accept and what they want to accept. So in essence, they have to reject not just the extraordinary magisterium of the last 60 years, which there are with Vatican II. Vatican II is actually dogmatic. It's the dogmatic constitution of the church. It deals with faith and morals, and is from the Apostolic See for all the entire church. That's all that's needed for extraordinary magisterial authority. He also has to reject the universal ordinary magisterium, which Vatican I specifically says is under the charism of Peter and is universal and is infallible. And in fact, the only thing that he wants to reject, if he wants to reject something which he can reject, is the non-universal ordinary magisterial teaching. But guess what? In Roman Catholic moral theology, you have to submit to that with docility. So what we have here is a invisible church doctrine. The idea that I'm going to be in union with a vacant or a see with a privation that's in the way for the grace of the charism. And he's made this decision on the basis of what he's determined from canon law, but Roman Catholic theology does not allow him to make the decision on who is the Pope and who's valid as Pope. This is why the Vatican I is very clear that there will be no defections of the Roman See. And for him to ever have a Pope again, according to Vatican I, it can never occur. Why can it never occur? Is it because bishops couldn't get together and elect another Pope? Sure. There are sedevacantists conclaves who have done this, who have gotten together and elected their own little popes, many of them. And they're actually more consistent than the sedevacantists or the SSPX, because they understand that the promise of Vatican I is that the perpetuity and the essential constitution of the church and its Roman office will continue until the end. So you can't have this 60 plus year vacancy. Why can you not? Because all of the Roman curia who would elect the next pope, that's Roman dogma on how you get the pope now. It's been codified for centuries. That's how the pope comes to be. You can't have bishops who don't have jurisdiction, who aren't licit, electing a new pope in Kansas or in Palmyra or wherever else the conclavists want to have it. That's why Vatican I destroys sedevacantism and sedepravationism, because they have to deny the perpetuity of the authority of the Apostolic See until the end. And they have to grant a 60 plus 100 year, whatever it is, vacancy of the Apostolic See. Well, guess what? If there's been a vacancy or a privation for that long, you don't have a curia who won't be Orthodox. All the curia are going to be heretics because they've accepted Vatican II. So you're going to have a curia of a bunch of heretics electing the next pope. That's impossible on the doctrine of the indefectibility of the Roman See. So this heretic actually believes that the Roman See has defected, as he holds a Nestorian stupid doctrine about how the Roman See has not defected because there are still successors, that he doesn't accept their magisterial teaching. So he's a heretic.
All right. You finished up right at 12 minutes pretty much. Gave you a little extra 15 seconds there. And I'll show the same courtesy to Kurgan. He has 8 minutes, and his time begins now.
Right. Now, all of what Jay has said is pretty much nonsense, and he refers to Ludwig Denzinger, the Catholic Encyclopedia.
Ludwig Denzinger? You can't even name the people.
It's all irrelevant. Hold on. Don't interrupt, Jay. Hold on. Be emotionally consistent. So he names these guys, and they're irrelevant because it's not canon law, and it's not papal encyclicals, which are really where the laws of the Catholic Church come from. Now, he did say two things that I do agree with. He said that no man has the authority to judge the Holy See of the Catholic Church, and as a Catholic, you cannot reject the magisterium of the Church. I actually agree with these 2 points. And let me explain why everything else that he said doesn't make any sense. It's entirely correct on these 2 points, but no sedepravationist is judging the Pope, nor ignoring the magisterium of the Church. In fact, quite the opposite. It's the very magisterium of the Church which put together the Code of Canon Law of 1917. The Code of Canon Law of 1917 identifies all the laws of the Catholic Church, and essentially Code 188 Part 4 says that a heretic, without anyone required to make any official pronouncement, becomes an invalid cleric right away. So this is a very sensible law, and most of the laws in the Code of Canon Law are very sensible and easy to follow. If you want to go into the details of it, at my blog at gfilato.com, I actually put up a written exposition of this. on the 7th of September. There's a blog post on it. So if you want to go to details, you can go there. Secondly, the papal office itself, in the form of the papal encyclical of Paul IV, Cum ex apostolatus officio, which Dyer refers to in his video, makes it abundantly clear that fake popes, impostor popes, heretic popes are not popes at all and should be completely and utterly ignored, as should any of their pronouncements, edicts, or promotions of the clerics. So, once again, I'm not going against the papal encyclicals or the Catholic dogma or the magisterium of the Church. Now, in his arguments, essentially, what Mr. Dyer is trying to do is saying that sedevacantists, he conflates them with, wandering bishops and trailer park popes, and that are just a small online movement. Well, if you go to ecclesia.luxvera.org, you will find that there are 364 churches made of brick and mortar listed there, 179 of them in the USA alone. So it's not a small online movement. And that doesn't take into account all the meetings that happen in, halls and people's houses with valid priests to do the sacraments. So it is a big movement. In the zeitgeist of the world, it's a big movement anyways, which is why Bergoglio is now sort of being exposed, him and the other pedophiles in the Vatican, almost daily. And he's gone from being the best thing since sliced bread to, now almost every nominal Catholic sort of doesn't like the guy. And why? Because the sedevacantist movement keeps growing, and, its effect on the world is pretty impactful. I mean, the most famous film ever made on Jesus Christ, The Passion, was made by Mel Gibson, who is a sedevacantist who rejects Vatican II. So, again, we're not rejecting the Pope, we're not rejecting the magisterium of the Church, and I don't really care what Denzinger, Ludwig, or the Catholic Encyclopedia says. It's irrelevant, because canon law is where actually the laws are stated. The papal encyclicals clearly state that we've had heretic popes. And third, I don't disagree with the fact that, the bishops vote the new pope in. The reason that sedevacantists are not doing that, and by the way, all the churches that are on that blog side I escaped, they are in communion, even when they do disagree on certain points. There's a thing going on at the moment between one of the bishops not following canon law in worldly matters and other people disagreeing with him, and yet, he refers people to other bishops that will give the sacraments that he denies to people that don't follow his authority. And the other bishops say, yeah, that he's wrong in that, but you can still take the sacraments with him if you just keep quiet, because he doesn't actually have any worldly authority. And the reason they're not electing a new pope is simply because, again, people like Jay Dyer would say, oh, you're just a bunch of crazy guys electing your own pope. It makes no sense. Let's wake up all the Catholics to the reality of the facts, which is happening. It's taken a long while because it's been a long time since Vatican II, and it was a massive blow to the Church, but not a fatal one. The Church is still around, still visible, and in my rebuttal, which happens next, I will go through the details of exactly how that works. So, that's basically it. I don't know how much time have I got left because I didn't check.
Let me unmute myself. You still have about 3 minutes left if you want to.
All right. So, let me, those 2 points about sedevacantism being a fragmented little movement that's mostly online. I believe that Mr. Dyer is fully aware that this is not the case because, like I said, he was a sedeprivationist himself, or sedevacantist, whatever you want to call it. The fact that fake bishops of what I call the Novus Ordo Church, the New Orc Church, are being exposed daily, being child traffickers and child molesters, and the fact that the Pope is friends with Vera, a guy who is known to be child trafficking. It comes from the fact that a lot of people are going online to find out these details. And the Code of Canon Law is very, very clear on this. Now, the reason I reject the fake new Code of Canon Law is because the same fake invalid clerics who don't reject Vatican II put it together. So, the same guys who are heretics, not Catholics, not valid clerics, put together a new Code of Canon Law. And by the way, if you look at the new Code of Canon Law, it's designed to completely invalidate what the only valid Code of Canon Law of 1917 says. So, of course, I reject it. It's created by heretics. So that's it for my rebuttal. And let me know when I can start my.
Yeah, that's it. By the way, I know we didn't agree to this, and you guys can refuse or not. But Chad is asking for a back and forth round. We can talk about that after if you want to do that. But it's your time for your 12 minutes now. Give me a second. Let me reset the clock, and you're on the clock right now.
Okay. So now the main claim that he makes is that the head and foundation of the Catholic Church is the Pope, and without a visible and valid Pope in office, the Church fundamentally ceases to exist. This is basically what he's saying. Now, he refers to Mystici Corporis, which is a papal encyclical of 1943 by Pope Pius XII, and he refers to Satis Cognitum, a papal encyclical of Leo XIII, both of which these papal encyclicals happened after Vatican I, and Mystici Corporis refers to it. So it makes sense to use these documents as they're the most recent ones before Vatican II that explain some stuff about the Church. Now, Mystici Corporis is essentially explaining the mystical body of Christ. I totally reject what Mr. Dyer is saying about the fact that the Pope is, the complete head of the Church, and if he isn't visible, the Church ceases to exist, for a number of very simple reasons. First of all, Mystici Corporis itself. There are 113 paragraphs in Mystici Corporis, and only 2, if you squint just so, and you look at it in complete isolation and ignore the rest of the document entirely, could you even remotely interpret them as supporting Mr. Dyer's astonishing theory? These are paragraphs 41 and 69. However, there are at least 16 other paragraphs that directly and unambiguously state that the only head of the Church is Jesus Christ, and that he acts through those he chooses on earth, including the lowest of the low in times of crisis. In particular, this refers to paragraphs 46 through to 60. Time prevents me to go into it, but we can go into it a bit more if we have more time at the end. Sure. In addition to these 16 paragraphs I just mentioned, there are more that clearly point out that the highest offices are not free from being taken over by evil and turn men, and that Jesus permits this as a teaching moment, really, so that those who do hold the faith can come to the fore in unexpected and almost miraculous ways. More specifically, paragraph 66, which warns us that even the most exalted are not immune to turning against the truth and the Church, and paragraph 86 and 87, which explain we have free will to go against Jesus, but this is not Jesus' fault because he wants us to participate in his realm and not be blindly obedient sheep who do things like robots. Paragraph 39 and 44 are both probably the paragraphs who most beautifully contextualize instead of atomize, which is what Mr. Dyer does with Mystici Corporis. We probably don't have time to go through all of them, but I'm going to read through paragraph 44 just because I think it sort of embodies the whole document quite well. And it reads as follows. Because Christ, the head, holds such an eminent position, one must not think that he does not require the help of the body. What Paul says of the human organism is to be applied likewise to the mystical body. The head cannot say to the feet, I have no need of you. It is manifestly clear that the faithful need the help of the divine Redeemer, for he has said, without me you can do nothing. In other words, everything that happens is because of Jesus. And it continues. And according to the teachings of the apostles, every advance of this mystical body towards its perfection derives from Christ the head. In other words, Jesus Christ is the head, not the Pope. The Pope is the visible representative on earth, and we'll get to that in a minute. Continuing. Yet this also must be held, marvelous though it may seem, Christ has need of his members. First, because the person of Jesus Christ is represented by the Supreme Pontiff, who in turn must call on others to share much of his solicitude, lest he be overwhelmed by the burden of his pastoral office, and must be helped daily by the prayers of the Church. Moreover, as our Savior does not rule the Church directly in a visible manner, he wills to be helped by the members of his body in carrying out the work of redemption. And now, there's a little bit of a passage, I'll read it all anyway. This is not because he's indigent and weak, but rather because he has so willed it for the greater glory of his spotless spouse. So, dying on the cross, dying on the cross, he left to his church the immense treasury of the redemption, towards which she contributed nothing. In other words, everything happened because of Jesus. The church didn't redeem anything. He did. But when those graces come to be distributed, not only does he share this work of sanctification with his church, but he wills that in some way it be due to her action. In other words, he wants us to be, co-redemptors and sort of help the realm along. This is a deep mystery and an inexhaustible subject of meditation, that the salvation of many depends on the prayer and voluntary penances which the members of the mystical body of Jesus Christ offer for this intention, and on the cooperation of pastors of souls and of the faithful, especially of fathers and mothers, of families, a cooperation which they must offer to our divine Savior as though they were his associates. It goes on in other paragraphs to state that in times of crisis, normal people come up, and people who do hold the faith strongly come up to prove the point. So again, one of the most fundamental people that are required are fathers and mothers, which clearly are not the clerical, the clerics of the Catholic Church, since they can't be married and so on. Now, so I advise everybody to read Mysticia Corporis. It's online at papalencyclicals.net, and you can see for yourself, so that I'm not making it up. Secondly, he quotes Satis Cognitum, or pretends to quote Satis Cognitum itself. And in order to try and support his idea, Mr. Dyer quotes something at 1 hour, 16 minutes, and 35 seconds in his video, Sedevacantism Proves Orthodox Theology. And I quote, I'm now quoting Jay Dyer, "The Roman pontiff possesses supreme jurisdiction in the church, jure divino. It was necessary that the government be of this kind, since it belongs to the constitution and formation of the church as its principal element. Its principle of unity, its foundation of everlasting stability, can in no wise come to an end." End quote. And he uses this as a supposed quote being definitive and conclusive evidence of his position as stated by Pope Leo XIII himself. There's only one problem. This quote doesn't appear anywhere in Satis Cognitum, and you can verify this for yourself, again, at papalencyclicalsonline.net. So once again, Mr. Dyer is simply either making things up out of whole cloth or conflating different things to make them into an unwholesome new mess. The historical objective fact that the Church has many times had no valid or visible popes is a fact. It happens every time between popes, and it happens when we have an anti-pope or a fake pope in the chair, which has happened again more than 40 times before 1958 in the current situation. But perhaps most damning of all is the papal encyclical, which Mr. Dyer mentions and briefly skips over, very quickly skips over it, which is interesting since this papal encyclical of Paul IV of 1559 unambiguously and directly spells out not only that there have been and could be again fake popes, heretics, and even validly elected popes that later become heretic and as such become completely invalid, it also very clearly and directly points out that any rules, laws, edicts, promotions made by any such fake popes are to be treated as completely invalid alongside with all the people that may have elected to various offices. In other words, the very opposite position of what Mr. Dyer claims is part of the Catholic Church official position. Anti-popes have always existed and will again, and they must be rejected in the absolute and in their totality. So again, the Church's very rules make it very clear that you can have fake popes. And fifthly, in his video, Mr. Dyer says, that the sacraments and all the bishops are invalid and therefore you can't have sacraments. Again, this is just nonsense. Whenever you have no pope on the chair or a fake pope, the bishops and priests continue to issue sacraments uninterrupted. So I don't know where it comes up with that claim. He then makes a bunch of other claims on sedevacantism, but I wanted to address very quickly what he said about, the fundamental things of the church according to Denzinger. I don't care who Denzinger is. There have been numbers of theologians all over the place. It's irrelevant. What the magisterium of the church says is what's relevant. Now, I do agree that the Pope does have primacy over all the other bishops when he's around. So if we do have a valid Pope, then you obey him, you listen to him, and, his word is law. That's fine. We just don't have one at the moment. So what we've got to go on is the magisterium of the church that has been left with us, and those bishops and priests who reject Vatican II and therefore are not schismatic heretics, parts of the new Novus Ordo Church. So why don't we elect a pope, which, by the way, again, Mr. Dyer tries to conflate, trailer park popes and the current bishops, which actually are sedevacantists or sedeprivationists. And it's just dishonest because all these bishops are in communion with each other. I know for a fact because I'm intimately involved with some of these things. And even when they disagree on certain ideas or principles, they still refer people to one another in terms of getting valid sacraments. Now, it would make no sense to try and elect a pope now for the very reason that, as we've discussed here and as we're seeing, most people have been deceived. Most so-called nominal Catholics, which are 1.2 billion, haven't got a clue because they haven't kept their eye on the ball, they haven't read the laws, they haven't read the canon law, so they don't know that they're being cheated. this is why there is such a strong education going on online, which doesn't have bypasses the mass media, and it's happening. And again, the points that he made are just not what he said. So I think I'm done. I think I've got a couple of seconds left. But
you have about a minute and 50 seconds left if you want to say something there.
Well, he makes another bunch of claims about why, if the church had actually been infiltrated and hijacked, this proves indefectibility. But again, I refer to Ex Apostolatus Officium, which clearly indicates that we've had many anti-popes before, and that didn't crash the church, end it, or anything. As for the idea that, it's 61 years, so it's too much, there is no rule, no dogmatic principle, no papal encyclical that says, you only have X number of years without a valid pope before it all collapses. That's nowhere. That's just a Jay Dyer interpretation. Let's move on.
All right, you're done. Jay Dyer, you have 8 minutes and your time begins now.
Yeah, one of the things I like to do when I can assess when an opponent doesn't know what he's talking about is refer to things that I don't think he'll know what they are. And we saw that just now. This guy is off the charts, arrogant, not even knowing what Denzinger is. Anybody who is fluent in Catholic theology at a basic theological level knows that Denzinger is not a fallible man with fallible opinions. Denzinger is the collection of Roman dogmas of the papacy, you buffoon. You just shot yourself in the foot coming on here, making hours and hours of videos, calling me a moron, and you don't know that Denzinger is the sources of Catholic dogma. You called it, I quote, Ludwig Denzinger? I cited Ludwig Ott as a Catholic theologian. No. So you don't know the sources of Catholic dogma. You see this 800-page book? I read it twice. You don't even know what it is. It's the sources of Catholic dogma. That's why everyone's laughing and you lost the debate in your first rebuttal. Now, let's get on to your claims. First of all, what did I say about the election of the Pope? I said that if we've had a vacancy of 60-plus years, who elects the Pope in Roman Catholic canon law? You said I didn't cite canon law. I cited multiple code of canon law from the 1917 code. I did too. I listed them. Maybe you weren't listening. Maybe you didn't hear that, but I cited canons 149, canons 219, 154 through 160, 162, 230 to 241, 164, 180 on. The Roman Curia elects and decides who the Pope is, not you. You don't care? That's your code of canon law, Goofus, the one that you said I didn't cite.
That's fine.
No, it's not fine. You said I didn't cite it. I did cite it. I listed them. You didn't listen. Vatican I says who the head of the church is, and it's the Pope. Session 4, Chapter 2 says the Pope is the head of the church on earth. You said that it's Jesus who's the head of the church. Yeah, Roman Catholic dogma says that Jesus is the head of the church, and that the visible earthly head is the Pope, who is in perpetuity in succession to the end of the world, having visible successors. That's what Vatican I says. You don't know what Pastor Eternus is. I didn't just cite Satis Cognitum and Mystici Corporis. I cited Vatican I. Exactly. So you look at Session 4, Chapter 2, which calls the Pope the earthly head. And it says that his office and the essential constitution of the church continue to the end of the world. Did you not notice that? That was the argument. You don't care. You don't care. So you don't accept the last 60 years of successors. So that fundamental office of Peter has lost its essential properties. It doesn't function the way it did for the last 1800, 1900 years, correct?
No, it functions fine.
How does it function fine when you don't accept the last 60 plus years of successors?
Well, it's just not there. So what?
So it doesn't function if it's not there. That's why you're a Gnostic heretic.
No, it's not there because it's not there. It's happened before, plenty of times.
Yeah, that's why you're a heretic. You reject Vatican I. It says it exists in perpetuity in the exact same form with visible successors until the end of the world.
It doesn't actually say that it has to be.
It does say that. It says until the return of Christ. It says until the end of the ages.
Has Christ returned?
Yeah, so the See of Peter exists in the same form as it did at the time of Vatican I until the end of the world. The time of Peter all the way to the end.
It doesn't say that, Jay.
It does say that. It says until the return, till the end of the ages.
As Jesus returned.
No.
Okay. Therefore, you don't know that there isn't going to be yet another pope at some point in the future.
It says that the office and the fundamental constitution of the church can't change. So you have a defection of the Roman See.
No, we've had a defection of the Roman See plenty of times by your definition.
That's not a defection.
No,
Vacancy is not a defection.
we've had anti-popes. We've had vacancies that
So what?
more than
It's not a defection of the Roman See, according to Vatican I. There's no defection of the Roman See. It says it's impossible.
right, and there isn't one. I don't know
You
why.
just said there was a defection with anti-popes.
Pardon me?
Oh, my God.
I didn't hear what you said.
We move on. So he said I didn't cite canon law. I cited many. I cited the canon law, which says you don't judge the Pope. He said I didn't cite encyclicals. I cited Denzinger, which is above encyclicals. Denzinger includes encyclicals. It's the ordinary universal magisterial teaching of the church. You didn't even know what Denzinger was. He said that there are hundreds of chapels. I'm responding to you. Yeah. Well, you haven't read it because you would know what it is, right?
I have.
What is that?
This is the code of Benedictine canon law, which you don't.
But I'm talking about Denzinger, and I listed for you all the canons.
These are the laws, not Denzinger.
Denzinger is the papal dogmas, you goofus. You didn't even know that.
It's an interpretation.
Yes, it is. What do you mean no? You just lost the debate. Incurrentium Symbolorum. It's the papal dogmas. It's the list of papal dogmas. It's not Denzinger, his opinions.
No.
You didn't know what it was.
The laws of the Catholic Church are in one book. They're here.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
No, they're not. You don't know what Denzinger. You just made a fool of yourself. You lost the debate, and you talked nonsense for hours, and you just got demolished. I told you I would demolish you.
Whichever theologian you want, it's irrelevant.
It's not a theologian. It's the dogmas, and every trad Catholic knows that.
It's not the magisterium of the church, and
This is the magisterial teaching of the church.
No.
Every trad Catholic knows that.
This is.
That's canon law. That's the application of the dogmas.
Exactly.
This is the dogmas.
No, the dogmas of
Yes,
the
it is. Yes, it is. There is not a Catholic in the world who will deny that Denzinger is the dogmas of the church.
Okay, Jay. I guess people will just have to find out for themselves.
Everybody already knows it. The entire chat knows this.
Maybe your guys know that.
Right. Yeah. Do you know where I got this? From a trad chapel. From an SSPX chapel.
The SSPX are not Catholics. They're heretics.
Right. But the trads agree amongst themselves, right? Oh, wait, the Sedes agree amongst themselves, right?
Yeah, the Sedes do. And SSPX.
No, they don't. No, they don't. I cited in my video the largest online group, which are Feeneites. When you made your video, you went against Feeneites.
I don't know who you're talking about.
You don't agree.
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know these people. And I'm pretty.
Well, then you should have paid attention to the video that you were responding to, because that's who the video was against.
Yeah, I can quote some random little schismatic idiot. It doesn't mean that
it's the largest online group of Sedevacantists.
That's what you said.
They're way larger than you.
No, you don't even know. There's no group. There's no little name.
Okay, so there's no Diamond Brothers. There's no Vatican Catholic with 100,000 subscribers on YouTube.
The Diamond Brothers or me or whoever is just a guy talking.
I said they're the largest online group of Sedevacantists is what I said.
But there's no cohesion of the online groups. They're just people like myself.
There's no cohesion of the groups at all. They don't cohere.
There's cohesion.
The groups that you listed in your list of chapels, they don't agree.
No, the clergy do all respect.
No, they do not. Total nonsense.
Again, you're just talking shit.
No, I'm not talking shit. I was in these groups, and everybody who's spent time in these groups knows that these groups fracture more than Protestants.
That's your interpretation, mate.
Okay, whatever. Sedevacantists, Sedepravationists, which of these positions is true if they're unified?
Well, it's a misnomer because Sedevacantism comes from the Latin and simply says empty chair. Now, the chair is physically not empty because it's filled by an impostor. So sedepravation is the correct term. And I don't know. I've never met a single so-called sedevacantist that is actually not a sedepravationist. We all know that the chair is not empty.
They're two different opinions. They're two different positions.
No, by the way, I agree. That's one thing I said that I agree with you. That the Roman Curia, for the most part, what you're saying is that if Vatican II is heretic, then most of the Roman Curia are also heretics. Absolutely true. Yes, I agree with you. Yes, they are. Except those bishops that did not stick with Vatican II, that rejected it.
They're not the Roman Curia. They're not the Holy See.
They are. Any bishop.
No, they're not. The Roman Curia is the holy congregations in Rome.
No.
Encyclopedia. That's what canon law defines it as.
This is again in Mystica Corporis. It clearly explains it that all the bishops of the Catholic Church are part of the Roman Curia.
And they're not. What is the Roman Curia? I'll read it for you. A Catholic Encyclopedia. Strictly speaking, the ensemble of departments and ministries which assist the Roman pontiff. These are the Roman congregations, the tribunals, and the Curia. The cardinals and the pontifical family. That's not every bishop. That's the ones in Rome.
Jay, cardinal is just a worldly thing. In the Roman Church, you've got bishops and priests, and the Pope is just another.
They're the Roman curia. The curia of Rome. Not every bishop in the world is part of the Roman curia.
All that, you're trying to use these Latin words as though you understand what they mean. All that curia means is the bishops and priests.
They're the tribunals of the Holy See.
Yeah,
the Congregation of the Doctrine of Faith.
Yeah,
not every bishop in the world. Not every bishop in the world elects the Pope. The Roman curia does.
The ones that are elected to do so. Those, and it can be anybody. Some of them can even.
No, it cannot. No, the Roman curia, according to canon law, is who elects the Pope.
Yes, and if the Roman curia defects, another bishop replaces them. Quite clearly, as in Ex Postulatum Officio clearly states, anybody elected by a heretic pope is an invalid cleric.
So you've admitted the defection of the Roman See.
There is no defection. The Roman See currently.
You just said the Roman curia defected.
I said that, yeah, what I'm saying is that... No, that's what I said. I said all the people that accept Vatican II are not Catholic clerics. End of.
So the Roman See has defected. How are you going to have another pope because the Roman curia elects the pope?
The Roman See continues to exist in the bodies of those bishops that did not defect. It's very simple.
No, that's not possible because the bishops that did not defect are not the Roman See.
Any bishop is part of the Roman See.
No, they're not. The Roman See is the one in Rome.
Okay, Jay, again, this is where I think you're a bit of
Vatican I.
And you're trying to put your interpretation of things on laws that
are not. The Roman See is not a guy in Kansas.
I agree with you.
You just said it can be anybody.
No, I didn't say that. You were saying that.
You said any bishop. You said any bishop is the Roman curia. No, they're not.
Any bishop is part of the Roman curia.
No, they're not. That's the basic wonder.
Yes, they are.
Your code of canon law in front of you tells you in the ones I listed earlier who elects the Pope and who the Roman curia is. It's not every episcopate in the world.
No, it's the valid bishops that have hold their office. If those offices have been vacated by them not being valid bishops, clearly they can't elect a new pope. It's not difficult, Jay. Why are you confused?
Because the Roman See is defined, according to Vatican I and according to many other places like Sessis Cognitum, to be the see over in Rome that possesses the Roman curia who elects the pope. That's what the Roman See and the Holy See and the Apostolic See are.
You know very well that the see does not have to be in Rome. In fact, we had papacies that were in France.
It is invariably tied to Rome. It doesn't have to be in Rome, but it is tied to Rome, and that's what Vatican I says. That's Denzinger 1821 to 24 makes this point.
A very simple reason that it's tied to Rome is because Peter the First.
Exactly, right.
Died and got martyred.
Of Peter tied to the See of Rome. The seat of Rome can move to Avignon in the Roman Catholic view. I understand that. Right. But it's still successors to Peter.
Pardon? Say again.
Still successors to Peter wherever the See of Rome is.
Absolutely agree with you. Absolutely agree with you. Wherever.
Presently, the See of Rome is the one that's in Rome because that's what the cardinals recognized at the time of Vatican II, and that's what the whole world recognized as the Pope.
I might be understanding, maybe we're talking past each other. Let me see if I get you right. I'm going to try and explain what I think you're saying, and you tell me if I got it right. You're saying that because the bishops in Rome have all become heretics and apostated, therefore the offices of the Apostolic See, whether it's whichever offices are all empty, and therefore you don't have people left that can validly elect the Pope. Is that what you're saying?
I'm going to draw it out for you once again because you didn't listen.
No, mate, I'm just asking a simple question. Did I interpret what you said correctly?
I'm going to draw it out for you again because you didn't hear what I said.
Well, all right.
When we read Denzinger 1821 to 24, you do have to accept Denzinger, and this is why you lost the debate. Yes, you do. It's just lists of dogmas, you goof.
An interpretation.
That's why you're lying because you didn't even know that. You came to the debate and you didn't know that.
Interpretation of dogmas by somebody.
It's not an interpretation of dogmas. It's just a list. It's accepted by the whole world as dogma.
No, Jay, you're just...
Yes, it is.
No, you're just making stuff up.
I'm making stuff up.
Yes.
I'm making up that Denzinger is the sources of Catholic dogma and that it's accepted by the entire world. Are you aware that if you go to the Vatican website in the older encyclicals, they cite this? Did you know that?
The rules of the church are codified in one.
This is the dogmas. I'm not talking about the canons. Canons are part of dogmas. They're not the totality of dogmas.
These are the rules of the Catholic Church.
You've lost this debate by not knowing what Denzinger was. And all it is list of papal dogmas. It's all papal dogmas and encyclicals.
Dogmas. It's not.
1820. It is. It is.
No, Jay, the laws are here. They're simple to follow. They're easy.
This is the dogmas. That's the canons.
Yes.
Canons are applications of dogmas. These are dogmas.
The canon is the application of the dogma.
You need to admit that this is the source of Catholic dogma.
You said a very, very correct thing. The canon is the application of the dogmas. And
these are the dogmas. These are the dogmas. These are the dogmas. The Apostolic See cites Denzinger when it cites dogmas. The canon law is citing Denzinger at times.
This is how you use them. End all. There is no other
book. A new copy. You don't even know what Denzinger is. I read this twice. This is nothing but papal dogmas listed. You're a moron.
This is how you moron. This is how the rules get used.
Peter is defined according to Vatican I and Satis Cognitum in his successors. The primacy is defined as universal jurisdiction in Vatican I, in Pastor Aeternus, to be very clearly in his successors, to have full immediate jurisdiction in the Holy See through its congregations and its curia and its decisions. So you have to accept the juridical and the disciplinary decisions of the Roman See. The Roman See is the one that's tied to Rome because Peter died in Rome and he established his successors there. That means that prior to Vatican II, the only see that the world accepted and that the Curia accepted as the Apostolic See was the one in Rome. So in 1950, the only see that the entire world and the Roman Catholic Curia accepted was the one that was actually in Rome. So you have to demonstrate that there was a defection between 1955, 1963, and after the time of Vatican II, because the entire world accepted that as the Roman See. So that is the Roman See, right? Where did the Roman See go in its visible successors and its visible hierarchy? You say it fell to an episcopate that is not in Rome. Where is this visible unity? The easy answer is that it doesn't exist. There is no one holy Catholic Apostolic Church that exists in the Sedevacantists because the Sedevacantists are not one. They're fractured into more divisions than the Protestants. The Sedevacantists are not holy. They don't produce saints. The Sedevacantists are not universal. They're not Catholic because when St. Augustine argued against the Donatists, he argued that universality means the church throughout all the world consisting of the entire Orchimene. The Sedevacantist chapels, 300, give me a break, against 1 billion that recognize Francis? Come on. That's not a unified Catholic Church. And number 4, the constituent property, according to Pastor Aeternus of Vatican I, is that the Roman pontiff lives perpetually in his successors until the end of the world. That means that this fundamental constitution of the indefectibility and unity of the church cannot alter or go away before Jesus returns. In your view, it has altered and it has gone away into being something like orthodoxy. That's the irony here, is that if there is a 60-plus year acceptance of where we don't have a pope, then actually you're admitting the principle of orthodoxy, that we don't actually need the pope to guarantee the unity and succession of the church.
I'm not saying that at all. Again, you're putting words in my mouth and you're conflating different things. Peter is the head of the church, and his successor, whichever valid pope comes after Peter, has primacy of office in the sense that they have the right to create the laws, hire, prior, whatever, do whatever, because the pope has that authority. I've got no problem with that. You're saying that the Roman See was the one in Rome before 1958. Agree with that. I don't have any problem with that. That was the Roman See. Now, the problem is that after 1958, between 62 and 65, Vatican II came out. Vatican II is completely heretical. Therefore, the prudence of the church, prudence is one of the rules that we have to follow as Catholics, clearly states if a guy is heretic, you don't listen to what he said. So why do we go back to 1958? We can certainly say that since 1962, every pope that accepted Vatican II is a heretic. But if Vatican II was instituted by Angelo Roncalli, who took over on 28th of October of 1958, and therefore, he's probably apostate too, which is why we ignore him and don't listen to anything he said. And again, this is clear rules of the Catholic Church. there is, it puts the lie to your idea that there has to be a constant living pope for the very simple fact that popes die, and sometimes it takes years before you elect a new
I've
one.
already dealt with the vacancy. I dealt with it in multiple places in the video, and you just ignored that. The problem is not a vacancy. The problem is not a vacancy. The problem is that there's a lack of a visible earthly head for 60 plus years, and there can't be another one because the Roman Curia is who elects the Pope. The Roman Curia is the congregations in Rome.
It's quite clear in Mystica Corporis, Jay, that it clearly states that the
Vatican I says it's a visible earthly head, successor to Peter, the living magisterium until the end.
Yes, we're not at the end. We're busy.
So where's the visible successor?
The visible successor will happen once we have enough bishops.
Where's he been for 60 plus years? How's he going to be?
It doesn't matter how many years, Jay. It can be a
It
thousand
doesn't matter
years.
because there's nobody to elect him who's a valid.
No. The remaining bishops are clearly.
No, they can't.
Oh.
No, they can't. The canon law is clear who elects it.
Yeah. Bishop.
You just said canon law is dogma. Canon law decides who elects the Pope. All the people who would elect him are heretics and apostates on your view.
No, in your view, because all the people. No, not my view. No, your view, Jay. Not my view. The bishops that remain faithful.
You just said they defected at Vatican II.
I'm saying that all the ones who accepted Vatican II defected.
Yeah, and that's the Roman Curia.
Not all of them accepted
Yes,
it.
it is.
No,
Name a person from the Roman Curia who didn't accept Vatican II. Name one.
The bishops that remain.
No, a member of the Roman Curia. Name a member of the Roman Curia who didn't.
Again, I think you're also.
Yeah, because you don't have one. Because you don't have one. Because you don't have one.
There is no law at all that says that it's all. In fact, we have ex
I
apostolatum.
listed all the canon laws in the 1917 code that tell you who elects the Roman bishop.
You keep avoiding ex apostolatum officium, which clearly states that.
It doesn't matter because it's prior to Vatican I, and Vatican I specifies where the Roman bishop comes from.
That is
I don't have. I have no problem with cum ex apostolatus officio.
Well, it clearly states that we've had fake popes, that we will have them again, and that they are completely to be ignored, and anybody they elect is to be
But
ignored.
that has nothing to do with who elects the Pope. Who elects the Pope in canon law?
Those are valid.
Roman Curia. Can you name one member of the Roman Curia who didn't sign on to Vatican II?
Listen,
No.
if all of
Name
Rome
one.
are nuked, right?
Name
in
one.
1960,
Name one. Where's your visible episcopate? Name one.
we have Bishop Sanborn, we have Bishop Selwyn.
They're not members of the Roman Curia.
They are by default.
No, they're not.
Was defective.
No, they're not. You have been demolished because of your pride.
No, it's
You
not
spent
fine.
hours attacking me.
It's a logical
You don't
argument.
know what Denzinger is. You don't know what Vatican I says. You don't know how the Roman Curia elects the Pope.
Again, your autism is showing through, Jay. You're
You
trying
don't
to.
know, you just call it autism because you got
It
demolished.
is. It's some point of legalism that is nowhere written.
Legalism. You just said it's all canon law. You're the one that keeps appealing to canon law. I listed all the canon laws that tell you who elects the Pope, the Roman Curia.
What you're saying is that if a basket player starts to take a golf club on the court, then we have to accept he's a basketball player. No, he's defected. He's clearly not playing basketball. He's no longer part of the basketball court.
You don't get to decide that. You don't get to make that decision.
I don't make that decision. Canon law does.
Now, let me interject here.
Canon law.
Jay, can you explain, now, we're having an argument about the Roman Curia. I will admit that's not my strong suit, so I'm going to let you, can you explain why those people are not members of the Curia and what the Curia actually is and stuff like that?
Catholic Encyclopedia, look at Roman Curia. Strictly speaking, it is the ensemble of departments or ministries which assist the sovereign pontiff in the government of the universal church. These are the Roman congregations, the tribunals, the offices of the Curia. The congregations, being the highest and most extensive departments of the pontifical government, are treated elsewhere under the Roman congregations. This article deals in particular with the offices of the Curia, the cardinal, and the pontifical family. That is not every bishop. Every bishop is not part of that. He needs there to be successors and bishops who are part of this crew to continue his goofy church.
No.
But it doesn't exist, and that's why he can't name one.
Now,
That's
Kurgan,
why his names aren't members of the Roman Curia.
Kurgan, why do you disagree with his interpretation there, or what are your problems with that?
Well, I disagree for the very simple reason that according to canon law, a heretic immediately vacates their office by default. There is nobody needs to say anything. So Jay is correct.
The Roman see can't defect, goofus. That's why your position doesn't work.
Can you let me answer? Let's Ralph.
Go ahead and answer.
So Jay is entirely correct when he says that currently the bishops in the Vatican are all heretics, pedophiles, whatever. They're scum of the earth as far as I'm concerned. He's right in that. So what he's trying to say, I believe, is that because the original official offices of the church, Congregation of the Faith, etc., are currently filled by impostors, there is no Roman See, and as such, you cannot elect a new pope. Now, that's absolute nonsense. Of course, if all those offices get nuked, let's say Rome got hit by a nuke instead of Vatican II, which is essentially the same thing. Well, so what? Does that mean that no single bishop on earth is no, obviously.
It's impossible according to Vatican I. This is why he doesn't understand Vatican I. That's not possible according to the way Vatican I defines the perpetual successors and living magisterium. You have no living magisterium, and that's why you lost us today. Vatican I makes clear that there's not going to be an end of the vacancy or an end of the Roman See at the end of time.
All right, go ahead, Kurgan. Finish your thought, and what's your why does his interpretation of Vatican I not hold water with you?
Because his interpretation of Vatican I is just he's making it up. There is nowhere that it says that you have to have a living pope at all times and a living curia at all times. It doesn't say that.
I didn't say at all times. I said until the end of time. You're misquoting me. I dealt with vacancies in the Apostolic See in multiple sections of the video. Vatican I is not talking about vacancies. Vatican I is talking about living successors in the magisterium of Peter until the end of the world, until the return of Christ.
I've got one more point on that. If you let me reply, I'll reply.
Go ahead. Let him get in. Go ahead.
So, Jay keeps going on about until the return of Jesus Christ. First of all, Jesus Christ does not return. So, Jay...
groundbreaking argument there. Hey, thank you for letting us know that.
All right, go ahead. Let him get in. Go ahead.
Hold on.
Go ahead.
We also, quite clearly we're not clairvoyant. We do not know that there isn't going to be another pope at some point in the future before Jesus' return. So, again, Jay is just making assumptions. However, we know for a fact that whoever is left must necessarily take on the offices eventually because it happened before. We know for a fact. Again, the Ex Apostolatum Officium is very clear. Heretic popes are not, relevant. So it doesn't matter the fact that there's a current...
There's no such thing as heretic popes according to Vatican I, so he doesn't even know what he's talking about. Session 3, Section 1 says that the Constitution of the Church will continue in its present form until the end of the world, until the return of Jesus. If we skip down...
Okay, I haven't actually finished. I want to...
All right, go ahead, let him finish. Now, we do have no disagreement that Jesus has not returned to the earth. Right? Okay. All right, so we do have agreement on that. Okay, now go ahead, Kurgan, finish up your thought. I know Jay's chomping at the bit to get in some more, but go ahead.
I mean, again, if Jesus has not returned, the church has not ended. We've not come to end of times. However, there are plenty of prophecies in Catholic thought, and I believe also there is a certain interpretation of Revelation, which quite clearly states that at the end, even the head of, the seat, the leaders of the church, even that is going to become the seat of Satan. So again, what we're seeing here is sort of all on course.
I'm glad you mentioned that because La Salette is prior to Vatican I. Vatican I negates the possibility of La Salette being true because Vatican I says that the See of Peter will continue until the end. Session 4, Section 3 says that the Constitution of the Church, as it is, will continue until the end of time. We're not at the end of time, so the Constitution of the Church, with living visible successors in the office of Peter, will continue until the end of time.
You don't know what the end of time is?
Yes, we do.
No, you don't, Jay.
The end of time, the end of time is defined as Jesus coming back, right?
That's you said out of your own mouth that Jesus hasn't returned. So where is the essential Constitution of the Roman Church according to Vatican I at the present?
Jay, if Jesus returns tomorrow, okay, let's say Jesus returns tomorrow.
Where is the essential Constitution of the Roman Catholic Church presently?
Again, let me finish my thought. If Jesus
you had your thought.
No, I'm answering the question. Let me answer the question.
Go ahead.
So if Jesus returns tomorrow, then quite clearly what's happened up till now is clear evidence that the church got, kind of almost destroyed. We're told that in the end days, even the elect would eventually defect if it wasn't for the fact that Jesus returns.
Yeah, but the problem is that if we're going to have that view, it has to be the Roman See that doesn't defect, because Vatican I is very clear that the Roman See cannot defect, and you keep switching back and forth between saying it has and it hasn't to maintain the nonsense of your position.
I'm very clear on it, Jay. Listen up, very clear. What was the Roman See in 1957 They have all become heavy. The guys that were at that time in the Vatican.
That's why you're a heretic, because Vatican I says that it can't defect.
No.
Holy See can't defect.
Let me finish. The ones in 1957 that were currently in the Vatican, I don't know that every one of them defected. I can't know that. What I do know is that by 1965, anybody who did not reject Vatican II was de facto a heretic. All right? The ones that did not do that did not defect. And no, it's very.
You couldn't name a single member of the Roman Curia who could even elect another pope. It doesn't matter because you're not getting the argument of what Vatican I says that the office of Peter is. I recognize, and the people at Vatican I recognize that there have been vacancies in anti-popes. That has nothing to do with the point of the argument. The point of the argument is that the essential constitution of the church, in terms of its indefectibility, in terms of the constitution of what makes up Peter and his office, right? Do I need to list them for you again? I can.
No, but that's your interpretation, Dave. It's not what it says.
No, it's not. It's directly from Vatican I. It's directly from Satis Cognitum. It's directly from Denzinger, 1821 to 24. Denzinger is citing Pius IX, you clown.
It doesn't matter what you're saying, Jay. That's not what it
does matter because all I'm doing is citing your dogmas.
You're not actually quoting the document. You're making shit up. So.
No. Well, do I need to just read Denzinger for you?
I don't care about Denzinger.
I love it when you say that. Keep saying this. Because it's nothing but papal quotes.
The rules get
I don't care what the papal quotes are.
The rules get applied according to canon law, not according
Now, let me ask you this. This has been a point of contention. Why do you not care about Denzinger? I'll admit this.
He doesn't know what it is. He didn't even. He thought it was Ludwig Denzinger.
Question, Jay.
Go ahead, Kurgan. Why do you not care about this book?
I don't, because that book is a collection of supposed dogmatic beliefs of the church.
Supposed.
Blah, blah.
All right, let him go ahead. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Hey, can't you control yourself? Come on, man.
Go ahead. Finish.
So, it's a collection of theological thought, dogmas, whatever, which has interpretations to it. Now,
no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. That's a lie.
Stop
that's incorrect. You're wrong. It doesn't have any interpretations.
Wait your turn, mate.
Go ahead.
Now, all the dogmas of the Catholic Church are collated into a set of rules right here.
No, they're not.
Code of canon law.
You are an idiot.
How
you don't even know what dogmas is.
All right, let him finish. Go ahead.
So the rules of the Catholic Church get applied according to this book and this book only. This is the book that explains how the laws of the church actually work. Regardless of your personal interpretation of this or that dogma, those are the rules. And it's a very clear document. So it doesn't matter if Jay believes this or that other thing. You follow the rules of canon law. End of.
All right. So, now go ahead, Jay.
This is what we get when we get a guy who makes videos channeling aliens and talking about aliens blowing up Mars. This is literally what he believes. On his website, he believes in past life regression therapy, which means that he believes in reincarnation, which is not a Catholic teaching at all. It's actually heresy. And everybody in the Catholic world, whether they're Novus Ordo or Trad, would know that Denzinger is not interpretations of dogma. It's just a list of Catholic dogmas. It's not opinions. It has no opinions in it whatsoever. It's merely a list of the papally approved dogmas.
How do you apply those dogmas?
The debate is actually over.
How do you apply those dogmas?
I'm done because the debate is over. I don't have a problem. I cited canon law at the beginning of the debate. I listed you all the canons. I listed you all the canons that tell you how the Pope is elected.
How do you apply the dogmas of the Church, Jay?
They're called canon law.
Exactly. Thank you. So that's the only thing.
No, it's not. No, it's not. And no Catholic in the world will say what you're saying.
Now, let me ask you, Kurgan, he mentioned, he called you a heretic for some of your beliefs there, if you wanted to respond to that and the alien stuff. And all
yeah, well, a lot of, the alien stuff, whatever. I mean, Jay's made videos.
From reincarnation?
Hunting on weed, whatever, like.
From reincarnation?
But first
you channel UFOs and you want to call me out for weed? You channel UFOs.
Hold on. Let me answer the question. Again, why are you interrupting? Why are you so scared? Let me answer the question.
I told you I would call you.
Be quiet. Control yourself. You're emotionally incontinent. Relax. So, sorry, Rolf. What was the question?
So, reincarnation, he mentioned the alien. I was just letting you respond,
on my website, like I said, I've only, officially become Catholic in 2017. So there's a bunch of stuff there. I mean, I lived like a fucking weird, heretic most of my life. So all the posts and whatever that I've done before the 25th of May of 2017 probably include a bunch of heretic stuff.
So you renounced that, is that what you're saying?
So No, I'm saying that those belief systems have changed since they've evolved. Right. I evolved as a human being. Now, with regard to reincarnation, I know that the Catholic Church sees reincarnation as, a heretic sort of thing. And again, this is a finer point that would probably take a few hours to cover, so it's not going to get covered here, and I know Jay will attack this position, but there are ways that you could possibly accept that there is some form of reincarnation, although it goes against the sort of dogmatic beliefs of the church, and it does so for very good reasons. Like, for example, right at the beginning of the video, Jay said that there is nobody that can, even martyrs fall outside of the church, regardless of whether they even die for the church. Let me just read you a quote from one of the Romanian priests that answered the question I asked him. Verbatim, yes, you're right in thinking about salvation and baptism of desire and of blood. These are exceptions, not the general rule, and do not contradict dogma of extra ecclesiam nulla salvis. Outside of the church, nobody can be saved. This dogma is always true, but we have to consider how exactly someone can belong to the church. The possibility does exist that someone doesn't belong to the body of the church in foro externo, in the public outside form, but belongs to the church in foro interno, in God's conscience. And in this situation, it is not of his own fault. Such a person can be saved. So, again, refuting what he is, autistically trying to say.
All right, go ahead, Jay.
I think it's just total nonsense. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say.
All right, fair enough. You don't have any final thoughts?
Yeah, I'll like to close my debate.
Go ahead. And I'll give Kurgan the last. Go ahead.
Okay. So I began the debate by talking about the 1917 Code of Canon Law. He likes to cite this as if that is the dogma. That's not the dogma. The dogmas are the dogmas. The canon law is the application of dogmas. That's two different things. Anybody in the world of Catholicism who's been there for more than a year or two should know in Catholic theology that the sources of Catholic dogma is not an interpretation of the opinions of any guy. It's not the interpretation of the opinions of Ludwig Ott or Heinrich Denzinger. It's just a list of papally approved dogmas. The Vatican has cited this document. All Catholic theologians in the world will cite that as the sources of Catholic dogma. It can be found at any traditional website that sells Catholic books, whether it's the SSPX or the Sedevacantists. I got mine from Seda Chapels. So I cited multiple canons that tell you that the Roman Pontiff 149, 218, 219, 154 through 160, 230 to 241 in the 1917 Code of Canon Law, as well as 162, 164, 165, 180 on, are very clear what the Roman Curia is, who comprises it, that they elect the Pope, and that they alone elect and determine who the Pope is, and not anyone else in the world. And he calls that dogma, then he needs to stick to the 1917 Code, which says that's who elects the Pope. I went on to talk about Denzinger and other places such as 1821 to 24. I'm glad he keeps saying that Denzinger doesn't matter because it just buries him deeper and deeper into his hole. I mentioned essentially that the indefectibility of the church is described in Pastor Aeternus, which is the decree of Vatican I, as well as if you look at Denzinger 1821 to 24, that is the specific section of Pastor Aeternus, which if he had known what Denzinger was, he would know that's what that is. The very thing that he pulled up a minute ago, his papers of Vatican I. The church is indefectible in the Roman Catholic system. The church is in perpetuity. The church is public and visible. It is public and visible according to its Petrine office. This Petrine office is the source of unity. Can there be vacancies? Absolutely. Can there be antipopes? Absolutely. Can there be a vacancy such that the fundamental constitution and unity of the church changes? No. That's why Vatican I is very clear, and it doesn't matter what pre-Vatican I Marian prophecy said about the defection of Rome, because Vatican denied those things. Vatican I says that the perpetuity of the successors of Peter, his primacy, all of those elements that are listed in Vatican I, in Statis Cognitum, the visible headship, which he denied in his first rebuttal on earth, that visible headship continues to the end of the world. It's not saying that there's no period of vacancy, but when the Roman Curia elects a successor, that is under the charism of infallibility. You don't have the right and the authority to judge the decisions of the Roman Curia as an individual lay Catholic. So if we were to be concise, I would say that the Sedevacantists Sedevacantists theory is a theory, as John says in his book, the book that I was covering, on defection. It's a theory on the defection of the Roman See. But if the Roman See has in any sense defected, then Vatican I is not true. If Vatican I is not true, then neither is Roman Catholicism. So I would just direct people to my good friend who we led out of Sedevacantism, John Pontrello, who has the excellent book, if you want to read more on this, The Sedevacantist Delusion, which is what my video was about. My video was directed against Feeneites particularly, not the other groups of Sedevacantists who affirm baptism of desire. I don't really care about baptism of desire versus Feeneites in the Roman Catholic system. That video was directed against the largest online group of Sedevacantists and their support of Feeneism. There is no one holy Catholic and apostolic unity that exists amongst the Sedevacantists, and I would encourage anybody who thinks that there is to go experience the world of Sedevacantism and see if you actually see that visible unity there. You will not find, again, the four marks of the church. There will not be holiness. You will find nothing but squabbling and picking each other apart over nonsense, splitting more than the Protestants do. You will find no holiness, no saints. Where are the Sedevacantist saints? They ought to be blasting light rays from their eyes if they're the true church. But what do we see in those groups? We see episcopi vagantes, wandering bishops of spooks, kooks, and disinformation. And I was in that world. I know what the Sedevacantist world is like. Many of those bishops are complete frauds and kooks, like Archbishop Tuke himself, who many of these people claim to have their apostolic lineage from. Tuke was a kook, quite literally. The only Sedevacantist guy coming out of Vatican II that a lot of these people claim their lineage from. These guys was actually insane. So it doesn't possess Catholicity in terms of universality. There's no universality in this tiny movement. And he says, oh, there's 300 chapels. So what? 300 chapels is nothing compared to the billion people who accept Francis in Rome. So that's not the Catholic Church. You are in the Catholic Church. You're in a Donatist schismatic sect. And universality is not there. And it's not apostolic because the apostolic see, according to Vatican I, continues in perpetuity with all of its constituent properties of Peter, primacy, living Roman pontiff, and connected to the seat of Rome for all eternity, until Christ returns, until the end of time, until he brings into time eternity, right? So that's there according to Vatican I. I already listed the sessions and the sections. And so not only does Sedevacantism and Sedepravationism fail to achieve its end, it actually verges into, on the one hand, affirming a union with an empty seat, a union with a headless body. And it's very ironic that he calls himself the Kurgan when, as he pointed out, that's the headless guy in the Highlander. He gets his head chopped off. Well, that's very ironic because the whole series of the Sedevacantist world is a fractured bunch of fringe groups with no head. So I think that that's very ironic. It's a fitting name for him.
All right, Kurgan, you have the last word here. By the way, I appreciate you guys doing a little back and forth. I know that wasn't part of the original thing, so I'm glad we got I'll mix it up a little bit. So thank you guys for that. And go ahead, Kurgan.
Well, I've already addressed Jay's points. He keeps hammering the same things as though repeating them makes them valid. It doesn't. The dogmas of the church are interpreted and applied according to canon law. The fact that the Curia in Rome is currently completely apostate is a reality, but that absolutely doesn't mean that the remaining valid bishops are invalid in any way. And it's a simple point of canon law that common sense follows. So we're also told, again, I just want to address this point that he keeps going on about that if the papacy was hijacked, if the Catholic Church was actually hijacked by infiltrators, regardless of their origin, this would somehow put the lie to the promise that the church will always be with us until the return of Jesus. This is demonstrably false in a number of ways. First, the papal encyclical of 1559 I've already referred to, Convex Apostolatus Officium, which makes it clear that apostate popes have existed, will exist, etc. Second, there is no timeline that tells you, oh, well, if you've got an apostate pope or a series of apostate popes for X number of years, then the church is no longer valid. Nowhere does it say that. Third, we're taught in the Bible by Paul that whenever men choose to delve into perversion, iniquity, and stray from the path, God gives them over to their perversions and passions. So we know for a fact that every single human on earth can choose to go down this road. And popes are not exempt from this any more than anybody else. Nowhere does it say that a pope is immune to this way that God has of sometimes dealing with perverts, liars, and other people of the lie. Fourthly, we're told in the Bible that many, in fact most, will in fact be deceived, and that the true path is difficult and narrow. Yet, we're also told that the church will remain with us right to the end, at which point eventually Jesus will return, for if he did not, even the elect, that is the most highly faithful servant, would ultimately be deceived by Satan as well. And here we have a perfect parallel of that. The church remains true and visible as long as you take the time to look properly, while the superficial fake Novus Ordo church pretends to be the real church and deceives millions and millions of people. That's why the sedevacantists are starting to wake up a lot more people in the Catholic, nominally Catholic world, and they're becoming a force to be reckoned with. And lastly, not lastly, fifthly, anyone that actually bothers to be a genuine Catholic and informs himself on Catholic dogma cannot in any logical or reasonable or true way make any kind of argument against the fact that Vatican II is a complete heresy and that anyone who does not reject it loses their office, and as such, the validity of being a cleric within the church without anyone having to say anything. I've written a blog post on my blog, which is geopolitics.com, on the 7th of September of this year. So if you look for that date on the blog, you'll find a logically laid out series of reasons why this works. It's been uncontroverted and unassailable, including by people like Anne Barnhart and whatever. So if you want to go to the details, go there. All we can say is that this has been a long time, but the fact that it's been 61 years is in no way means that there either won't be another pope or that Jesus will return at some point. Again, Jay keeps saying, the end of time, the end of time. You don't know when the end of time. You don't know what that looks like. You don't know whether it operates as, maybe there has to be 150 years of no popes and only a few remnant Catholics lying around in hiding somewhere where they're being persecuted. That is pretty much what almost every Catholic prophecy says it will happen in the end. So, again, he's got nothing. He keeps quoting Denzinger. The application of dogma is very clear, and it's canonic law. That's it. You can't ignore that. Now, you can say, but Denzinger says this dogma, that dogma, that dogma. It doesn't matter, because the magisterium of the church has created a document that clearly states how you interpret and how you enact those dogmas. So, again, as I said, the man's got nothing, and I actually believe that his reason for doing a 2.5-hour video on supposedly a tiny group of schismatics online,
100,000 tiny, is
because you do say that in your video, but anyway, is because I think he's a bit worried, because there's only some, all it takes is if 10% of nominal Catholics become sedevacantists, that's going to be, a lot of people, that's millions of people that are going to suddenly become Catholic again. So that's my position, and that's it.
All right, fair enough. Gentlemen, I think that's it. I appreciate you coming on the Kill Stream and doing this.
Thank you very much.
Oh, no problem, Jay. Thank you as well, man. Merry Christmas to both of you.
Absolutely, yeah. Merry Christmas to you, Ralph. I got to get back to reading my Ludwig Denzinger here.
All right.
A lot of Ludwig Denzinger.
Including the heretic in the hat.
Got to read a lot of Ludwig Denzinger. That's when you lost the debate, by the way.
Good night.
Good night, gentlemen. All right, that was a little bit off the beaten path for our show, but I think it was fun. I saw some people in the chat. They thought it was a nice departure as well. So I'm glad we did it. It will be up on the podcast feed. Let me see. Flamenco, are you still here? Oh, Flamenco's muted. I think he might be playing a game or something. All right. I didn't know he was still here. Okay. Let me read these, though, because people did give me a little bit of money. Let me... Haywood Jablom says, where's the debate? Even if I agree with him, what the fuck? I didn't interrupt during the stream. I just let it go. Spanish Inquisition says, high energy Chagat versus low energy Vox Day. Jack says, Jay started me on classic Bond films. Thank you, big guy. Thank you as well, sir. Haywood Jablomi, just subscribe monthly. The Rage Player says, LOL, literal Bible thumpers going on here. Pensive Cowboy says, calm down, bald man, take the trip to Tel Aviv. Jack says, Jay, thoughts on your boomer meme being hijacked? I'm sorry, that didn't get asked, but I just kind of let it go, like I said. Pensive Cowboy says, Nosferatu man fears Catholic dogma. Megu Meme says, why is the Pope selected by man instead of by God? There's a longer answer to that, but I'm not necessarily equipped to give it to you. Cheeseburger 6 says, never been more sure about atheism. Thanks, guys. Pensive Cowboy says, take the flight, and he links this, which I don't know what this is. The Vatican Rag. I don't know that song. but thank you for that. Pencil Cowboy says, Pope Francis wants on, check the Vatican smokestack. I actually saw that during the show. Started chuckling. And then, here's a clip that Spanish sent in. Let me unmute YouTube so I can play this. There we go. Ray's Player says, got a lot better once the blood sport started. Yeah, and I was hoping that would happen. And I wasn't going to push it, but so Kurgan started kind of interrupting during Dyer's segment. I think it was his critique segment. That was the one he interrupted, and I was like, okay, well, gloves are off at this point. I'm just going to let it go. So I'm glad he was the one who initiated that so that I can't be blamed for it, because I wanted that to happen anyway. I wanted to fight like that. So, but once he interrupted, I was like, all right, I was just gonna sit back now and just let it go. It's gonna be a bare knuckles fight at this point. So, I was glad it happened though. So, and I thank Kurgan for doing that. Let's see. Sigma Zero says Jay Shapiro of a cod. I think chat like that too. Dead Kulak says Flam succumbed to his bleach. I think that's it. I'll see you guys on Monday. I'm not sure if Ashley Ray Goldenberg is coming on Monday or Wednesday. We'll figure that out next week. The next Blood Sports match is going to be on Thursday, and it's between Vincent James of Red Elephants and Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law, a longtime guest on the Killstream. Nick Rekieta going to be making his Blood Sports debut this Thursday, December the 19th at 9:30 p.m. Eastern. That's going to be a big one. And then, of course, on December 22nd at 2 p.m. Eastern, on a Sunday, we have Sticks and Hammer versus E. Michael Jones, pornography debate. So, yeah, I'm ready. Also, I'm very tired, so I'm going to go to sleep. Oh, my God. All right, I'm looking good. Looking forward to both of those. I'm looking good, too, but that's a separate topic. I'm going to find the outro song, and then I'm going to go away. Let's see. Outro. I'll see you guys Monday, 9:30 p.m. Eastern. The Kill Stream. Check this out on the podcast if you came in late. I'll probably also be running replays on the channel now that I'm able to do that during the weekend. So join in. Have some fun. It's the Kill Stream. Merry Christmas. Very well. Yes, I'll open the box. Also, it is pretty amazing that we had 1,000 people watching a stream about esoteric Catholic dogma, so thank you. So the kill strip has been struck down again. Secret flags and reports, but we all know who's to blame. Can't afford the retort. Jihadi Jarbo's his name. Now you won't take them round, or all them channels you strike. So just delete your account. Sure the folders to find. You can't see bullets, some steps of the kill stream. You never see bullets, some steps of the kill stream. You won't be bullet, some death the kill stream. You never be bullet, some death the kill stream. You won't be bullet, some death the. Let's do one more song, an encore.
friends, welcome. This is Brother Billy Baptist. This is my Gospel Hour on WTNA, and I want to welcome you so much. Want to welcome you home to our little radio and to our little church, Beulah Baptist. First of all, I would like to address the issue of last night's show when we had several young teenagers doing what they call they prank calls, calling in and making fun of the name of the station. I don't understand. There must be something that the kids are watching on the Mickey Mouse programs or something. I don't understand the jokes, but I want to ask first of all that we be serious here on the Gospel Hour, and I want to let you know that what we've got planned for you tonight is a very, very special show. I've got my good friend John Hagee is going to be popping in for a little while, and today he's going to talk about some Bible prophecies. I'm going to do a little bit of Bible prophesying on myself. I'm going to exercise the scriptures for you to let you know what's happening in the book of Revelation, a book that many people find to be very confusing. It doesn't need to be confusing. It's a book given to God's people, as all of God's people. And I've had several dreams and visions that have come to me from the Lord, and I'll let you know, of course, what the answers are. But first of all, let's see if we can, Boozy, can you get John on? Let's get Brother John Hagee on. Damn it, Boozy, come on. Can you ring the damn phone, Boozy? Boozy, this is why I got you saved, so you could do this right. This shit right. You're going to bleep that out now in the edit, won't you? All right, now, let's ring it. See if you can ring it. Come on, Boozy. Hello there, John. This is Brother Billy. I want to welcome you to the show, and I want to thank you for letting me call. This is John Hagee. I want to ask you all out there to buy my new book, In Defense of the End of the Times. Friends, we are living definitely in the end times. The Bible prophesies many times over there will be those who will come in the last days denying the end times. These deceivers and liars are all part of God's plan. God's plan for the end times and the rapture. Thank you, Brother Billy. Well, we're going to have to go rush to the commercial break here. I want to thank you, Brother Hagee, for popping in there to plug his new prophecy book, which I'm sure will be a classic. And I want to remind you that we will be having the potluck, of course. Let's just get a little look at this here. I'm told that the kids are going to put this on the YouTube, and they're going to have videos for us. Boy, look at that cake there. Look at them layers. It's like the 12 layers of the 12 apostles. Let me tell you, that cake there about like Sister Susie, and each one of them layers is. Well, we won't go talk about that right now. We're going to get into Bible prophecy, as it says. Now, this image here, we see the buffalo, and of course that represents the American Indians, and the clouds there, and what we have this the Statue of Liberty there is, of course, America, God's country, and the Statue of Liberty has commissioned the buffalo to run, right, of course, across the field there, and then you have God in the sky with the book. Now this here represents the beast, and that beast here has so many horns and crowns on all of his horns, and it's sort of like it's as if what this picture's telling us is that this beast will rise up out of the sea. And it's going to be a very wet beast. It will probably smell tremendously awful. So you will know this is happening when you begin to smell the beast. Other aspects of prophecy, we will begin to see men who are genetically modified into half horse, half man. Here is a picture of this as we see for real, in reality. so probably in New York where all the queers are. Now, this image here represents the rest of the beasts, and you have something from looks like Final Fantasy there on the bottom. That bear, of course, represents California because of the bears on the flag of California. And you have that man there. The man is a man made of metal, and that's a robot. That represents robotics, as they are called in Bible prophecy. And so we're going to see these strange creatures being made, and robots with golden heads and golden skirts on. That represents homosexuality. Now, this image here is designed to explain what's happening in the book of Ezekiel and Revelation. Of course, those are the spaceships that will be doing the rapture. As you can see, there is a young girl here being lifted up into this spaceship. Boy, I wish I was. I have to tell you, I hope I'm on that spaceship when the rapture happens and we lift all the ladies up into it. Now, moving on to the next picture. This is a real quick Bible chart. Now, you need to jot this down for you because it'll make it simple. Now, I hope you got all that. Now, here in this picture, what's going on is this is designed to help you understand through visual imagery the meaning of Bible prophecy. Now, the woman in white there is the bride. She looks like, of course, like my third wife, Maybelline. Not really. I'm not too happy about that. But then now this woman here on as you see on the riding the beast there. Now she looks like my second wife, and she's got her cup of that wine, that box wine that she was always. Alejandra couldn't get off of that box wine. She was always drinking. That's her there on the beast, with a cup of gold. And as the robot there is, again, as you can see in the background, next to the temple with the golden head and the homosexual golden skirt. And then, of course, there's the old man in the corner and the spirits, those lamps. I'm not sure what that represents, but that's today. That's all for today's Bible prophecy. We want to go ahead and remind you that there's a potluck. Friends, are you needing something in your life? Perhaps you're hungry. Perhaps you're hungry for something that only can be fulfilled at the potluck. I'm talking about the great potluck, but I'm also talking about the potluck that we're going to be having here at Beulah Baptist. And of course, you'll see fine delicacies and dainties like that there, and you're going to see fine delicacies and dainties like this here. Now, old Sister Susie, we don't know what this meat is. She didn't ever tell us. But friends, I want to ask you to come on down the aisle. Come on down the aisle of your heart. If you come down the aisle, friends, we'll let you eat the potluck. Friends, I'll put the potluck at the front of the church up there by the altar. And if you come down, I'll give you a bite of it. Come down and dedicate your life. Friends, this has been the Brother Billy Baptist Show, and we want to thank you. We want to thank WTNA Radio, and I wish I could say I could thank Boozy in there in the control room, but I can't. We hope you tune in again, and I hope the kids put up good pictures on that on the Unet, on the YouTube.
My background is in face-to-face fundraising.
making moves, buying and selling. Spread the word, civic, nationalism. America to the ends of the globe. America to the black hole. Americanism. Boomer worldview. Boom, boom. Boomer worldview. Retired to Florida. Buy a van. Key Largo, Montego. The Beach Boys, Mar-a-Lago. 401k. Reagan era America. Boomertown. Boomertown. Turn the time. Turn the hands of time on the doomsday clock. Back a notch. Don't blow us all up, Gorbachev. You like a Gorbachev. You like a skanky child from the UK. Gorbachev. Fucking Cold War, baby. Who won? Bitch. Soviets. Walls coming down. Van Halen, Ford Motor Plant, pornography, to the edges of the globe, pornography, don't you know? Freedom and liberty, to the ends of the globe, like a unicorn, inside the soul. It's a boomer song from the heart of the boomer, baby. To you, America. The 60s, 70s, and 80s, America, baby. Turn back the hands of time on that doomsday clock. Put me in that ring with Gorbachev. Fucking child. We're gonna put a subway in Iraq one day.
My background is in face-to-face fundraising. Then I moved to San Diego, and I basically had no money, and I needed a job, and my uncle helped me find this job working for canvassing for an environmental group, and it paid like 12 or 13 bucks an hour, which a few years ago was pretty good. So I started doing that. I started standing outside in malls, calling people over, getting them to sign up for monthly donations, going door to door, doing the same thing. I did it for a whole bunch of different companies. Actually pretty good at what I was doing, and I actually have graduated from hypnotherapy school as well, so I have some NLP and hypnosis skills that I would weave into my pitches where applicable, and eventually decided for a number of reasons that we can go into on the call if you want. Some of it gets a little bit dark, but a few reasons I decided to try my hand online with the same skills.
Hey everyone, this is Michael from Level Up Copy and Advertising. I don't usually make videos like this. I don't usually talk about money publicly, but I've just had the most insane week of my life financially. a month with my copywriting business, which to me was my pipe dream from when I started my business 2 years ago, and was not something I really thought I'd be able to achieve. If you haven't signed up for his consulting yet, seriously, do it. Invest in him. It will be the best investment that you ever make in your business. My mind is blown. I was very skeptical because I've had other mentors in the past who took a lot of my money and didn't really help me. But I hired him on referral from a friend that I trust, and that was a couple weeks ago, and I told him really fast. I'm having trouble following my thoughts because I never in my life thought I'd make more than 10 grand in a week. This is incredible. So Gallant, thank you so much, dude. You are the best, and as you like to say, see you at the top.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the Crucible and BTF's massive trash talk extravaganza. Nice to see everybody in chat. See a lot of regular faces. I see LRN News. Okay. Saw some Dyer. Nice to see you in chat, Dyer. I see John Hoffman, my boy. I see a lot of you good people. Mongoose McQueen, I see you over there. I don't know. I thought you had rage quit at one point, but maybe you're back for some reason. Whatever. No big deal. You know what I mean? Tonight's episode of the Trash Talk Extravaganza is going to be with somebody that you know. I hesitated for a long time in making this live stream and even wasting my time with any of this. But circumstances change. For those of you who don't know, who are regulars, who don't really know who Michael Witkoff might be, the author of The Masons and Their Lies. You probably know him here on the channel as Brother Augustine, who came on and assisted in 2 episodes of The Demonic, which was a hit for The Crucible. It was a very good series, and we enjoyed making it very much. But circumstances change, and the way that people behave, as you learn more about them and more things come out about them, you have to, unfortunately, you can't let anybody have a pass, okay? You can't let fucking grifters just get away with it. You can't do it. And Griftkoff is not going to just walk away with the shit that he's been up to and the stuff that he's doing. It's ridiculous, okay? It's ridiculous. And we're going to get into all of this. And before we do, I need to preface this with kind of a little bit of background. Why am I even involved in it right now at all, right, with Griftkoff? So, you know, I went up to the, or not up, I guess, but west to the Orthodox Montanica, okay? And, I hadn't had a vacation with my wife, and I don't think we've ever gone on a vacation. So, we headed over, okay? I saw early on in the stream chat, Griff Koff was in there going, hey, if you had problems with me, why are you bringing it up? It's the Orthodox Montanica. Well, let me explain to you something so that you understand why I didn't bring any of this up with Griff Koff at the Orthodox Montanica. Griff Koff called me before the Orthodox Montanica. He called me up, and he was like, hey man, I don't want to have any problems at the Orthodox Montanica. I don't want to have any issues there. I don't want to be fighting. It's not our event. Blah, 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 blah. And I was like, well, yeah, of course. What are we going to do? We're going to fist fight at Orthodox Montanica, somebody else's, event? You know what I mean? What are we going to do? We're going to like go out in the parking lot and start boxing? You know what I mean? But his whine ass calls me up, like 2 weeks before, and he's like, but, he said on the phone, essentially, that my wife was a liar, right? Talked a bunch of shit, told me that Jay Dyer was a drug addict and a cult leader, right? He said, so, let me explain this to you, this will kill you, right? This asshole tells me that Jay Dyer is a drug addict because he might smoke marijuana. He smokes marijuana. You don't understand, okay? You don't understand the dangers of marijuana, okay? And this is very typical of these junkies and drug addicts, This guy's in a cult and this. And then he spent a portion of his conversation with my wife at Orthodox Montanica also trying to convince her that Jay Dyer was a cult leader and that everybody was under his fucking mind control. Now look, I like Jay fine, okay? I don't have like any kind of close relationship with the guy. I think he's a nice enough guy. You know what I mean? I've had maybe 20 interactions via Twitter with the guy. Just like, hey, what's up, how you doing, this type of thing. I listen to his broadcasts as often as I can because I think that they're informative. Where this fucking idea came from that he's got a cult. You know what I mean? He's got a cult, and he's a pothead and he's a drug addict and this kind of thing. It's ridiculous. Okay, it's absolutely ridiculous on its face. So this guy, he's going to come into chat and he's like, BPF's going to act like he's tough, but he didn't say anything the whole time we were at Montana. It's like, well, what was I going to do? You called me before we went. Okay, he called me before we went and was like, I just don't want to have any problems. I don't want to have any problems. So, Chris Hazelton for $4.20, good number, says, drugs are bad, okay, right? Wicked Wally says, no dad jokes tonight, I promise. I wouldn't want you to have a wit coughing fit. You fail. I almost want to instruct the mods to time your ass out anyway. So we're going to go over all the grifting. There's a pattern of behavior, a grift pattern of behavior for Witkoff, okay? He's been grifting at this for a long time, not just at this, okay? He's been going and grifting about almost everything. But back to Montanica, right? I let everybody else talk about Montanica. I didn't really get involved until they kind of went after this one particular guy who was there. He was a very kind man, and I'm not even going to get into that. I don't want to give it any oxygen, okay? I don't want to give it any air to breathe, what they tried to do to this nice, kind man, okay? So I'm not even going to bother. But I've stayed clear, okay? Genghis Khan for $10 says "Pay Piggy." That's a Dyer song, right? It's not my thing, but I appreciate the $10. I think it goes something like "Pay Piggy." I don't know how it fucking goes, but I appreciate it. Okay. So we head out there to the Montanica. Okay. Very first, just like this second we hit there. We were exhausted. We had driven up 26 hours to this thing. Okay, I think it took us actually longer than that. All right, it took us longer than that. So we get out there, and I tell my wife, I'm exhausted. Right. Last thing I want to do is go to a bar tonight. Even though I want to see all these guys that I know, the last thing I want to do is go to a bar. And she's like, well, let's just make an appearance, and then, we can kind of skip out a little early. They're going to understand because we're tired. And I'm like, okay, all right. Let's go to the bar. There's David Patrick Harry. All right. Next thing I know, I'm I'm not going to say a drinking contest. There was nothing formal, but there was a little bit of boozing going on. We were having a good time. And got to hang out with him and, David Patrick Harry and Father Deacon Ananias and all these guys. It was a great time up there, okay? So that you understand, the speakers who came up and they gave their speeches, the first guy was almost like an infomercial, right? He was talking about his organization, and I kind of tuned out a little bit. He's a nice enough kid, but I just kind of tuned out. David Patrick Harry comes up, and he delivers this stunning speech. Absolutely mind-blowing, stunning speech. Did it all from the hip, all off the top of his head, no notes, no nothing, okay? He tied in and outlined a huge organization and a conspiracy which exists to orchestrate transhumanism on the, not just American public, but on the world stage. It was absolutely amazing. Okay? Absolutely amazing. He killed it. Okay? He captured the attention of hundreds of people, and by the end of his speech, everybody's jaw was just dropped like this. They just couldn't believe it. Not the clergy in the room, not the people who were in the audience. Okay? And you had to be there. It was absolutely electric. Okay? Now, the breakfast with the oatmeal and the chocolate chips and shit was not very good. But they put on pretty good spread for lunch, and maybe I'll get into it. Okay? But the reason we didn't have any problems at the Montanica is because he called me and basically made me promise that we wouldn't. Okay? So, before he starts whining and crying about, Montanica, why didn't you do more? Well, you called me before, and they were crying to me, like, hey, man, I don't want to have any problems. It's not our event, blah, blah, blah. You know what I mean? It just irks me the wrong way, like, leave out that pertinent detail. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck would be afraid of Whitcoff? He's a toothpick. He's a toothpick. So anyway, let's get to the grift, okay? Let's get to the grift. So, first and foremost, you need to understand some things about me. I don't talk about myself very much on the program because the show, as a general rule, is not about me. The show, as a general rule, is about the debaters, about the audience, and about what other people are doing inside of these different political organizations that are terrible, they're horrible, they're messed up, et cetera, et cetera. Okay? Not about me. So I don't make it a habit of discussing myself, discussing, things that are personally going on with me or personal history or things like that, because it's just not what the show is about. It's not, there's nothing there that's interesting. It's just that it's just not what it's for. And it's never been for that. Okay? As a preface to all of this, I need everybody in the audience to understand I do not represent the Orthodox perspective. Okay? I'm not clergy. I have no intention of ever becoming clergy. Okay? I'm not a person with any type of ministry. Nothing like this. I represent only my own viewpoints. I do not represent the viewpoints of any Orthodox church anywhere, any Orthodox viewpoint anywhere. I just don't. This is just me explaining to you the grift-cough lies and what's going on. Okay? So that you understand. So, I'm going to talk a little bit about myself, only for the purposes of trying to explain to you that I have some intricate knowledge in some of the things that Whitcoff has lied about, chiefly his book, The Masons and Their Lies. I was a Freemason, Master Mason. I don't remember exactly how many years. I think think 3 or 4 years. Okay, I still have all of my dues cards. I still have the Lodge Bible that was dedicated to me by everybody in the lodge. Okay, I was a Freemason myself. There's things that always sat wrong with me that Witkoff said. Okay, yeah, 3rd degree, Master Mason, 3rd degree. Okay, there was always things that Witkoff said that bothered me. Okay, always. About his experiences within the Masons, the things that happened within the Masons, this type of thing. Okay? And so I went and did some looking. Okay? So I looked this guy up. I still have friends who are in the Grand Rapids Lodge number 34, which was the lodge that I was a member of. Okay? Called him up and I said, what the fuck is going on with this guy? Okay? He claims that he's a 32nd degree, and he won the the prestigious Albert Pike Award. So that you understand, the Pike Award, to my knowledge, I'd never even heard of that, by the way. I'd never heard of the Pike Award. Literally, when I was on the phone with the guy, I was like, what the fuck is the Pike Award? I'd never heard of it. Okay? Well, what it is that you pay like 10 grand plus to the organization, and they hand you a prestigious award. Okay? They hand you a little prestigious award. And that is the Pike Award. Okay? So, that's all it is. Literally. All it is you give them like 10 grand, and they give you an award. So, the Masons themselves, when you work your way up from the bottom to the top, okay, he claims that he was in the Scottish Rite, which that does go up to 33 degrees. Now, you need to understand that inside the lodge, when you're taking various degrees, they all have different requirements. This is even if you're a fellow craft before you ever reach, your Master Mason degree or whatever. There's all kinds of different requirements for each degree. Most of it's play acting. They put on plays, and you're a participant in the play, and you have lines that you have to memorize and various things like this. Okay, and just getting one of those together, because a lot of the old-timer Masons have died off. Okay, they're dead. A lot of the younger guys don't have the resources to even put together these types of plays to move through these various degrees. It's technically possible to move through all 32 degrees of the Scottish Rite in a single day. Technically, I don't know how. This is what I've been told, is that technically you could do it. It's insanely difficult to do. My understanding is it takes about 14 years, and I'll show you the evidence for that too. Okay? But these plays have a long form and a short form. For my master degree, for instance, I saw both the short form and the long form, and I was told very few people ever see the long form. The Masonic Lodge is full of absolute lies and bullshit and nonsense and this and that. But I think in some ways lying about your participation for clout is even worse than that. So Witkoff's history inside the lodge starts right around, according to him anyway, 2015. Okay? It takes him about 10 weeks to get to, Master Mason, which is highly accelerated, just so you know. Highly accelerated. I've never heard of anybody going from, an entered apprentice to a Master Mason in 10 weeks, but I suppose it's possible. It just all depends on the amount of dues that you want to pay. Here's where you'll see Master Mason Witkoff. He was a member of San Diego Lodge number 35. He's on the roster here as a 2015 officer. Okay? You can see him right here under Junior Steward, Michael Witkoff, 2015. Okay? Let me scroll that back up a little bit, just to make sure you can see it okay. So he's listed there, right? Sorry. For some reason, it doesn't want to come up on OBS. Not really sure why. 1 second, let me mess with this. There we go. So right there, that's Michael Witkoff, 2015 officer. Okay? 2015, roughly, is when this guy's, entire story within the Masons really starts to kind of pick up. Now, he was in before this, okay? But roughly 2015 is when you see him start as an officer in the lodge. Now, you can't see it very well. I'll see if I can't expand it for you a little bit. But what this says is his title is Junior Steward. Okay? Junior Steward. Now, just so you know, the Junior Steward, they're the guys basically who stand at the door with a sword. Right? And they clean the dishes, and they do stuff like that. It's basically a first officer kind of thing. It's like you're a second lieutenant butter bar, right? It's pretty much the lowest office you can have within the lodge. Okay? That's basically what that position is. 2016, he shows up again, okay? This time as Senior Steward, Michael Witkoff. Okay? And then he falls off the face of the earth. So we have 2 years, roughly, of this guy from 2015 to 2016 being inside of a Masonic lodge, okay, in Southern California, as first a junior steward, then as a senior steward, and then he's gone. Now, Grifkoff is very good at this, as you're going to see, okay? What he does is he seems to join various organizations, instantly become an expert on these organizations somehow, okay, and then he tries to capitalize on it. Now, if you're a person who instantly joins an organization and starts to try to capitalize on your participation in it immediately, that's the definition of a grifter. That is what grifters do, and it's all that grifters do. They go from organization to organization. As you heard in the intro, Witkoff has delved into hypnosis and various other things to help him with his various pitches when he's inside of these different organizations. Witkoff's first book comes into being this is The Secrets of the Square and Compass, okay, by Michael Witkoff. It's a pro-Masonic book, okay, pro-Masonic book. And he basically wrote this just a couple of months after being a Freemason, okay, just a couple of months. I think I have the timeline right there, okay. This is The Secrets of the Square and Compass by Michael Witkoff. Whether you're a Mason or just curious, this book will take you on a journey across several fields of study in order to study the symbolic square and compass from a variety of angles. This was published October 14th of 2015. Now remember, 2015, he's still a junior steward in this lodge, okay? He's a nobody. But he's already posting he's already writing a book almost instantly on the secrets of Masonry, right? The secrets of Masonry. So he's in the lodge, 2015. Okay? Barely has an officer position. According to his own book, he'd only been there for, maybe a little less than a year, I think. Maybe a little bit more. And he's writing a book about the secrets of the Masons, right? The square and compass. It's exactly what you would expect. Now, there was a review. I thought the review was pretty funny. The review essentially says, I can't believe that this guy actually published this 20-page pamphlet, right, which was basically a copy-paste hack job, okay? I feel like I've been lied to. I feel like I've been grifted, was what this guy's comment was, from the Secrets of the Square and Compass, right? Written almost immediately. Now, it takes a while to write something like this, right? So, he was probably working on this early on in his Masonic career, right? Remember, he's a prestigious, according to him, a prestigious 32nd degree Freemason in the Scottish Rite, okay? The Scottish Rite. Absolutely crazy, okay? So this is what he wrote. Now, moving forward, I need you to understand more things that Grifgoff has written that are just insane, okay? These aren't going to be in sequential order, but you'll be able to put them together as we go, okay? This book is called Cracking the Happy Code, 10 Simple Tips for a More Fulfilling Life by Michael Witkoff. Now, you remember in the intro he was basically talking with a person, and I'll put the podcast down in chat. And in this podcast, he's explaining, they're talking about the best ways to do marketing and sales pitches to people. And one of the things that they both agreed on, that was one of the best ways to do these types of sales pitches and marketing, was not to aggrandize yourself, okay? Not to aggrandize yourself, but rather to point out that you're going to offer something to them that's going to make them feel good, that's going to make them want to buy your product, this and that. And the whole sales pitch for this book, which, by the way, this book was written in January 11th, 2017. So this is post him being a Mason, and he writes Cracking the Happy Code. Here's his intro. See, my name is Michael Witkoff. When I was 27 years old, I was unemployed, addicted, and miserable, despite decades in therapy, a stint in rehab while my friends were graduating from college without me, and enough psychiatric medication to kill a small horse. Why does this not surprise me? By 29, I was a sober and successful entrepreneur who wakes up overflowing with gratitude for how amazing my life is now each and every day, and it's all because of what you're about to learn. I get up. This sounds like the most grifting book. I get up when I want to. Yeah, I've never seen that before. Never seen those videos. Anybody else ever seen those videos? Right? If you want to be a successful entrepreneur, you have to, you know what I mean? It's the whole grip. Get up when I want to. I work from home on my own time and schedule. And best of all, I have the utter joy of knowing that I'm living out my purpose here on Earth. It's a life I couldn't have dreamed of before. I discovered and implemented these 10 simple-to-use tips you're about to discover when you pick up your copy of this amazing little book, right? Then he goes on to give you all of these different things that you're going to get inside of the book, right? So his essential message here in 2017 is, right, don't you want to be happy? You can be like me. Right? The guy who was in psychiatric therapy for years and took tons of drugs. The same thing that I'm mad about at Jay Dyer because I think he smokes pot, he says, right? But you could be happy like him. And he's going to give you the 10 simple tips for a more fulfilling life. Okay? More fulfilling life. You're going to crack the happiness code. Right? He's got the way to do it. Just listen to Witkoff, right? He publishes this. Post-Masonic Adventures. Okay? Post-Masonic Adventures, more of what you need to see, is the tenets of the Cathar revival. This was again written in 2017 by Michael Witkoff. Never seen anything like it. It's absolute madness. Madness. Okay? If you're like most people reading this, you saw that word at the top of your screen and did not recognize it. May have even caused you to do a double take or wondered whether I made a typo. I did not. Catharism was a flourishing middle-aged Christian heresy which was so successful in pulling other Christians away from the Catholic Church, blah, 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 blah. Okay? Goes through this whole litany. I was born and raised in the Reformed Jewish synagogue, which is about as far as you can get from the actual religion before you hit secular humanism. Point 2, I didn't find it spiritually fulfilling, essentially. Point 3, point 4, point 5. But what all of this leads to is him trying to do this Catharism revival. Okay? Same Michael Witkoff. Same. Trying to do the Cathar revival. What the Now, this is a Gnostic order. Yeah, basically, that's exactly correct. It's a guru complex, right? He's going to go through and he's going to resurrect, okay, this Cathar order. Now, if you think that it's not him, you're incorrect. This is indeed Michael Witkoff, copywriter, consultant, and he also identifies himself as a Cathar. Okay? Which are these Gnostic heretics, essentially. He was going to bring back the Gnostic heretical order. Okay? Another one in the same year, 2017, this time on June 24th, Why I Reject Trinitarianism by Michael Witkoff. Okay? Again, copywriter, consultant, Cathar, right? And in this, he goes on to explain to you why it is that he thinks that the Trinity, needs to be rejected, that it makes no sense, that it's insane, the whole 9 yards. Okay? So this is Why I Reject Trinitarianism, posted on June 24th, 2017 by Michael Witkoff. Okay? If you're not a Christian yet, here's a brief explanation. Remember, he's trying to resurrect Catharianism, I guess you all right, Catharianism, I don't know what it is. Okay? This Gnostic heretical religion. It seems like a strange thing. You know, he goes on this long, kind of endless road all about the rejection of the Holy Trinity, why he rejects it, why it's bad, why it's stupid, why you shouldn't fall for it, you know, the whole 9 yards. Now, this is just in 2017, okay? 2017. So, 2015, we're a Mason. 2016, we're a Mason. You know what I mean? The whole 9 yards, and then suddenly, bam. Okay? So, there's things that Witkoff needs to provide. Okay? Things that I don't even believe him when he says that he was a 32nd degree Mason. He should have some kind of electronic communication back and forth with Lodge number 35 proving the 32nd degree. He should have a dues card of some kind somewhere, right? There should be something. So every single time they were going to give him a degree, there's going to be some kind of communication that's involved with that to set it up. Because, like I said, lots of them have plays and different things that are going to require a lot of different Masons, okay? I literally don't believe the guy. I don't believe that he was a 32nd degree. Don't think he even got the Pike Award. Don't think he had the $10,000 to pay for it. I don't think he was prestigious in the lodge at all. I think that he wrote this book, The Square Compass, when he had just barely become a Mason, because that's what grifters do. They become an expert instantly in a field, right, at least according to them, and then they begin monetizing it almost right away. So we see that along his Masonic journey. Okay? We know exactly what it looked like when he was inside of the Freemasons because San Diego Lodge number 35 explains it to us. Okay? What you need to understand is this was sent over to me just so that you note, generally, to attain the 32nd degree, a Freemason must have been a Master Mason for 14 years and been elected Master of the Lodge and have satisfactorily served on the Supreme Council. Okay? Now, this goes hand in hand with what I was told by either current lodge members or former ones, who explained kind of in depth that while it's possible, highly, highly unlikely. So again, what are we doing? We're moving from one grift to the next. We start with the Masonic grift, we're doing copywriting, we're doing going to revive the Cathar order, the tenets of the Cathar revival. Now, what does that have to do? Now, you could be saying to yourself right now, but BPF, okay? He converted. He converted to Orthodoxy, so what's the problem? Well, there wouldn't be a problem. We wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. Except what happened again. You have the patristic faith, which exists as an entity trying to promote orthodoxy, orthodox values, and in Scripture. Okay? Witkoff is a member of this organization. Following in suit with all of his previous behavior, what does he do? Okay? He becomes a self-proclaimed expert. He buys Brother, which, by the way, I don't know if you guys know this, but you can actually contact this group, and it's legit, and they'll sell you the title Brother, and that's what he did. He bought the title Brother, so he's Brother Augustine, okay? Suddenly, he's an expert, okay, and he has a ministry, and he has all of these things, okay? He's an expert in the field. And so what does he do? He picks a fight instantly with Jay Dyer, right? I'm going to be the guy. I'm going to be the man. This is the most typified form of grifting that I've ever seen in my life, okay? It just establishes this pattern. Over and over and over again, this pattern. Okay, so Witkoff is a Mason. Mason for a couple of years, he's an expert. He's going to publish a bunch of books on it, which, by the way, his most recent one on the Masons and their lies. Okay? This book is particularly interesting because it's essentially just a rewrite. Okay? It's essentially just a rewrite of his original pro-Masonic messaging. He just rewrote it and then repackaged it. And he says that the reason that he did that in his own opening was because, he had people from the Orthodox ministry, various ministries or priests or something reach out to him and say, hey, can you possibly, explain or make a manual for people to explain to them that, why Masons are evil. So this guy who made this, so he's made pro-Masonic books at this point. Okay, he's tried to lead a Cathar revival. Okay, he's gone over why Trinitarianism is bad. Just a couple years later, he's going after Jay Dyer and the patristic faith and saying that they have the entirety of what they consider their theological grounding incorrect. Okay? So this is grift. You see the pattern. The pattern emerges very quickly. Okay? And this is what happens. Again, Joe, just to address that comment. He says, it seems like a guy who was lost and found orthodoxy. I could accept that. That would be fine. Except now, inside of orthodoxy, we're seeing the exact same pattern emerge of a person who claims expertise in topics they have no expertise on, using the same sales pitches that he's admitted to in previous podcasts, using manipulation tactics and hypnosis, backstabbery, talking shit behind the scenes about people, saying Jay Dyer's a junkie, saying that he's running a cult, right? This is not a person who's looking for unification. This is a person who's looking for attention and a person who's looking to foundationally rise. Okay? He's one of these guys, you see this all the time, they think that if your star gets dimmed, that makes their star brighter. Okay? Again, we wouldn't even be having this conversation if he was like, look, I was a shameless grifting scumbag once. Okay? Now I found orthodoxy, all is well. Everybody could accept that, couldn't they? They would be like, oh, okay, yeah, no problem, bro. Once upon a time you were a shameless grifting scumbag and a Freemason, and now you're not, right? Now you're good. But he didn't do that. He went, oh, once upon a time I was a shameless grifting scumbag, and I'm still a shameless grifting scumbag. Okay? It's still a shameless grifting scumbag. This is the problem. This is the pattern. Okay? This is the pattern. Now, I didn't want you to miss the infomercial. Okay? I thought that would be bad, so I'll just go ahead and play it for you, because I think you need the whole context, right? You need to see for yourself the level of with ease manipulative grift that this guy is capable of as he tries to convince you to buy ShamWow. Okay? Here's Witkoff trying to convince you to buy ShamWow, right? Try my product.
Hey everyone, this is Michael from Level Up Copy and Advertising. I don't usually make videos like this. I don't usually talk about money publicly, but I've just had the most insane week of my life financially, and it's because of Gallant, so I wanted to say thank you to him and tell you guys what's going on. So when I hired him a few weeks ago, I was very skeptical because I've had other mentors in the past who took a lot of my money and didn't really help me, but I hired him on referral from a friend that I trust, and that was a couple weeks ago, and I told him my goal is to make $5,000 a month with my copywriting business, which to me was my pipe dream from when I started my business 2 years ago, and was not something I really thought I'd be able to achieve. Well, this week, in the last 7 days, because of Gallant's coaching, I have made over $10,500 in 7...
Come on, man! No, you didn't. No, you didn't. This guy didn't come on the scene and make you $10,500 in 7 weeks. It's just such a shameless lie, But look how he says it. He says it without an ounce of thought. It's just like second nature. You know what I mean? Second nature. Over $10,500. Buy my product. You know what I mean? Every ounce of this guy screeches grift. All of it just screeches grift. And once again, he's grifting now, going after people inside of orthodoxy. There's other people who do that as well, okay? Me, I shouldn't even be involved. I shouldn't even have to discuss any of this. The problem is that, as I've learned, if I don't, it seems like nobody else ever does. And so the snakes kind of get a pass, you know what I mean? They just kind of get a pass. And this is the definiendo of what a grift looks like, okay, in real time. Real time. Mind you, I think he and his wife were selling bracelets at Orthodox Montanica for like over $200, these little bracelets and shit. Like he monetizes everything he's involved with. Right? Masonry, which is a spiritual journey, according to the Masons anyway. Gonna monetize that. Gonna monetize everything that he's ever a part of. It has to be monetized. He's gonna get the expertise, gotta monetize it. You can watch this pattern. It's the most emergent thing I've ever seen. Okay? Mongoose McQueen says, sound good. Can you help me pick up chicks too? My understanding is that he did do pickup artistry as well. I didn't want to focus on that because I just didn't think it was that important, right? Pickup artistry to me just is like, there's all kinds of fucking people who are into that shit. Some of them actually don't do it for any type of fame at all. They really think that they're helping their fellow guy out. I was never into that shit. I don't know much about it, but that was not what I was going to focus on. Yeah, I think they were over $200 for a single bracelet. I could be wrong, but I think that that's what I saw. Okay, was that they were over like $200. Monetizing everything. It is truly the grift that keeps on grifting from Gritcoff. Okay, and we're not done with the video yet. Okay, the grift continues. The grift continues. Okay.
7 days. That's more than twice as much in 1 week as I even thought I could make in a month.
He never made that. Come on, dude. No way. That it's just it sounds like every top down fucking pyramid scheme, multi-level marketing scam that I've ever heard in my life. Doesn't it? I made $10,500 in 1 week, and that's more than I ever thought I would make in 2 years. Like, where's the receipts then, Whitcock? Let's see the receipts. Okay? Let's see the receipts, or say I was lying. How about that? Let's see the receipts for any of this. Or we can say, that you're just lying. You're shamelessly lying. Yes, that's true. Witkoff was removed from patristic faith. That is also true. They had significant concerns with him as well. Chiefly that he was hammering at them. Okay? Hammering at his own organization that he was a part of because, who knows? Whatever he thinks is going to seemingly make him the most in monetary gain is what he's going to do. Chris Hazelton for $2 says, but wait, there's more. Billy Mays would be proud. Billy Mays would be proud.
Now, this is blowing my mind. I think it might even just be the beginning of something even better. But
it's blowing my mind. Like, he's got the whole grift pitch,
The point is, I've gotten so much out of his coaching, out of his consulting. I've blasted past the goals that I had, past all the limiting beliefs I had that were keeping me thinking small, that were keeping me undervaluing myself and my potential. If you haven't signed up for his consulting yet, seriously, do it. Invest in him. It will be the best investment that you ever make in your business. My mind is blown. You can tell I'm talking really fast.
Lots of mind blowing. He's super excited. He wants you to hear the inflection in his voice. All the makings and markings of a con artist.
I'm having trouble following my thoughts because I never in my life thought I'd make more than 10 grand in a week. This is
Didn't make fucking 10 grand in a week. I don't believe you.
Incredible. So, Gallant, thank you so much, dude. You are the best, and as you like to say, see you at the top.
See you at the top, right? So he does these courses in hypnosis. He's got the degree in psychology. Okay, all of this, and it all comes together. Okay, all comes together to formulate the perfect grift. And just like we're seeing this grift happen in real time on the side of the aisle, okay, we have been seeing this grift happen in the background with Witkoff. Anyhow, if you just follow the various things that he has been up to since essentially the late 2014 when he started with the Masons. Now, this is just the tip of the iceberg, and where there's smoke, there's a lot of fire, okay? Inside of his own book, which is filled with contradictions in and of itself, and you look at the rejection of the Trinity, the Cathar Revival, it's just insane, okay? The grifting is insane. Now, I would be remiss if I did not explain to you that there's more here. That David Erhan, of course, has had problems with Michael Witkoff, okay? What happened with David Erhan? Well, our good grifting buddy Griftkoff over here, while he was feuding with Jay Dyer, he decided that it would be a good idea. I think he was trying to poke fun at Jay, and it just kind of backfired on him. He seemed to think that it was a great idea to send out this, which is a tweet from Brother Augustine. This is from May 16th. He says, I don't ever want to make an idol of myself. This is part of the purity spiral of Brother Augustine as he, Griftkoff, as he's going through the nobody's good enough, and I'm going to get to some more of that here in just a second. I don't ever want to be or want to make an idol of myself, so feel free to roast me in this thread. I'm stupid, ugly, my music sucks, my books are badly written, my videos are gay, have at it. It'll be good for my soul. Okay. David Erhan says, You're making yourself into an idol with posts like these, okay? Especially right after feuding with someone and accusing them of not being able to take insults. And what does our friend Griftkoff do? Griftkoff blocks him on Twitter, right? Blocks him. Awesome, right? As this guy is purity spiraling, telling you why you're not good enough. Now, so you understand, I watched Griftkoff's speech at the Orthodox Montanica. He went third, okay? And I will, for once, I hate name-ems in the chat. Everybody knows what I mean by name-em, okay? But I will say this. There's a whole lot of oy vey in there. You know what I mean? Whole lot of oy vey here. It just screams of every stereotype you could ever imagine. You know, like, I hate saying that, but it does. It just screams every oy vey stereotype that's anyone's ever come up with. Okay? Ever. And like I said, I hate name-ems, okay? I hate the name-ems. They're wrong about everything. The Wignats are wrong basically about everything. But, like, this just screeches oy vey. Okay? It does. It just reinforces every stereotype that you could possibly imagine. Okay? Every stereotype you could imagine is reinforced here. Super annoying. Okay? Because that also, by the way, makes it much more difficult for my work when I'm dealing with these ethno-nats and wignats and taking them on, and then they can point at shit like this, and what do they say? Right? Look at that! Isn't that proof of our position? You know what I mean? It's just so counterintuitive. This is exactly what grifters do. Okay? It's exactly what they do. Very frustrating. Okay? Very frustrating. So there he is. He's purity spiraling. Now, in his speech at Orthodox Montanica, okay, he stared down at the podium basically the entire time. He was very difficult to hear. And he kind of went in this prattling diatribe, okay? And in this diatribe, he explained that toxic people who are in your life, you just need to get rid of them, right? It was almost a wish it, want it, do it kind of speech. You know what I mean? A wish it, want it, do it kind of speech. He just went on this kind of long diatribe about toxic people and how they bring you down and how they destroy you. And, you know, if somebody's in your life, even if they're drinking or if they're doing things like this, if any degree, you know, just get rid of them, cut them out. Look at how well it worked for me. It's always look at how well it worked for me. Look at how well it worked for me. Look how well it worked on for me. So, at the end of this speech, at the front of the Montanica where all the clergy was sitting, there was a priest who was there. Okay, he's the priest. And, you know, he kind of raises his hand and he says, I have a question. You know, basically, why on earth would we want to do that? Our job is to go where the sinner is. Okay, our job is to intermingle and convert. That's our job. And he chastised him in front of everybody. It was very humiliating for Witkoff, and you could tell that it was. He doesn't have any idea what the fuck he's talking about. Okay, so he gets well, he wasn't shouted down, but he was chastised. He was chastised nicely, I guess. Okay, but he was chastised big leak, as Trump would put it. So that you understand, the night before this, when we were all out on the town, okay, out on a night on the town, all of us were out there, okay, and there was this brothel. I mean, it wasn't a brothel, I guess, it was a bar, but there was literal prostitutes out in the front, in Butte, Montana, in front of this bar, okay, drunks passing out, literally. Okay, little hole-in-the-wall sidebar. a type of place you could really only comfortably fit about 15 people, but there's, 100 inside of it, and it's shoulder to shoulder. It was just a hallway, essentially. Okay? Basically, it was just a hallway. And we're all in there, and it's a rough crowd, and everybody's tatted up, and we're all drinking, and we're all being, salty assholes. A lot of the guys who came out to the Montanica were a rough crowd, okay? And in walks his father, okay? And you could have heard a pin drop, and the whole bar stops and looks over at him. All of them. There's an Irish Catholic guy sitting to my right, and he goes, "Hey, come over here and have a drink with me, Father." Not Orthodox, just Catholic. "Come over here, have a drink with me, Father." Whole place couldn't wait to buy him around. Whole place encircled him to explain to him their different various issues that they're having and problems. Couldn't wait to buy him a drink. He was obviously well known, so he was speaking from experience, and he shut him down right there at the end of his speech. Shut him down. Okay? And I watched that happen in real time. Okay? Watched it happen in real time, him get shut down. This grift is continuous, okay? It's not going to stop. He's in it now too far, okay? So now you'll see the cope. But ask for the receipts, okay? Ask for the receipts. Where's the receipts for these things that you claim? All right? Where's the receipts? Where's the receipts for these tens of thousands of dollars that you made as a copywriter you still claim to this day? Where are they? Okay? Where's the receipts that you were a 32nd degree Freemason, you won the Pike Award? Where's that? Where is all of this stuff that would fill in these gaps that this guy has been so adamantly trying to hide as he was busy denying the Trinity and trying to revive this Gnostic order of Cathars? These are the questions that I want the answers to, okay? This is what I want to know. Because the whole thing to me, ladies and gentlemen, sure as hell looks like one continuous grift from beginning to end, starting in late 2014. Okay? All of it. Cracking the happy code. Okay? Now we're going to pull this up real quick, and I'm going to let you listen as Witkoff explains by his own admission what exactly the way that he grifts and how he was trained to grift, what his training in grifting actually is, so that you can hear for yourself as he goes over it, compare it with his behavior over the last, 7-8 years of his life, and it seems to match up really friggin' well. So we'll give it a listen.
As always, Adelamarchi, and today we are basically sponsored by Adelamarchi.com, StorySellingBlueprint.com, and LevelUpCoffee.com, of which we've got the CEO, owner, and founder of LevelUpCoffee.com, Michael Witkoff, with us. Did I get your name like I did? Cool, Michael. Glad to be here, man.
Thank you. I appreciate the invitation. It was good meeting you on that webinar with the other guys, and I'm excited to see where this goes.
Hell yeah. For the people that haven't actually checked it out, I'm posting the webinar link on my site, adelamarch.com. Just search Roundtable, because we had Carlos Redlick on there recently. We've got Michael on, and we should have the other guys, Ace and Ronnie on later on at some point as well, because it was really fun talking to them. But Michael and I really connected, because while we were doing the name 3 things that you can learn from each other, or whatever it was, we just kind of like riffed on exactly the same thing about energy, projection, esoteric shit. So, I had to get him on the show because, you know how I like weird people. I'm talking weird as shit, so we had fun with it. All right, Michael, give us a little bit of an introduction about you, how long you've been writing, what you've been up to, and what the latest is.
So,
Hey,
now,
welcome to another episode.
Here you'll find Witkoff going into his, kind of his early life story here, okay? Explaining kind of his path to how he got started in the grift world.
Thing about energy projection, esoteric shit. So, I had to get him on the show because, you know how I like weird people. I'm fucking weird as shit, so we have fun with it. All right, Michael, give us a little bit of an introduction about you. How long you've been writing, what you've been up to, and what the latest is.
So, my background is in face-to-face fundraising. So when I moved, I've lived all over the country, but I lived in Hawaii for a while, for 5 months, in this kind of like hippie community out in the jungle, which was a good time. I don't think I'd go back, but it was fun. Then I moved to San Diego, and I basically had no money, and I needed a job, and my uncle helped me find this job working for canvassing for an environmental group, and it paid like 12 or 13 bucks an hour, which a few years ago was pretty good, especially considering you get to stand outside and talk to your friends all day. So I started doing that. I started standing outside in malls, calling people over, getting them to sign up for monthly donations, going door to door, doing the same thing, and I did it for a whole bunch of different companies. I did generating solar leads door to door. I worked for San Diego Gas and Electric for a while, going door to door, and eventually realized that I was actually pretty good at what I was doing. And I actually have graduated from hypnotherapy school as well, so I have some NLP and hypnosis skills that I would weave into my pitches where applicable. And eventually decided, for a number of reasons that we can go into on the call if you want. Some of it gets a little bit dark, but a few reasons I decided to try my hand online with the same skills. And
so he explains he was a door-to-door canvasser. Okay, he realized that he was pretty good at convincing people to do shit that he wanted them to do, and he decided to take the grift online.
Copywriting is not that fundamentally different from face-to-face sales. Similar structure and flow. So I started writing for myself at first. I had a book in the men's dating world that I sold 500 or 600 copies of, and that was my first successful venture. And then quickly realized that basically every single business needs copy, because even if you have the best product in the world, no one's going to find it, no one's going to care, no one's going to buy it unless you can demonstrate that your product solves their problem. That's what they care about, right?
Yeah.
And this is actually something, this is something that basically every client, when they come to me, they have the same problem. And I started this way too, where their ad is all about them and how great they are and their qualifications. And
unbelievable.
How great I am syndrome, right?
Yeah.
People,
how great I am syndrome.
Once they're interested, and once they've recognized that you understand them, that you have been where they are, and hooked them somehow, and then once they're interested, that's when that kind of stuff matters. So it's just kind of taken off from there, and now I write for a whole bunch of different people and companies, and just got some good news today about a promotion I did for a client, which I stupidly did not ask for a royalty on, which is a lesson learned, and I will not make that mistake again. So yeah, it's just been an adventure.
That's pretty awesome, man. I'm really happy to hear that. Now, just kind of backtracking a little bit, because there's something you said that is really stupidly important for everyone listening in. Obviously, this is an audio interview that we'll be doing. Michael literally said that you need to start kind of like exemplifying yourself and showing, look how great I am. That great I am syndrome works at certain times, but when you're starting off the best thing...
They're literally talking to each other and giving answers on how to grift live. This is what these guys are doing right this second. They're saying how you can package anything so that people will buy it. This is literally a lesson in how to grift 101.
You can do, because you will face imposter syndrome. I think nearly everyone faces imposter syndrome at one point or another. The way that you overcome that is when you're writing your promotions, go through something what we call WIIFM, WIIFM, which is what's in it for me. I think Gary...
Well, I'm sorry there, Joe. Right? It's not like we didn't know that the simp army, who has been brainwashed by our hypnosis and hypnotist friend Michael Witkoff, Griftkoff, wouldn't come in the chat. Joe says it really does feel like bullying. Oh, is it bullying? Oh, it's bad. I'm bullying. All the faults raised tonight are things that Witkoff has already spoken about and repented for. Bullshit. If you speak about things like this and you repent of them, you don't keep doing them. The whole reason that this even has to happen is because the guy won't stop doing this shit. If he would have stopped, there wouldn't be a problem. He'd still be on patristic faith. We wouldn't have to deal with his ass inside of these spheres. where he's causing all these problems. He didn't stop. Why do you not get that? He didn't just quit. He just keeps going.
How coined that term, and it's served me so well. But like, kind of backtracking to give you guys an example, I was writing an email sequence for a friend of mine this morning. I say writing, I was more or less just like looking through and telling them what to change. It was blocks of paragraphs, which is a no-no, but more importantly, it was everything just almost started with I, me, my journey, stuff.
Yep.
And I was like, dude, cut all this shit out and just write. So I started out like this, and this, just like you. Continue on about that, and it worked.
Yeah.
It's such a powerful thing.
The only time that look how great I am works in a promotion is if you're leading with proof, like if you're showing a picture of your results, because that is enough to hook people and it answers the question, what's in it for me, right? So like Mike Dillard, I've seen his ads on Facebook about growing your list, and right there is a big picture of his charts and his metrics. So that's kind of look how great I am, but it's in a way that the audience cares about and adds a lot of authority and credibility.
Grifting 101.
But that's different than just talking about your own self.
I'm actually going to go ahead and add another example. The way that you can say, look how great I am as well works is when you're running, I really want to get this guy on the show, Donald Miller, because he's fucking awesome. If you haven't checked out his stuff, I recommend that you do. Donald is more of a story brand guy. I wouldn't call him a direct response copywriter, but he uses a lot of our principles in his promotions. And that dude's entire thing is like, build your story about how you start off, like take him through the hero's journey, you know, all the other stuff. And you can start with, look at how great I am now, but it wasn't always this way before. And you kind of like do a prelude and like, this is where I am today, check where I started out though. This is the journey of a great person, and now this is the shit I'm going to teach you how to get there. So it works in several ways now you can get there. But with that being said, something I did want to explore with you as well is that it's really funny how many copywriters, and great copywriters really.
Look, Joe, you're a simp, bro. Sorry. It's all laid out, okay? Joe, let me ask you a question, honestly. Put it in chat if you're actually going to do it, because I'm just curious. Are you going to go ask Grifkoff for the receipts, bro? Just put in chat, no, I'm not going to actually ask him. Go ahead. You know? Come on, man. Tell me. Are you going to go ask Grifkoff for the receipts or not, Joe? You got 30 seconds to answer before your ass is banned out of my chat for good. Yes or no, Joe? Are you going to ask him, or are you just going to sit and chat and bitch and whine like a girl? Come on. Yes or no, Joe? Clock's ticking, buddy. Clock's ticking. Are you going to ask him or not? Are you going to go over and ask Grifkoff for the receipts? Where you at, Joe? Well, you were so talkative 15 seconds ago. What happened? Where you at? Come on, buddy. Yes or no? You going to go ask him? Go do it on Twitter right now, Joe. Say you want the receipts. Okay? You want the receipts. And guess what? If the guy didn't buy the brother title, fine, I'll retract it. I have no problem with that. No issue at all retracting things if I'm wrong. Okay? No big deal. But Joe, where are you, Joe? Come on, Joe. I'm here, but I'm listening a few minutes behind. Yeah, we know, Joe, but you heard what I said. Come on. Are you going to go ask him, Joe? You're not going to go ask him, are you? Just say no. And then he can stay in the chat. Okay? American Nacho says this $5 is to start a fund for Joe's safe space.
Yeah, do you know where the bell curve came from? It came from a book.
Come on, Joe! Get in there, Joe. Tell us. Your time's running out, Joe. I feel like your 30 seconds... You know how benevolent I am. Your 30 seconds came and it went, and I'm still waiting for your response, Joe. Okay? Are you going to go ask him? What are you asking me about? He says, okay, one more time, Joe. One more time, okay? Are you going to go ask Witkoff for the receipts, or are you a simp, Joe? Straight up question. Are you a simp, or are you actually going to go ask him for the receipts? Yeah, I'll move on in a second. This is important. Because I want to know if Griftkoff's sycophants are actually going to go ask him, or if he needs to get banned. I just skipped to the end a few minutes behind. Sure, I'll ask him. Good. Ban Joe anyway.
And marketers and salespeople start off in door-to-door, face-to-face selling. Like, if you can say, who was it? Who's the investor? It was a really great...
Just because he took longer than 30 seconds.
Don't know what's eluding me right now. Could be Warren Buffett, could be something else. It was, I don't do business with, like, when I'm buying companies or investing in them, I have a simple thing that I look for that tells me how good that company's going to be as in the startup. And that is, I look at if the CEO or president of the company or the head of sales has ever done door-to-door sales. If they've ever done that, I will happily put my money in because they know how to sell. Because a lot of VPs of sales have never fucking sold a thing. I don't know if you actually know this, but the majority of like VP of sales, I think like 50% have never actually sold a damn thing on the phone.
I think that like 100% of stats almost are made up on the spot too.
And tell other people how to do it.
Do you know where the bell curve came from?
Interesting. Yeah, it's essentially like we're going to repeat back what we've been told rather than
rest in peace, Joe.
This is what you need to do.
Yeah, I mean, we used to do so. I don't think people realize, like, you go out, and I won't name the company, but you go out and you see, let's say, environmental groups canvassing. You know, they're hippies. They usually smell like weed. They have beads in their hair, tattoos, and everything. And they're talking about the environment, saving the environment. People don't realize what a ruthless and cutthroat environment it actually is for the canvassers. So every single morning, before we go hit the streets, as it was called, we would stand there pitching each other, giving each other like three...
Okay, now this is important. As Griftkoff is about to dive in and explain to you this hitting the streets and what that meant, and how they practiced grifting with one another, and how to get around the arguments that their potential customers might have against them trying to push whatever their canvassing product was, right? Truly, this is, I mean, it's amazing to listen to it live, honestly.
4 or 5 objections in a row just to practice what we call objection cycling.
Yep.
So we had a very specific structure and format we would use to overcome objections, get them interested again. It's very in-depth and hardcore sales that's going on. And also you get fired if you miss your quota for 2 weeks, even if you've been at this company for years.
Wow.
So there's high competition, high turnover. You really either learned how to pitch and close, or you just didn't have a job. So it was really phenomenal training for me.
Yeah, it really is. And I think I even spoke to this like, it was a tip that we gave with last week with Carlos as well, was pitch each other every day. Like, no matter what, it's just pitch each other, because that will keep you sharp. If you're in business, I think that's the first thing you should do every morning. It's like, pitch yourself in the morning. Like, go and say, all right, how are we going to do this? We're going to do this. Give yourself an objection. Like, I don't feel like doing this today. Well, I totally understand that. This is how it goes. Objection cycle around it. I appreciate how you feel, but I think it would be...
Man, it's all that self-help motivational bullshit, you know, wrapped up into a canvassing. And, you know, this is exactly how, like, multi-level marketers talk. You know, the whole 9 yards. This, what you're seeing in real time. The evidence is there. It's all there. We'll post links to all of it. You can see what this guy has said for yourself. You can see what he says inside this podcast. Okay? This is what's going on. Yeah, well, I mean, Hofend, if you don't want to watch the stream, don't watch the stream. But I think that this is important. Do you not understand why this is so important? You may not know this, but there's a huge war being waged behind the scenes nobody sees. Okay? Organizations like the Patristic Faith, which there's very few of in Orthodox churches almost globally, are under systemic attack, and nobody even knows that it's happening. There's enemies everywhere, including inside of these organizations. Okay? What has happened is that this guy has been preying on the goodwill of Christians. Okay? It's hyper-predatory. Hyper-predatory. Okay? You got to think how easy it's got to be. He's got to be able to see him coming from a mile away, right? He's been trained in this. He's been trained to spot a mark. He's been trained in how to make the pitch. He's been trained in how to do the whole 9 yards. And he preys upon the good nature of the most forgiving lot of people on planet Earth. Right? What comes in to orthodoxy are people often who are broken. Broken men. Lost it all, been completely destroyed, made terrible life choices, and they turn it around, right? The church is there. And that's what it's there to do. But the flip side to the coin, the other end of the knife, is that kind of good nature can be so well taken advantage of. Okay? So well taken advantage of that it becomes a predatory relationship between the two parties. Now, I watched this unfold. I watched him attack Dyer. I've watched him attack the patristic faith. I was on the other end of phone calls where he told me these things. Okay? That Dyer was some type of cult leader and a drug addict. You know what I mean? He did deny the Luciferian claim, but I've got that in writing too. What I'm saying to you is that, no, it is important. You might not think that it is, but it is. And seeing the outline that happens in following a person's pattern of behavior over a multitude of years when they're an adult, especially an early adult, it gives you the leeway and the trend to understand what they're going to do next and where they're heading right now. There is no change in the pattern of behavior. Okay? There isn't any. Now, you can get mad about it all you want. You can be upset about it. Okay? But don't be a fool. Don't allow your own good nature to freaking allow you to get preyed upon. All right? It's good to be forgiving. I agree. Okay? But it's a lot different to just let somebody take advantage of you and your organization over and over and over again and allow them to keep on doing it over and over and over again. That's insanity. Right? It's insanity. Again, I do political stuff. I don't get into this kind of stuff very often. But this needed to happen. This needed to be stated. People needed to understand these words. Where's the receipts? If there's no receipts, then just say that you're full of shit, you've been a grifter, and then the church will probably still forgive you. That's the thing, right? It's all said and done. You could just be honest about the entire thing, and you'll probably still get forgiven for it. Probably still get forgiven for it. And it's like, what has happened, what has occurred, what continues to occur. Do you think that Witkoff's just going to let this Jay Dyer thing go? No. It's going to come back up again. He wasn't on Twitter but a couple of weeks before he was already trying to supplant who he saw as the head of orthodoxy. He's the guy, the head of it. You know? Which is, in some ways, it's given a lot more credit to Jay Dyer than Jay Dyer deserves, to be honest with you, right? Dyer's a great apologist. He's a great debater. He's a great apologist. He's a great researcher. He does fantastic streams, right? But he's not like the guy to supplant to become in charge of Orthodox. It's just so stupid, but it's the way a grifter's mind works, right? I want to be that. I want to be that thing. It's just insane to me. So no. It's important. Very important. And we're going to listen to a little bit more of this because I do think that you need to understand these tactics as they're laid out.
Much better for you if you did this and then you just get yourself to do it. It's an easy way of practicing. But kind of jumping off of that, what would you say would be the most influential book that's ever influenced you in terms of business and life?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? You kind of cut out there for a second.
Sorry, dude. But yeah, what was it like? The question was, what would be...
He's been booted out of the patristic faith already.
...that have influenced your life and business?
The most influential book. It's funny you ask. I was just thinking about this the other day. So we're going to get a little bit more esoteric here than I think, because a lot of people ask me all the time, like, who do you follow? What business books do you read? And the vast majority of the books I read are not business related. You know, I've read Breakthrough Advertising and Great Leads, and those are really important fundamentals for business. I read the New Testament at least once a day. There's so much in there that keeps me going in life and just inspires me and keeps me grounded and keeps me sane. So I do a lot of that. There's a book called The Master Key System by Charles Hunnell that I have been going through recently that's really, really great stuff.
Great stuff, right there.
Yeah, as long as you actually do the exercises. I do 15 minutes of that per night, what he calls going into the...
Reads a lot of New Testament, okay, in order to help him with his marketing pitches and his grifts. He doesn't even use the sources, the grift book sources, right? He blends all of these things together, right? That was kind of a nuke on him. You know, what do you read? Well, it's the New Testament. I take a lot of my inspiration from that as I go out and canvas and grift. You know? Who knows what the next grift will be, right? Maybe he'll move into Catholicism. Okay? But this is just, it's such typified behavior. It's disgusting.
The stillness or the silence, whatever his term for it was, where basically I just sit completely still, clear mind, you know,
meditate,
practicing what thoughts I'll allow to pass through my mind or not, just to
wish it wanted
become a better master of my own fortress, as you could say.
Mm-hmm.
And on a similar note to that, there's a book called The Kybalion.
Yep, I've got one.
The Kybalion. Oh, you got it? You read it?
Oh,
awesome,
yes,
right?
Hold up one second. For the guys that, it's not going to be on video, but I'll post it up. I've got it somewhere around here. You know when you have like so many books that you can't remember where the hell you just put the damn thing? But yeah, please continue on about the Kybalion.
So it's written by, it's attributed to what's called 3 initiates. I'm pretty sure I know who 2 of them are. I think.
Sorry, Louis, all yours.
William Walker Atkinson, who's one of my favorite authors. I'm pretty sure another one of the 2 is Paul Foster Case.
Grifters.
I'm not sure who the third is, or if there even is a third one. But basically, what it taught me, similar to the Master Key System, was the laws that govern your own mind.
Yep.
Because when you get a handle on how your own mind works, and you actually take control of it instead of being pulled this way and that way by all the different thoughts and instincts and impulses that will drag you around until you get control of it, it just results in such a more stable and successful and peaceful and happy life. Yeah, there you go. Right there.
Found it.
The Book of Hermetic Philosophy. Exactly.
See,
Philosophy of...
So this is the, you know, it's magical ritualistic thinking. The old, you know, you manifest the things that you want. Don't let your mind control you. You control your mind, and then your mind manifests the thing that, you know, we've been hearing about this shit since The Secret, and before that, you know, a lot of the Bolsheviks brought this type of thinking in, and it's just never ending.
It came from a book called The Bell Curve.
Not to derail for $10 from Maddie, he says, but it's kind of on topic anyway. I heard a pagan say recently that self-help is just Crowley's idea repackaged. Any thoughts on that? It's not that self-help in and of itself, meaning trying to motivate yourself to do things or giving yourself some discipline and organization, is in any way bad, evil. In fact, the opposite. It's very helpful for you. The problem with quote-unquote self-help, how it is now, is it combines mysticism with motivation, okay? And it's the mysticism that causes this massive problem. The mysticism is your mind will manifest everything for you. You don't even have to do anything. Just close your eyes and think about what you want, and it'll manifest itself. These types of things. And then the author gives themselves often a pass, and they say, if for some reason this actually does help the person, and they manifest, you know, something, then I did them a favor. Everything is full of self-justification, and the whole thing is a giant friggin' grift, okay? It's a grift. The Masons are a grift. All of it's a grift. Okay? It's all a grift. Nobody's going to bring you the truth on a wagon, okay? There is no master key. There is no shortcut to success. There's none of those things. There's a couple lucky people in the world who win the lottery every once in a while, but none of you are going to be one of them. None of you are ever going to be one of those people.
Yeah, do you know where the bell curve came from?
Okay.
Now, please enlighten me, dude. From a book called The Bell Curve.
David Franco Jr. says, the advice, stop doing stupid things with stupid people in stupid places, is for those beginning the journey. If you struggle with lust, trying to convert women at a strip club will be more harm than help. Yeah, well, you mean you're going to use common sense, David? You're going to use common sense? That's common sense, right? There's no secrets, okay? There's no answer that's going to come to you that you can just manifest and mystic your way into. Okay? It can't be done. There's a reason that a guy like Dyer is taking him years to build up his channel, build up what it is that he's trying to do. Countless hours of work, and I guarantee you, if you ever got to have a conversation with him one-on-one and you asked him if the hours he put in he feels like he's been compensated for, I bet the answer you're going to get is no. There aren't any shortcuts. The self-help, manifest what you want, the prosperity gospel, it's all bullshit. Okay? Don't try to take shortcuts. You try to take shortcuts, and what ends up happening is you end up in a perpetual grift cycle, like so many of these lunatics do, and then guys like me have to deal with you.
It's probably Greek, but it claims to be from Egypt. You know, with these kinds of books, you never actually know where they came from. Yeah, you know, they all come up with their own origin story, and they all want to be the oldest and most authentic, and you never know, so I just go for the content. So I found those three books. Between those three, Master Key, Kybalion, and the New Testament, those are really my three go-to books for keeping myself on the right track.
That's pretty sweet. See, I think, just to kind of like jump into the whole third thing, considering when it was written and released, I'd actually wager that the third of the three elders was Ralph Waldo Emerson.
It very well could be.
Yeah. You never know, because Emerson's ideas were pretty out there when it came to it, but they aligned with very much what the Kybalion says.
Yeah, all these, there was like this explosion of these new thought ideas, right?
Yeah.
You have, and I'm not saying I agree with everything these guys think. I'm actually been writing a book criticizing some of them in certain ways.
Of course you are.
People like,
of course he's writing a book, right?
Goddard.
Why wouldn't he be writing a book?
You know, the modern incarnation with you guys like Bob Proctor is kind of a continuation of that line of thought. It was like this explosion all at once of all these people.
See, and Dyer hits the nail on the head. Jay says, if Witkoff had stopped teaching people as multiple priests had asked him to, this stream wouldn't have happened, I suspect. It wouldn't have. None of this needed to happen. None of it was necessary, except they don't stop. Okay? They don't stop. They don't stop the grift. They don't stop the bullshit. They just wait. They bide their time until the next time to strike. Okay? Where's the receipts? Show me the receipts. Show them.
People doing this stuff. And this is where like this secret comes from, where the law of attraction comes from. It's all kind of taken, and Wallace Wattles, you know, that's where all these things come from.
I would actually venture as far as saying, after the revelation about Napoleon Hill recently, I've kind of like, I understand why I never really sunk in with Think and Grow Rich.
What revelation are you referring to?
The fact that he was found out that a lot of this stuff he never did. A lot of it.
Yeah, I love that. And we're going to stop it there because there's no real reason to keep going with it. You guys get the point. But I love right there where he says, you know, I don't really know if I can take, you know, these revelations about Napoleon Hill, kind of the original self-help guru, right? Because, you know, a lot of the things ended up being fraudulent that he said. So these guys are talking about basically the same types of self-help and models and whatnot, but then they're like kind of attacking the original self-help guru. Witkoff's already working on who knows what, his 20th book. Yeah, who knows how many books he's written while he's talking to this guy. It's just never ending. It never stops. Okay? It never stops. While they were at Orthodox Montanica, Witkoff, we hadn't even spoken, and he waves me over, and he's like, you know, I'd like to make amends with your wife. I'd like to make things good with your wife. And I said, okay, well, I'm sure she'd like that too. Okay, I'm sure she'd like that too. So we're at this party, this house party, right? I didn't even see him walk up and ask her, but they go over in this side area of this yard, and they're talking. Okay? I don't know how long they talked, maybe 20, 30 minutes, you know, something like that. Yeah, I didn't mean it, Jay, right? I didn't mean it. Don't get mad at me. But anyway, they're off, they're talking, the whole 9 yards. And when they're done talking, they walk across the yard, and Witkoff gives me this thumbs up, right? He's like, thumbs up. Everything's good. And he insists that they take a picture right then and there. And so Rachel goes, okay, and they take a picture. And I said, I wish you hadn't taken that picture. She said, why? And I said, because he's just going to post it to piss off Jay Dyer. I said, he's just going to post it to piss off Jay Dyer. And she goes, no, he wouldn't do that. Sure as shit, wasn't 5 minutes that picture was up. Maybe it was a little longer, I don't know, but something in there, you know what I mean? Literally designed to stir up maximum amounts of trouble. The whole thing was a manipulation and a grift, okay, designed to make the right alliances to overthrow the evil Dyer, right? Overthrow him. And so, I've had direct contact enough with this guy, and I know enough of his history. He's bad news, okay? I enjoyed having him on the channel. I enjoyed the talks that we did. But the more that this stuff came out and the more that we dealt with him, the more we recognized him for what he is. Now, again, I'm going to put all the links up in the description. Yeah, it's total manipulation, Nico. So that you guys can check all this out for yourself. Now, don't listen to the bullshit of, well, I can easily explain this away. These are his claims. Ask for the receipts. I don't want to hear that the receipts were destroyed. I don't want to hear, I can't prove to you that I made $10,500 in 7 days because, the bank shut down or whatever bullshit. Okay? Get the receipts. And if he doesn't have the receipts, remember these words. Grifter. No receipts, grifter. Okay? Very simple. Whole thing is disturbing. Okay? The trend and pattern is disturbing. Now, we've gone on a little over time. I usually only do an hour and a half, roughly, on one of these trash talk extravaganzas. This time, I wanted to make sure that everybody was clear on this line of behavior. You can hear it from Witkoff himself. Yes, we understand that he repented for many of these bad things that he did, and everybody would accept that if that behavior would have stopped, but it has not stopped. So therefore, the pattern is continuing. Okay? And the only way to stop it from continuing is to call it out, demand receipts. If you don't have the receipts, then just go. You know what I mean? Just get the hell out of here and stop with your bullshit. Yeah, where is the proof of the 32nd degree Scottish Rite? I want to see the proof. I want to see the proof that he got the Pike Award. I want to see the proof of these things. Yeah, we know the guy was a Mason. Okay? I get that. I showed the proof of that because I'm fair-handed. If he wasn't, I would have known about it and we would have put a stop to it. But no. Where's the receipts? Okay? Where's the receipts? And if he's not going to give you the receipts, just know. Just know. He claims it in the cover of his own book, Diddiness. Okay? Claims it in the cover of his own book that he was a 32nd degree Scottish Rite, won the Pike Award, right, was awarded it.
A Reflection on the Bible by Matthew McConaughey. Well, Joe Cyrus out here is just sitting here in front of me, and, when I read the Bible, it's like, I don't know what to do with that burning bush. I don't know what to do with a talking donkey. I don't know what to do with a burning, talking bush in front of me. What do I do with that? And it's like the word unbelievable. I don't like that word. I don't believe in that syntax and that grammar. Maybe you do. That's all right. But when I see a burning bush, what do I do with that? I don't know. Or if I'm walking down the road and I see a floating axe head, what do I do with that? It's a lot of philosophy stories, but what do I do with, something flying dragons in space? One time I took a Lincoln into space, and the book of Revelation says maybe there's a dragon flying in space. I don't know what to do with that. I just kind of, I let that flying dragon have the middle lane, and I just kind of took the park lane and let him fly on by. So, when I read the Bible, what do I do with that? I don't know what to do. This is Matthew McConaughey, and thanks for hearing me out.
And it's your fault. Mammy Earth, so sad. But thankfully, the philanthropists from international finance, transnational corporations, and the good grown-ups and experts on the TV screen know how we can stop the destruction of their pale blue dot of randomly assembled meaningless matter that randomly evolved from the cosmic pond scum that evolved from nothing into something, then through random mutations in a cold, meaningless material universe of meaninglessly fluctuating matter and nothing else, where we evolved from large rat-like shrews in a randomly evolving environment of random flux that deterministically evolved lifeless, inanimate matter into animate biochemical life, which the experts of the science settled. They now threatens to destroy itself and must save itself by destroying itself, by cutting off its primary fuel source and food supply, then stopping reproducing and moving into total surveillance. Smart city compounds, where they are rationed industrial produced soy kibble in exchange for their behavioral compliance. I'm philanthropist David Attenboomer. And this is Mammy Earth. Only on the Tristan Haggards YouTube channel.
Welcome to the Jay Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, Jay Dyer.
All right, I have with me again the return, the sequel, James Kelly. We're going to talk about craziness, total insanity and madness, craziness, and theology, and who knows what else. We'll just see where it goes. James, how are you?
Great, how are you?
I'm great. You're my second interview tonight, so hopefully it won't be I won't be too burned out. But first of all, we got into a lot of crazy stuff initially that was awesome. I got a lot of good feedback, by the way, on that interview with you. Everybody was really impressed. They like your stuff. This time, you've got a different blog going. I've been reading some of those articles, which I highly recommend. Let's talk about the Franks. All right, so the Franks, James, why do they matter? Why this big article on the Franks?
Well, it's kind of hard to know how to approach a topic. It sounds absolutely crazy, but the Franks, basically, I'll just start with a statement, a fact that everybody should know, is that the Franks are the 2% of the European population in the Middle Ages that took over all of Europe.
Right.
Even England. In 1066, they took over England with William the Conqueror was the Norman Frank. And it even took about 100 years for the Franks, once they took over England, to start calling themselves English. They would still call themselves Franks. And most of them didn't even bother to speak English. So Franks are, not only did they take over Europe, but they instituted a different societal form. A lot of people just say it's feudalism, but it's two different things. It's feudalism and manorialism. And feudalism has more to do with the different feudal lords and how they related to each other in a power structure.
Right.
But manorialism was on the ground level, all the people who were not Franks, 98% of the population, right, how they were going to live and how they were going to relate to the Franks. What there would be is a fief or a manor, a small plot of land, which some historians have called labor camps, because you would have formerly free peasants who could come and go as they please, more or less, who were then tied to this small plot of land.
Which is a labor camp, yeah.
Yeah, and the thing that's really weird is that you don't get this if you just read the basic text, the history text. It's just like, well, this system developed where everyone had mutual obligations,
right,
and the people were protected. Well, actually, Georges Duby and Poli and these different Annales historians from France have looked at the records and they said, no, what happened is the castle was invented, and amongst other things, but the Franks actually invented the castle. You see, if you get technical about it, before the Franks came to power before the 700s and 800s, you had mainly in Europe what's called burgher forts, big, huge structures that are big enough to have all the livestock and all the people and all the leaders of a community and the surrounding environment inside these walls, inside of fortresses, to protect them from, incursions from other groups. But with the advent of the castle and the Franks, it's, as R. Allen Brown said, it's an invention of the Franks because it's fortress/domicile. It's basically a house that's also a castle. And in my research, I asked the question, why would someone have to have a fortress as their house? Well, the Annales historians answered that question for me by saying what happened was the Franks were protecting themselves from the rest of society, whom they had basically subjugated, and if they weren't already unfree peasants, made them unfree peasants. They couldn't go anywhere.
So we're talking about this. So Castle Grayskull, basically.
Yeah, I mean, more or less. I mean, and keep in mind, one criticism that has come to light of the Annales historians is that there's not just any one situation going on in such a big area. As Europe, you certainly have certain regions where the Franks are not completely in control. But wherever there are Franks, there is minorialism. There's a plot of land that is split up between the castle and then the surrounding lands around the castle, which the peasants, the non-Franks, the non-free, have to spend some of their laboring on, and then they're able to labor on their own plot in order to subsist.
So essentially,
by no means free.
Essentially, a parasitical symbiotic relationship.
Sure, and I mean, if you look at George Duby's work, The Three Orders, and all of his many other books that have been translated, he pretty much shows that the Latin word that's used in all the official documents, because that's where we see that in these castles they would have keep, they would have, they would basically be the judge, the jury, the commissary, and everything right there in the castle. And they started keeping records. They would have clerics to keep the records if they didn't themselves, the lords. And the Latin word that's used to describe anyone who's not a Frank, anyone who's not a knight in the castle, is servus, which S-E-R-V-U-S, I think. And that doesn't mean, see, the word serf comes down as if it's anything different than a slave, but there's no difference whatsoever. That same Latin word is used for slaves, too.
Right.
Slaves that are, basically in the ancient world, it was like if you won a battle, people were enslaved because it was considered merciful and more humane than just killing every man, woman, and child, which was the other option, right?
Yeah.
So if the people who were enslaved, it was a service.
So, well, let me ask you this: though, what was the prevalent social order prior to the Norman invasion? I mean, was it not that way?
No, I mean, like if you go through England, so we'll just isolate England before 1066, before William the Conqueror came and feudalism was instituted in England. Well, before that, you had basically on coastal regions, you had all free farmers who were the vast majority of farmers. Because there wasn't a lot of big urban culture in England before 1066, and even for a long time after that, really. But the people that you had there at that time, you had in many coastal areas and some inland areas, you had public works, basically, that every free person had to spend a certain amount of time on, but they were burgher forts. They were bridges. They were things that everyone used. Mm-hmm. So it was like there wasn't any division in society that was as drastic as I'm a Frank and I'm in the castle, and you're not, and you can't go anywhere, and you have to do work for me all the time. There was nothing like that. There definitely was, a yeomanry. There was definitely farmers, and there were, just like in any area, any time in history, there were definitely poor people. But there was nothing along the lines of the feudal revolution as Duby called it.
So essentially what we're getting at here is the reason this is relevant for the modern era is that the modern world is basically presently structured and moving into a situation of being even more structured along these feudal lines. I think, for example, of the UN plans to basically parcel up all the continents into free trade zones that will allow certain elites to have basically fortresses, and the rest of the land will be classed under, UN zones where no one can go because they're wild zones, rewilding and so forth. In other words, that's why this is relevant for today.
Sure, that's absolutely relevant. Keep in mind also, though, one other thing that makes it relevant to me is that with the Franks, they also had their own theological purview,
right,
which they used. We talked about that a little bit last time about the Council of Frankfurt. These are the same guys. These are the Franks. And basically, if we read history books today, they'll say, well, there were Europeans, there were the Carolingians. But if you look at their own documents, they call themselves the Franks. Charlemagne is the king of the Franks.
Right.
His kingdom is the Regnum Francorum, the Frankish kingdom. And, yeah, you're right about what happens, though, strangely enough. There's a weird kind of lateral movement because around the late 700s and early 800s, you have pretty solidified kingdom under Charlemagne, but they never had anything in place that would keep the kingdom from fragmenting. And so it all fragmented into these little bitty fiefs immediately. And whether that was intentional or not, there's really no way to tell. We can just simply say this happened. But this is kind of, I try to let people know or get across to people that this is where we come from. I don't know about you, but my ancestors were not Franks. They were all these peoples in Europe who were subjugated by them. Now, keep in mind, what happens in the Enlightenment is that you have this urban culture that does develop. People escape from the labor camps, the villi. Oh, that's the origin of the word villain, too. It's those who dwell on the villi or the labor camp.
Mm-hmm.
So you're automatically a villain, right, if you're not a Frank. And Frank, may I be frank, and all those phrases like that, it does come from that. And to get the franchise, it means to not be enslaved. The African Americans got the franchise after the Civil War. And a franchise actually is a technical word that means being able to move from place to place. So that's what the Franks had, and that's what everyone else didn't have in Europe at the time.
So we often hear that the origin of labor camps goes back to, for example, somebody, some will say, well, Hitler did this, but no, actually, Hitler borrowed the idea from the British, and the British did this in Africa with Cecil Rhodes and the diamond mining. But what you're actually saying is that Cecil Rhodes' idea actually goes back a lot further to medieval Frankish social order.
Sure, and keep in mind that that's where we get into the zombie mass article that I recently wrote.
Well, tell me about that. Yeah. That's a tantalizing topic there.
Sure, and keep in mind, in order for people to understand where that fits into my work, Graham Greene had his philosophical novels, and then he had his entertainments, as we spoke of in our private conversations. Well, that was more of an entertainment for me. It's highly speculative, but that's not a bad thing, I don't think. It's just important to
not at all.
say it's one of those articles where I'm simply throwing ideas out there and seeing if anything sticks. And basically here was the whole point behind the zombie mass article is what happens in 1096 to 1099, roughly the First Crusade, is that most people think, oh, well, these knights in shining armor, these Franks, went and went on crusade. But actually, in many battles, 9 out of 10 people at those battles at Mara and Antioch were actually just commoners. And so how did they get there? Well, apparently they were preached to by these clerics and even disgraced former Frankish lords who were preaching on street corners about how everyone needed to go to Jerusalem to get it back from the Muslims. And so apparently everyone just in this big, huge, dirty mass just took up their stakes and went to the Holy Land.
Right.
So mainly we have, and then that's where we get the tradition of the Tafers, which is, we see that in the chronicles of the Middle Ages, where it says that it means the miserable. They were those people who, they certainly had no food, they had nothing. They didn't have any weapons even, but actually they won battles. And apparently the way that they did it was that they ate people.
Wow.
So that's kind of where we come. And the thing that was really strange for me when I got to looking at the sources was every time that these strange situations happened, it wasn't like someone was taking a body over into the corner and eating it like, well, this is a really horrible thing, but I've just got to do it. No, it would be out in the middle, almost like a mass, you know. And there would always be a Frankish lord or a former Frankish lord would be orchestrating the affair. And I got to looking at more sources, and apparently around 1020 in Spain, there was Roger of Tosny, a Frankish warrior. This is what the Chronicle says, that he was fighting with Muslims in Spain, and he staged a cannibalistic mass or ritual in order to see if any spies were in his army, because he had some Spaniards, some people in his own army. He wanted to see if any of them were really loyal. But actually, I mean, think about that for a minute. That's a strange way to try to root out spies, I think. You know, let's have a cannibalistic mass. And if you look at what else the Franks are up to at the exact same time, to me, it makes more sense to think of it as a religious or cultural motive, because the Franks at this time start getting into blood piety.
Right. What would be the motive there, in your view?
Well, I mean, it could be many different things. I'll just throw this out there, and you might be able to speculate a little bit as well. But there's a practice that started with the Franks in the Middle Ages called body division, and it's where a Frankish warrior dies and the body is divided. Some of the body goes here, the heart goes there, the innards go to this other place. Well, apparently it started during the First Crusade, where a Frankish warrior would want to be buried on his own estate back in Europe. So there was a process called evisceration, which was actually called by others outside of the Frankish Empire the mos teutonicos, the German or Frankish custom, because no one else did it. They're like, what is this craziness? What are these people doing? Well, what they would do is they would boil the body, the flesh. They would put the body in a big stew pot and just boil it and take all the flesh off the bones, throw the bones in a box, and salt down the meat and send it back. So that got me thinking, why? I didn't mention this in the article, but I thought, you know, why are they salting down their flesh and taking it back to Europe? And basically, part of what I've theorized is that it has a lot to do with the fact that if you're a Frank in Europe and everyone is a Christian, quote unquote, you have this tradition that when a saintly person or leader dies, their body's going to be incorrupt if they're a saint. So they could be incorrupt, or at least the decaying process could be slowed.
Right.
Well, we have stories of early Carolingian rulers who died, and they tried to put their body in a case and take them a distance to get to their estate, but the smell was so rancid that a person reportedly died from it just by being near it. So, I mean, think about it. You do have a sort of problem here. You know, you're saying that because I'm a Frank, I'm noble, I'm closer to God, and you should work for me. And, you know, my cousin is the bishop, and I'm the warrior. And as a matter of fact, in Germany, there were a lot of prince bishops, warrior bishops, and we know about the orders, Templar, and all that.
Absolutely.
So that comes from the Franks as well. So I think there was a social problem, which was, what are we going to do about our rotting corpses? Because this looks really bad. It's bad PR for us to be, you know, stinking up the joint so bad people die when they're in our proximity when we die. It's not exactly the odor of sanctity. Well, the problem is solved if you invent a new tradition that says, well, just like saint bodies, you know, when they're incorrupt, they flake off like a loaf of bread, like a Eucharistic loaf of bread, and the finger might go here, but we certainly don't divide the body up with knives or anything. Well, that's exactly what the Franks did. They're like, well, let's just treat this Frankish body as if it's a hog or a cow, and we'll just divide it up. And then we'll salt it down just like pork, and then no one's going to say that we don't have the odor of sanctity. Simply by virtue of having blue Frankish blood in our veins, we'll have the privilege and the resources to have this guy come in here and process our body and send send all the pieces of our body everywhere as if we're a saint. So it's kind of like an automatic sainthood.
Okay, so are you saying that this will be Frankish beef jerky, or are you saying this will be sent? Would this be sent to be like put in reliquaries?
That's the thing is that it's all the above, I think.
Okay.
Because keep in mind, around this time in the early 1200s, this starts to filter down to the populace at large in Europe, and you have blood drinking. You have blood relics, which historically the first blood relic known is 806. Charlemagne himself, the king of the Franks, the most famous Frank of all, finds the first blood relic in Mantua in 806. And so it's a relic that a chalice or something else that will actually have the blood of a saint in it, just miraculously showing up. Well, what would happen around the early 1200s is people just started grabbing it and drinking it. They're like, well, why not? Keep in mind, in the Christian East, there's no blood piety. This is a Frankish thing. It's a European thing.
Right.
It's not just Christendom as a whole. It's a unique development.
Right, I'm aware. Right, yeah, definitely.
And I think that's important because I think we get into this thing where we're like, well, this crazy stuff like the Inquisition and all this stuff happened, and that's just one of those Christian things. So all institutional Christianity is bad, but there's a lot of other stuff out there.
Sure.
Well, anyway, what are your thoughts on that? But I was just wanting to know.
Well, I think that, everybody knows that there were all kinds of weird, bizarre, strange, superstitious sort of pieties that developed in the Middle Ages. But your thesis about why that would be, and maybe coming to understand a deeper significance to why this developed here and not there, I think is excellent. That's a great explanation.
Well, and another thing that... Oh, go ahead, I'm sorry.
What I was going to ask is just, that was my next question. Why amongst the Franks do you speculate that this kind of blood piety would develop? I guess you kind of already answered it in the sense of, well, we're the blue bloods, we're better than you, so naturally our piety, or our blood, is more precious than yours and should become venerated. But why this bloodline? That's, I guess, what I'm getting at with this question. Why the Franks? Why not? There are all kinds of, tribes and bloodlines that have been, tyrannical over other tribes and, medieval lords that were tyrannical all over the world. Why do you think the Franks demonstrate this kind of a strange piety?
Well, I guess the best way to approach it is just to look at specific cases and then try to say, what ties it all together. Because for me, with the Franks, if we just look at the what's called royal religion, which is where, the Franks started to develop their own traditions of, okay, well, I'm a Roman emperor. You know what I mean? I'm the king of the Franks. Well, what does that mean? They sort of had to start developing traditions, because in traditional Germanic culture, you have chiefs and warlords, but they're the head of their ethnic group.
Okay.
Right. And then you do have isolated incidents in the known records of early Germanic culture where people are like, well, because we're being attacked by this other powerful group, we're going to band together, because ultimately, even though we are different, subgroups of the Teutons, we're all more alike than each other than we are to this other foreign invader. So you do have precedents of all these different Germanic peoples getting together and electing, a big lord above them all. But what happens with the Franks is that this process happens during a time and place. The first few centuries AD is when they think the Franks first sort of congealed as a group. And what one scholar thinks it is that you had this border area in Europe, on the border of what's called Germania Interior. And it's just modern-day France and Germany. But you had basically this border culture where these Romans would set up all these trading posts and just kind of start, doing what big empires do, get the best end of the stick in all the business deals. And apparently a lot of the Frankish warriors started realizing that if they betrayed their own people and got the best warriors together from all these different bands, they raid Roman commissaries, raid their own people's stores of goods, and that seems to be where this whole, I'm the king of the Franks thing came from, is, they looked at Roman society, they've got senators, they've got consuls, they've got praetors, they've got all this stuff. Well, it doesn't take people long to come up with their version. Whenever a culture comes in contact historically with one that is more advanced, quote unquote, it doesn't take them long to assimilate those ideas in their own specific form. Well, I think in the Frankish form, all these different, their version of a king or their version of a senator or an Augustus Caesar was a monstrosity, really, because it was based on the oppression of all these other people.
I see.
Now I'm naive. I know that there was also difficulty with the Roman Empire. I don't look at it through rose-colored glasses by any means. But it seems that with the Franks, there's a new principle, which is the division of society is the upper 3% are by blood related to each other, and they can bear arms and live in castles, and everyone else is going to be subjugated.
Right.
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
Bitcoin will go to fucking zero.
One day.
Bitcoin will go to fucking zero.
One day.
In a microsecond. Like that. And when the real founder of Bitcoin comes out, that is my humble opinion, and there's nothing humble about me, Bitcoin will go to fucking zero.
Call 800 for more details on how.
Bitcoin will go to fucking zero.
So
that's...
Well, let me ask this. Can we make a connection here with the rise of the Roman papacy? I know that, from books that you've promoted and recommended and even stuff that you've, for example, Father Romanides, when you first posited this a few years ago, when we first started talking on my initial blog that I had, I didn't really know about this, but then when you read what Romanides says about the Franks and the attempt at a second imperial power to rival the Byzantine power, there seems to clearly be a lot to this. So what I'm getting at is, clearly then, would you make a connection to the rise of the papacy in the West?
Sure. If you think about it, the papacy at the time, think about the Seventh Ecumenical Council, 787. At that council, it's where they said you must have icons. Icons are part of Christian piety, and without them you don't have Christianity. Well, we talked last time about how the Franks had already put forth, or actually in response to 787, they put forth their ideas about images, the Augustinian idea that, you don't actually kiss the icon, you don't venerate the icon, you just look at it, and there's this kind of visual piety, that you do, where you kind of have an inner meditation that takes the place of actual genuflection and veneration of the icon. Actually, research that's come out lately has shown that the Franks sent people to the Pope. They sent a group to the Pope to try and negotiate this and say, hey, we are the Franks and we do have the best theology and we are the beloved people of God, so maybe you should, get with us on this icon issue, and then also while you're at it, add the filioque to the creed.
Right.
And the Pope at the time, who had signed the Seventh Ecumenical Council's Act, or at least his legates had accepted that signing, said, no, I'm not going to do that. But then there was a council, I think in 825, where the same papal legates signed the acts of a council which had the filioque in it.
Right.
And Father John Romanides has shown, I think, that basically what he was doing was a diplomatic move, which was trying to appease the Franks, because there was an Orthodox interpretation of the filioque at the time, which is evinced by Maximus the Confessor and other writers' writings on the filioque. That may or may not be true, but what we do see is that there are serious power plays going on, and the papacy is caught in the middle. Now, by the time you get to the 11th century, the Franks have taken over the papacy and installed their their cousins as popes. But now here's what's interesting about the bodily division thing. The Italians were like, this is a monstrous practice. And in 1299, Pope Boniface VIII, who's an Italian by birth, actually publishes a bull, De Testande Feritatis, which was saying that you're excommunicated if you divide your body when you're dead. Because the body, and he actually voiced the original Orthodox view of death in the body, which is, you don't tear asunder the body. It's a holy temple of God, and people don't really die, they fall asleep, which is the original Christian teaching.
Right.
Because when, for the Augustinian West and its advanced forms, they'll say, well, the body isn't really the real man anyway. Especially under the influence of Aquinas, they'll say, well, it's just a lump of matter that has this form impressed on it.
Sure.
When a man dies, then the form goes away, and God can just impress that form on any old piece of prime matter anytime.
Which is why they both teach the beatific vision and don't really mention the body much anywhere in their eschatology.
Absolutely, yeah. So what you have is a papacy that's hijacked by the Franks, and then, here's what's funny. This is one reason to look at bodily division as a theme in history. If there's no other reason, it's this. 1299, there's a papal bull that says you're excommunicated if you do it. And I think there's some language in it that says, like, it's the most, you call it the most Teutonicus, I call it the most horribilis, the horrible practice.
Well, and in Roman Catholic canon law, at least for a long time, until Vatican II, in the updating of canon law, it was completely forbidden to do anything but a standard burial practice, including cremation, because cremation in several papal encyclicals was part of the Masonic practice. So in Masonic practices of cremation, or Masonic encyclicals that the popes wrote, against Masonry, cremation comes up as something that's forbidden. So in other words, I'm just making the point that that continued, at least on the books, for a long time, even up till the time of Vatican II. And interestingly now, Roman Catholic Novus Ordo churches accept cremation now.
Exactly. And it goes without saying Orthodox don't accept cremation, and not even embalming.
Right.
And there are so many arguments, and here's an interesting thing is 1299, the bull against bodily division is promulgated. Well, what happens is, Philip the Fair, I wrote a chapter in my book, Anatomizing Divinity, about Philip the Fair, and his desire to be a statue with the human will nullified. There's a lot of other things about Philip the Fair. He immediately, he kidnapped the Pope that outlawed heart burial, or bodily division. Heart burial is a form of a specific type of bodily division.
Right.
Anyway, we'll get to that. But yeah, Philip the Fair just sent William of Nogaret and said, well, just kidnap him and rough him up, because I want to do bodily division, and so do all my Frankish kinsmen. So they beat up an 80-year-old Pope, or however old he is, and then they install, actually there's 8 months of another Italian Pope, and then he dies. And then after that, I think it's 1301 or 1302, I forget the year, but they install Clement V, who is a Frank.
Right. So we're getting into the Avignon papacy.
That is Clement V, yes, is the one who says, okay, I'm going to go ahead and say that bodily division thing, which only applies to the Franks, but, Frankish royal family and your immediate kinsmen, you can do what you want with your body. I give you we're going to go ahead and overturn that. So I think if you read most history books, they're not going to say, oh, by the way, this guy was a Frank, and that's why I overturned the Italians, bull against heart burial, and the only people doing bodily division of heart burial were the Franks.
Yeah, and on another note too, I was reminded of I've read the Acts and Letters of the Seventh Council, and if you read them, they're very clear. I believe it was Pope Hadrian or Hadrian II that was the Pope of the Seventh Council, and in the letters back and forth and in the Acts, it's very clear that the view unanimously is that the Emperor and Empress present are the Orthodox. God ordained, I believe is the term that's even used. Emperors, or is the Emperor and Empress, and so therefore it would be odd that suddenly after this, God magically wants to ordain a new Western emperor to compete with the Eastern emperor. In other words, it doesn't make any sense given the notion at that time of the Christian oikumene, the ecumenical, which originally comes from the idea of the empire, that there would be two heads of the empire, at least in terms of the state.
Yeah, that's where we get the origin of the idea in Frankish documents of Christendom. That's where that word comes from. Is that they started doctrining up the liturgical books, replacing the prayers for the emperor, because that would be the real Roman emperor, the Orthodox Roman emperor.
Right.
If you're going to be a heretical church that teaches us filioque, you definitely have to do something. So what you do is you change the liturgical books to say we pray for all of Christendom and the king of that. And then they define Christendom as the regnum francorum and whatever other satellite, lands like the papal states want to go ahead and get on board since they have a Frankish cousin on the papal throne. It's not really a problem. They're going to be in line,
And if all this isn't true, which to me it looks like the case is pretty strong, why is it then that the present papacy has basically become a huge international finance cartel that basically is run and controlled by the Vatican Bank?
Yeah. And keep in mind, Pope John Paul II, when he died, there were so many members of religious orders in Poland and just basically members of aristocratic families in Poland clamored to have his heart sent to Poland. It didn't happen, but because Pope Pius, I think the Ninth, had outlawed bodily division. But by the time we get to the 1200s and 1300s, when it's basically a Frankish papacy, they start doing bodily division themselves. It becomes a papal tradition. Read Frankish tradition.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, having spent several years in Roman Catholicism, I've traveled around and been to different cathedrals, and you can clearly see a completely different version of piety. With all these little baby dolls dressed up in little outfits and different body parts.
Because heart burial is where, after about 100 years of bodily division, certain houses of Franks, like the Wittelsburg princes and other groups, the Würzburg prince bishops and other groups started saying, well, what I want my heart, which is the most noble part.
Mm-hmm.
I want my heart to be put in this urn. And what a lot of people don't know is that young René Descartes went to the Jesuit College of La Flèche near Paris, or in Paris, and while he was there, the most publicized heart burial funeral was done, which was Henry IV.
Interesting.
He's the guy that was a member of the French aristocracy who was a Protestant, but he converted to Catholicism, saying Paris is worth a mass. So he converted to Catholicism. When he died, all these hardcore German, and I'm talking modern Germany, so the eastern part of the former Regnum Francorum, a lot of these people, this is the Reformation time now, these groups of hardcore counter-Reformation Frankish princes were saying, okay, so now Henry IV died, so let's go ahead and get this Frankish bishop to parade his heart on this long course all around France and Germany, and we're going to stop at every town and let all the people venerate the heart. And it said that the people cried copious tears over his heart, which was on a black cushion, and basically René Descartes was there and wrote a poem to the heart of Henry IV. Keep in mind, he wrote a poem to his heart, and the heart was also, keep in mind, this is what we're leading to, which I think is an interesting point, which I hope to write a book about, is that I think what happens in the West, like a conceptual framework for us to understand how these changes take place, is that it seems that there's a misunderstanding or a forgetting of the original reason or motive behind the piety, or there's a forgetting of the original doctrine, but then there's the lagging on of the external form. Mm-hmm. So what happens, I think, is a deformation where people are like, well, what do we do with this? Well, the a new doctrine is introduced in order to justify why they keep the practice. For instance, in the original, I would argue, Christian piety, you have the prayer and emphasis on the heart. Well, what happens after Augustine, when the heart is redefined as this interior space in which you go on these meditative journeys, where you understand your psychological destiny, and therefore, you comprehend the essence of God, the kind of thing. Mm-hmm. That becomes very popular. And at that point, we have to do something with the heart. We have to understand, Augustine didn't talk about the human body that much, and he didn't care much about it. So what do you do with all this stuff that all these, people are doing, all these pieties? I think that's where a lot of the heart piety and the blood piety comes in, is having to understand why we even do this, so that you have these stories that come up in the West, like, in this book of legends called the Golden Legend, which is a very famous book of Catholic saints, where you have the story of St. Ignatius of Antioch, where his heart is cut open after he's dead, and there's the actual gilt golden letters of the name of Jesus in his heart. I think is a misunderstanding of the original teaching about the prayer of the heart. And right. It's actually, and it's even said that everyone marveled and said, look, he always has the name of Jesus in his heart. So it's this strange kind of literalization, which tries to justify, yes, we're still doing everything we're supposed to do, and here's the reason why. Wrong, because it's a new reason that's kind of drummed up,
Interesting. Two things that made me think of. One, I forgot to mention that it makes me think of the Song of Roland, which I'm sure you've read.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, which, of course, details all these legends about Charlemagne, and you have, if I recall, there's, mention of the Spear of Destiny and things like that, which, of course, Hitler was interested in the Spear of Destiny, which I'm sure he tied some sort of Teutonic mythology to. And on top of that, it makes me also think of, although I don't want to give too much credence to this, but I'm sure that in some way there is some legitimacy to the notion of the Merovingians or the Frankish elite as somehow being descendants of Jesus in some sort of weird Gnostic way. Granted, there are all kinds of junk out there that deals with this subject, a lot of conspiracy nonsense, but there is this tradition, even amongst British and Germanic and Frankish royalty of being in some way some kind of descendant of Jesus. I mean, that's not disputed.
And I never thought of it before, but just because there are billion selling books like Holy Blood, Holy Grail,
right.
I don't think we have the latitude to dismiss something. If it strikes a chord and people can believe it, it doesn't mean that it has any validity in and of itself, but we have to explain the significance of that interest. And I think that if I had to say, just shooting from the hip, why Holy Blood, Holy Grail, why is this whole thing about Frankish bloodlines and being of the same bloodline as Jesus? Well, think about what I was going to go into about royal religion. What is royal religion? Well, it's this kind of pseudo-secular theology which rises up around Frankish coronation rituals.
Exactly.
About Frankish kingship. And what happens is, and there's the famous book by Cantorivus, The King's Two Bodies,
right.
which talks about how there were these Frankish clerics, the treatise of the Norman Anonymous, around, I think, the 13th century was written, which used texts which were actually Nestorian texts, which, for those that don't know, the Nestorians were early Christian heretics. I mean, I realize they're still around now, and they don't consider themselves heretics, so no offense intended, but from the perspective of the Chalcedonian Orthodox and even Roman Catholics, they would be considered heretics because they would say that the divine nature and then the human nature of Christ basically coexist as a kind of contract that says, well, we have a will that's not in conflict with each other, so basically that means it's a unity and it's one person. Well, basically what the Norman Anonymous did was take this heretical Christology and apply it to kingship. To say, well, basically what happens is you have the king, the person, we'll say Charles V. he has his earthly person. He's just the guy, And then what you have, though, is the office, the official person, which is a different person. And if you look at Nestorianism, they'll talk about two persons, two hypostases, the divine person of Christ and the human person of Christ. And what they did is just take that. It's kind of like they have this toolbox of these old rusty tools, and they're just kind of jangling them around and seeing what they can use. And what they used in this case is the idea of two persons. Why did they do it? Well, they did it. I'll tell you why I think they did it. If you look at the reason I chose Charles V is that we have a book of the coronation ritual that was actually used. And what they said is what they did. They would make the king go to his bedchamber and lay down and sleep as if he's in his deathbed, and with most of his clothes off. Then the next day, no one's in his bedchamber, not even the queen. And then the next day, the bishops and their advisors come with their crozier and knock on the door and say, "We want the king." And then this other advisor, not the king, but this advisor says the king sleeps. They repeat that 3 times. And then finally they lead the king by the hand into church. The bishop then comes in and invests him with the sword and says, you're born again, entered into royal religion. You're a new man. And now it's your role to defend Christendom, read Frankish Empire, from all enemies and to expel and destroy all heretics inside its borders. And here's the clincher. It says you are freed from all sin you've committed before and all sin that you will commit in the future.
Interesting.
And there are certain parts of that coronation ritual and other texts that are related, which seem to indicate that it includes the Frankish nobility and advisors who are working in its stead. Because the king can't be everywhere.
Right. Well.
So it's very interesting, is it not, that isn't it a similar idea that Hitler uses to say, look, there's this bacillus in the body politic called the Jews, and we need to get this syphilitic bacillus out of our system, and we don't have to feel guilty for it at all, because we're absolved from any of that guilt. Now, I'm not saying it's, it's so difficult to prove causative things historically. You can simply say, hey, this is a morphological similarity of thinking is what we have.
Well, and we may have mentioned this before in the other interview, but that idea of Jesus having descendants, and that Joseph of Arimathea landed in Scotland, and that there's this magic stone in Scotland, and then that's where all of the Saxe-covered Gotha British royalty, the Queen was coronated on that stone. That's all actual belief. Now, I'm not saying that's true, but I'm saying that tradition
it's not a metaphor. They believe it literally.
Exactly, and that's connected with the idea that the descent here has some kind of connection to some sort of descendants of Jesus. And then that belief is also shared, as I understand, by different versions of European elites and esoteric type circles,
which trace their ideas back to this Norman Anonymous specific Frankish royal religion, as I've termed it. And keep in mind also, the Norman Anonymous says the Frankish king becomes Christo Mimesis. He becomes one with he becomes by grace what Christ is by essence. So there again, we have this Christological terminology that's wrenched away from its original context in the ecumenical councils, and it's given a completely, really, if you took the categories of the original Christian tradition, that makes no sense whatsoever.
So it becomes adoptionism. It's adoptionism, but it's applied to the regnum.
Plus, think about it. The king is sent to die in his bedchamber so that he can be reborn as another man. He actually is a somnambulist because they knock on the door with the crozier, and the king can't answer for himself because he sleeps. He's dead. So he has to be resurrected.
Yeah.
And he's resurrected, and guess what? It's Apollinarianism because he's a man with a physical body who has not a human soul. He's infused with this divine persona, which somehow overshadows what he had as a human persona before. That's why they say, and this is a Frankish tradition, I sound like a broken record, but I try to harken back to the first time I heard about this stuff, and I had to read the same thing over and over again before it sunk in. So, but the king is dead, long live the king. We all know that, right? I mean, it's in Hollywood movies, it's everywhere. But what it means is the earthly person, the physical person, Charles V or Charlemagne, is dead. But the actual public person, the divine person, never died, can't die. So it never dies. So as the body goes down in the tomb, the royal person just simply transmigrates to the next frame.
Right. Yeah. Well, and that's also, that goes back to Pharaoh. That was the view of Pharaoh as a manifestation of Ra, and even though Pharaoh might die, the aeon continues on.
Sure, and it's a very apt comparison too, because keep in mind, in the 1100s and 1200s, a new practice develops. It's part and parcel of this whole blood piety thing, and that is the idea of preachers getting up in front in a European church, Catholic church, getting up and presenting this placard, this card, which has Jesus' name written on it in Latin, with all these rays coming off of it, and reducing the whole congregation's tears reputedly. Well, this practice was opposed when it first came out in the 1100s. Don't do that. We don't know about that. But what happened was other congregations started the practice of the monstrance, which was just on Corpus Christi. You have this pyramid, and it is a pyramid-shaped altar with this little hole in it, and you put the little wafer in it. We all know what the monstrance is, and it has these little representations of sun rays coming off. Well, the scholar Johann Heisinger pointed out that what happened was it was the same idea. It's just instead of putting the name of Jesus in it, you put a parchment-colored, tasteless, odorless, whatever wafer in there, and it had the same effect, reducing people to tears in an emotional, effective, spiritual, quote-unquote, experience. Well, what happened is, since the monstrance caught on, they started doing it every week or every day, and then they brought the placards back out. It's cool to do that now. You see what I mean?
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
Are you tired of coffee with a political message? Want to enjoy your morning brew without some gross disabled veteran or some stinky hippie lesbian trying to guilt you into paying a premium for the same moldy beans that everyone else is white labeling?
Here at Careless Coffee, our ethical hiring practices ensure that our barely sentient employees don't believe in misinformation.
In fact, they don't believe in anything. I don't know who made the COVID-19. Is a rat or something. It's definitely too small to make in a lab. Hey, you could not make a lab small enough for make a disease or small. It's impossible. Nunca.
Ethically sourced from people who don't know any better. Was it animal poop? Our spineless pickers aren't burdened with that type of question. And you won't be either with Careless Coffee.
The doctors, they bring the vaccine to our village. They make everybody healthy and happy. My son don't talk no more. But he picked the bean.
Uneducated slave cattle don't have any opinions at all. So you can rest easy knowing your coffee will never make you feel uncomfortable.
I remember when I was young, my father said, Mira, check out the TV. We land on the moon. Look, son, it's totally real. They really brought a Jeep up onto the moon and we're driving around. It's no fake. It's 100% the man. The Armstrong.
Our mission statement is simple. We don't endorse or condone anything except coffee in the state of Israel. The coffee slave goblins that make your Colombian ship water don't even know what the newest iPhone is. So you can drink easy and enjoy more.
His culture uncle, the director of Darkbeat program, I don't understand why it's important for him. It's just a job. People go loco in their cabeza. They go crazy. They'll shoot up a school. It's what people do when they have too much tequila. I like when American celebrities do this. Or like this.
Hey, you guys see Ellen at that big cooking?
That's cool. And I'm getting coffee, no questions asked. It's down to you.
Yeah, well, and it also makes me think pretty obviously of or pretty clearly about the rise of devotion to the Sacred Heart, which is unique to relatively modern Roman Catholic tradition. I mean, why would we be worshiping the heart of Jesus? I mean, it's just bizarre. But as if there's some sort of special magical power to the heart as this visual image separated out of Christ's body.
It's an obvious, to me, confusion of metaphoric language and language that symbolizes spiritual experiences, which is what the scriptures are about and what the writings of church fathers and councils are about. It's not. Basically, what the Sacred Heart thing is doing is saying, oh well, why are all these writings, the Meneon, all these church books that talk about the lives of the saints, which originally were mainly in Greek, and which they had in the Middle Ages. Well, what do we do with all this stuff? Why is everyone always talking about the heart? But then what happens is that you have St. Bernard of Clairvaux makes a major change. He's one of the major precursors of the Sacred Heart movement, because he says what happens is Longinus or Longinus pierces Christ's side and pierces all the way to his heart. And he says that what we need to do is line ourselves up with the wounds so that we can see all the way into his heart, and then we can even go in there.
Yes.
This idea, and he means literally somehow. Why? I don't know. It's madness, but that's what I'm trying to tell people, is that this is not a metaphor, or it's maybe even worse. They're somewhere in between metaphor and reality. So perhaps they don't even know what they're saying.
Well,
but nonetheless, other people take it seriously, like the Moravian Brethren, Count Zinzendorf. Basically, not only did they believe in the Side-Hole Pieties, but they would say very graphic things like, we want to suck and lick the side wound of Christ.
Well, there are famous older paintings of Bernard, drinking Mary's breast milk. And they're very, very graphic. They're obviously very sexual. But the point here is that with this Western rejection of the body, there is an odd pendulum swing of sort of overreaction in Renaissance art, where of course you have these Roman Catholic cathedrals that are full of naked people. I mean, you have Mary's got a nice big breast here that's shooting milk out into Bernard's mouth. I mean, it's just very. Granted, that's not necessarily sexual, but in Catholic theology, here you are, you're sitting in this cathedral that's full of naked people, especially Sistine Chapel or something like that, and one single dirty thought is a mortal sin. So it's a very odd trickster sort of deity that you're being presented with here, where I'm going to cover the inside of this building with naked persons. Augustine and others speak very disparagingly of the body, and should you be led to look upon these bodies in a certain way, you are immediately placed in a state of mortal sin. It's very bizarre, is what I'm getting at.
And think about it, and you know what proves our point more than anything is that even in the West themselves, after that Renaissance period, they would like scratch out the genitalia.
Yes.
Because what happened is Count Zinzendorf, and he's a Moravian Brethren, so the thing about the Moravian Brethren is that they didn't consider themselves Protestants, but they basically were, but they liked Catholic stuff. They liked Catholic piety. That was their main thing. They loved blood piety, too, obviously. But Count Zinzendorf went all around these Renaissance churches where the mosaics had remained, and he wanted to restore them. He wanted so that you could see the genitalia of Christ, because he thought basically that the side hole, which St. Anselm and others talked about it before, that was the kind of conclusionary, if you will, wound, the initial wound to that we had to be concerned about was the circumcision one. So that's the beginning. But it's kind of like the life of Christ. He has a series of like cuts into his body, and Count Zinzendorf actually was obsessed with the child-sized penis of Christ. I know that's terrible to say, but I mean, I'm sorry. That's what I didn't make this stuff up. I couldn't.
Well, I mean, just and to make this a little bit more interesting, not that it's not, but in terms of other connections that we've talked about, you sent me a very long treatise dealing with Zinzendorf's espionage activity. So here we have a clear connection between bizarre child piety of some sort and, a major figure in terms of modern European politics and espionage.
Absolutely, and keep in mind also that these guys are all into Kabbalah, too. These guys are into Jewish mysticism, and there are certain traditions. The article you're talking about has never been published, and I don't know if it ever will be published, because it's just laying it down on the line where it needs to be, and sometimes you have to be cautious when you do that. So that's why I have friends like you that I can send this stuff to. But basically, what we have in Kabbalistic traditions and in occult traditions, too, and I know we can't generalize, so I'll get specific. Rosicrucianism,
right.
Freemasonry, and when I say Freemasonry, I'm talking about the sources that we have from England from the late 1600s and early 1700s to lead up to the establishment of the main lodge in London. And I think 1720, although I might have the date wrong, but it's the early 1700s.
Right.
If you look at those sources, they specifically talk about 5 points of fellowship. And the 5 points of fellowship are the hand to the hand, the cheek to the cheek, and then the last one is the hand to the back. And the weird thing about it is this face to face and cheek to cheek and hand to hand, this isn't a biblical verse. I spoke of this in the unpublished essay you referred to. It's this Ezekiel thing where Ezekiel, and the real correct, in my opinion, the correct interpretation of this is that Ezekiel killed the boy. He didn't engage in any kind of illicit.
Well, right, obviously, yeah.
I mean, it's sad. You get so far off in this weird stuff. Sometimes.
Well, actually, by the way, I wasn't talking about I was talking about the dissertation that woman had written about Zinzendorf that was like, 700 or 800 pages, some 500, 600, 700 pages. You sent me.
Okay, yeah, you're talking about Mary Keith Shuchar.
Yes, that's it.
She's very, very good. She's worth looking into. There's the book about there's the book that deals with Zinzendorf, which is Why Mrs. Blake Cried. Talks about William Blake's strange sexual beliefs and how they came from the Moravian Brethren, because his parents went to the Fetter Lane Moravian Brethren Church, where also Emanuel Swedenborg, the spy.
I'm sorry. I was thinking of Swedenborg, and I said Count Zinzendorf. I apologize.
You can't be blamed. The book goes through a million trillion different names, just like a lot of books that cover a lot of ground do. But the guys blend together. But yeah, you basically what you've got is, and this is what I've come to conclude. I was talking when I referred to the essay. Did I ever send you an essay that dealt with all of this stuff?
I think you did. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So if you would go through that, because that talks about what I'm about to say, which is where there's this Elijah tradition in certain Kabbalistic teachers interpreted this Elijah thing where he put his face to the child's face and put his arms to the child's arms. They interpret it as some kind of carnal union.
Right.
That actually brings about some kind of great, esoteric
power, right.
Well, Zinzendorf had a field day with this because he's already obsessed with the naked child Christ. And the wound on his penis is his favorite thing to fixate on. So when he takes and runs with this 5 points of fellowship thing, and the point I guess also is that it's at the center of the Freemasonic initiation for the third degree is 5 points of contact with one's brother. If you add to the mix the idea of the Templars and some of the accusations made against the Templars and their rituals, you begin to realize that there's something seriously troubling about this. And I don't know the full answer to it, nor does any other researcher, but I can only tell you that what seems to keep creeping up is this strange kind of idea that rotting human flesh and basically altering what I would call the normal sexual relationship between a man and a woman, somehow altering it due to some kind of doctrine, some kind of esoteric Gnostic teaching that an individual feels is going to better the world if they commit this act. It seems to be at the heart of a lot of it. What it all means in the big scheme of things, well, that's for, those are for future books.
Now, you said rotting human flesh? Is that what you said?
Yeah, think about it like the Hiram Abiff part of the Freemasonic ritual. Basically, whenever, apparently according to these early texts, whenever you do the handshake, you grab the finger of the other person, and then you slip your hand off of their finger, and it's called slip. And what it represents is the rotting flesh of Hiram Abiff coming off of his finger. And then, at the end of it, there's a secret word, which is variously interpreted, but it seems to be the word matched in. And the matched in represents you putting your hand on the lower sign of it's basically, if you want to know why, here we go, I'm laying it out in the line, aren't I? To me, it's like you've got the rotting flesh of Hiram Abiff, and the final move is basically the violation of the dead corpse's backside, basically. Because why? Because it has all of those connotations if you look at the text. The matched pin is the spine, and it even says, if you correlate it with other Masonic texts, it says you touch the base of the spine. So many people feel that's a euphemism for, unnatural relations.
And so your thesis, you're making a connection to this older Frankish piety of weird body stuff. Is that what you're getting at? And the zombie mass?
Yeah, certain chronicles say that Charlemagne, had one of his Frankish knights was his lover. We don't know if this is true, but there are certain chronicles that say that. Yes, chronicles will say anything in the world, especially against a prominent leader, because he had enemies and he had friends. So we certainly can't take that as a historical source that proves anything. It only proves that some people thought that he had unnatural relations. Another legend about Charlemagne is that he visited the Holy Land, and when he went to the Church of the Holy Sepulchre, the Christ child appeared to him during the Mass and took off his foreskin and put it on top of the Holy Chalice and said, "This is my flesh and blood." So it stops there, but what do you do next, right? You pick up the chalice and put it in your mouth, right?
So basically we're talking about, non-canonical weird lodges that engage in these kinds of things. Is that what you're getting at, that might be at the heart of sort of the modern occult powers ruling through Frankish traditions? Is that your possible?
I think basically what I'm saying is that, if we took it all out as like just circles, pieces of, colored paper, and just threw them out there and said, okay, clerical pederasty, okay, that's in the headlines a lot.
Yeah.
Let's throw that out on the floor. Okay, blood piety, the veneration, drinking, and smearing your blood all over yourself as some kind of religious honor. Oh, okay, well, the French did that. Let's throw that out there. Well, all of these different circles connect together in esoteric groups and in basically Western Christianity,
right,
and in secular forms of it. It all is present, and in Kabbalah, too. You might ask, well, why is this? Well, I think that basically what happens is, I believe it's kind of a genealogy of evil, but I don't think there's any way to establish the proof for it.
Yeah, well, that's where I was going to go next. How do you see a bloodline of evil here?
Yeah, but I will say this, that historiographically, there's not any way to establish, geometrical proof of almost anything.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you want to get hypercritical and Humean, I
understand.
Anyway.
Right.
But what we can do is we can find morphological similarities in thought patterns.
Right.
Now, what academia will say is, no, they're going to avoid the questioning period and say, no, we want to have reasonable amount of proof. So if it doesn't fall within this arbitrary, amount of proof, then we're not going to count it.
Sure.
Of course, nobody knows what that arbitrary amount is.
Right.
But it's like Jungian archetypes. Are they just used? Is there a central part where someone decides the body of man corresponds to the universe, the macrocosm, and then from that one spot, let's say in the Caucasus Mountains, it spreads everywhere? Or can it, if someone came up with it on day number one in the Caucasus Mountains, could that be repeated somewhere else? So that's the non-diffusion view of how morphological similarity. There's no way to solve that dilemma. There's no way to logically solve it.
Right.
And I think that there's a reason for that. And my whole point is that in terms of history writing and history of ideas, it gives us a wide latitude to just simply say, here's a structure of thought, a structure of ideas, here's the components of it, and then here's another instance of it. Can we find that person actually read that book? Well, that would help. But if not, there may just be a kind of slot or a kind of groove that the human mind falls into whenever it's under demonic influence. That may be why there are these morphological similarities.
Well, I was going to say, pretty clearly the patterns can be explained very well if you believe in sentient evil. Yeah.
And even if you don't, if you want to be, Darwinist materialist, you can say, well, the human brain is wired a certain way, and that's for survival, so it's always going to fall into these certain patterns. Well, ultimately, it's metaphysical, as we discussed last time. There's not any way to get beyond that. But what we can do is try to elucidate the causes of these ideas and what the effects of them are.
Do you see a connection between what you're talking about and what we see in, are you familiar with like the Michel Dutroux case from...
No.
Okay, well, there was a case that, I believe it's Belgium, that was 10, 15 years ago, and there was a castle, interestingly, where women were basically put in cages and some were murdered and were used in very elite rituals, and a lot of the Euro elite were in some way connected or involved, and a lot of them got off of it. But one guy did take the fall, Michel Dutroux, and it was a big news deal in Europe about 10 or 15 years ago. So you can find all the Guardian articles on that. But it's called the Dutroux case, and it sounds exactly like what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's basically where we can kind of find the smoking gun is when we have ideas like, for instance, in Freemasonry, where you have the idea, and one thing that I should point out is the Hiram Abiff legend originally had the name of Noah. You can even see in certain manuscripts the name of Noah has been changed. Apparently, there was a Kabbalistic legend about Noah died, his body started rotting, and the three sons of Noah came in and tried to put his body back together. And some Kabbalistic legends say that they successfully made a golem or reanimated him, and others just say that he didn't. So. Well,
but this doesn't sound like standard Freemasonry, though. This sounds like the more, Black Lodge or, rebellious type lodges that, this doesn't sound like, what's at your local lodge.
Well, one thing that I would say is this, that I've learned, I think I've learned, is that there is a problem in the historiography of Freemasonry. There's kind of an official story that's put out by the London Lodge that says, it all started in 1720 or 1712, and all these other people are fakers. Well, what Heinrich Bogdan and other scholars have tried to do is to show that, there's actually documents from the 1600s which mainly originate in not the group of Enlightenment type people, but they were more legitimate. They were more pro-Jacobite type individuals who were royalists, and really they were involved in that beyond mysticism that I'm always talking about. Matter of fact, there was a ritual that Charles II was involved in. He was a member of one of these high-grade masonry groups, which was not particularly in London. It is always trying to say we're the real Freemasonry, and it's all just a bunch of guys chomping on cigars and talking about how to better the world. Well, this other high-grade version, Scottish version, is, and remember, of course, Charles, the bloodline they come from Scotland, right?
Right.
Well, this particular ritual, a royal ritual that went on in Charles II, he did the 5 points of contact with another male and said, you know, this is furthering the energy and power of the, of the Jacobite throne or whatever. So, I mean, there's a lot of studies out there.
No, I'm not saying that you're wrong, but what is your source on that?
Yeah, well, Heinrich Bogdan's Western Esotericism and Rituals of Initiation.
Okay.
That's one book, and then he cites tons of books, which I also read. But I'll definitely write something up on that on my blog and get something going on that, because that's a really...
Well, I mean, that shouldn't be surprising in the sense of, I mean, royalty, the vice of royalty is, homosexuality, so that really shouldn't be that surprising. Not that I'm not surprised. I'm just saying that, when it comes to royalty, there's not really anything that should be surprising.
And let us not forget, I mean, since we've kind of talked around all these different strange teachings, it seemed to there's always a Charlemagne story that goes along with all of this stuff. I mean, the child Jesus and the inappropriate touching, and as you might call it, and then also the blood piety. All of it seems to go back to Charlemagne.
Well, maybe the sphere of destiny, that maybe that's also a phallus.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Longinus, traditional Roman spearman who pierces the side of Jesus Christ. I mean, that's a really odd thing, is it not? I mean, if you think about it, it's kind of a visual icon where it's like we want to actually go inside of the heart of Christ. And people may say, well, they're not being literal. Well, look at St. Catherine of Siena. She literally believed she had the first heart transplant in history, that her stony heart was replaced by the fleshy heart of Jesus, and it was not a metaphor, because she specifically says, well, his heart, is in my chest now beating, and
yes.
It's pretty...
Right. Well, and of course, Catherine of Siena is I believe it's the Boccaccio's, no, not Boccaccio. Who's I'm going blank here, naming off.
Yeah, I'm picturing it right now.
The orgasmic statue in the Vatican that was designed by Caravaggio, I think.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, not funny actually, disturbing thing is that if I'm not mistaken, that sculpture is based on the actual life of St. Catherine of Siena. The documents were prepared by the nuns and other prelates who were around her and knew her, and said yes, she did have orgasm.
Yeah, it's the nuptial union that she has with Jesus. That's what it's about, and I think it has to do with her receiving a ring and all that too.
Yeah, and there were other women mystics of the Catholic Church that had a wedding ring burned, like a ring burned around their finger that showed that there's some kind of spiritual wedding ring that had been placed on there, but you can't see it, or something like that. And then if we fast forward to the actual, Sacred Heart piety in the 1600s, Margaret Marie Alacoque, the disciple of the Sacred Heart.
Yes.
She was perhaps, everyone is obviously able to believe what they want about the historical record, but this is perhaps a very disturbed individual who tended sick people and would eat their bodily secretions, their vomit, and everything else, believing that she was fulfilling the scripture by doing so. So, when all this evidence starts to pile up, you just have to pretty much do a double take and say what's really going on. What are the historical forces and the distortions that are going into this?
Yeah, another connection that we might make here, just sort of stream of consciousness thinking here, is Faustina Kowalska, who is a venerated saint in the last the last 100 years. I forget which pope decided that she was a saint. I think it was probably John Paul I or II. But Faustina is responsible for the idea of Jesus as being able to extend mercy, and there's a specific painting involved with this where it's Jesus and there's like these rays of light shooting out of him. So it's sort of, I don't know, but there's the idea that mercy can come forth through this image because of Sister Faustina. And when you actually read Sister Faustina's Revelations, I mean, she sounds just like St. Mary Margaret that you're talking about. She sounds insane. I mean, its wafers are literally floating across the room and talking to her and telling her that she's Jesus' special bride. She alone of all the nuns has been chosen as a bride. She sounds nuts. Yeah.
As soon as you said that, like, here, this is one of the great things about us having conversations is the connections just, multiply. There's a long Frankish tradition of taking words from the Scripture, which are meant to symbolize a spiritual truth, and literalizing them and making them fly through the air. For instance, as to the baptism of Christ, as the gospel account, Holy Spirit descended like a dove.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at the text on the first coronation of Frankish king Clovis in 496 AD, you actually have the priest couldn't get there with the anointing all in time, so this little Tweety bird, pardon the expression, but this little Tweety bird, Holy Spirit, starts flying through the air, coming down with this vial, and supposedly the bishop took it and anointed Clovis, so you have the beginning of the Frank royal line, right?
Wow, that's interesting.
Well, that's the origin of the holy ampoule, which is supposed to be uncreated substance, which only the Frankish king can have on his head, which makes him the most Christian king. So basically what it is just a barbaric, bonehead misunderstanding of a very important,
Well, basically we're dealing with what are Frankish con men.
Yeah, and I thought about this all day today because I was worried I was going to sound as crazy as the people I'm talking about, which is what you fall into when you start kind of saying, well, here's the thought pattern of this person in history, and you end up sounding crazy, but they're crazy, and you're representing, you're saying this guy thinks this way. And it kind of makes you a bit excited because you're like, how can this happen? But I forgot what we were talking about. I got lost in the madness.
Well, we were talking about wafers that fly and ampoules that fly, or holy oil that's uncreated essence that flies around.
Sure, the uncreated essence. And what's funny is the French revolutionaries, the first thing they did in Paris when they ousted the Franks and eradicated feudal law, which I'm not in sympathy with the French revolutionaries on many points, but I will say that they got the holy ampoule, put it on an anvil, and smashed it. Said, "There's your uncreated oil." And not that I that's a good thing. You should.
Well, the Enlightenment's a pro and con thing. I mean, it gets rid of a lot of Western superstitions at the same time as going in the direction of adopting a new superstition.
And a lot of these guys, as Billington and other scholars have pointed out, there's an underbelly of the Enlightenment. Those guys would go to fortune tellers and strange, body houses, and I mean, they were not. They had their own superstitions that they had their own pet superstitions they preferred, and who could blame them for wanting to overthrow Frankish power? But it was, as Rome said, the French Revolution was a non-apostolic, anti-Frankish revolution.
Mm-hmm.
And basically another thing they did, which isn't really fun, it's disrespectful, but nonetheless, when you're beat down and told that you have to be Frank slaves for generation after generation, you can't blame a group of peasants who played football with the head of a member of the royal family. They raided the crypt at Saint Denis, I think, and came out with the head and played a game of football with it. Now, do I think that's a good thing to do? No, but it's certainly understandable.
Well, Nietzsche warns the elite, and I think it's Beyond Good and Evil. It's either Ecce Homo or Beyond Good and Evil. He warns that when the elite become out of touch with the populace and they're so decadent that they can't even interact with those that they subjugate, they invite that upon themselves.
You hope that everything goes well for everyone at all times, but then sometimes people are asking for it, and they still hope that bad things don't happen. But you can make the distinction between someone that wasn't asking for it and someone it was.
Exactly.
At other times, you wonder, are you asking for yourself? So, you always have to keep that in mind. But
you were listening to Dyer Radio on the Jay Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more Jay Dyer Today.
I've been practicing Chinese. Mom, do you want to hear? For when the Chinese take over this country, do you want to hear my Chinese?
Well, I don't. I don't want to hear this.
Ping pong, tick tock, fuck, fuck. Chinese lessons. Hello, John. I'd like to borrow your shopping cart to put meat to the hamburgers at the 4th of July parade festival later. Bing bong, ding tong, stell to, tum song, tick tock, fuck, fuck, chi tock, kid fuck. Lesson 2. I think I need to go to the doctor to get my heart disease checked because I am fat American and I have diabetes. Siu-to, chi-tong, su-to, chi-to, bong-ching, batong, tu-tong. Pat fuck. You tell me funny joke? I hear funny American joke. It go like this. What's better than... What? They have black people in America. Visit www.officialsamhyde$1 million Extreme Institute of Verbal Dominance and Linguistic Shifting.com for more information. Now here's the thing. I don't resent my pops at all because he paid for it, okay? He paid for my schooling. And wow, Sam Hyde is so privileged and lucky and he's complaining about having his school paid for him. No, I'm trying to help you because you're looking at it and you're saying to yourself, I can take on $250,000 worth of debt. No, you can't, okay? You don't want that. Now, if you have parents that'll pay for it, I highly advise it's a luscious behavior to live such a lavish lifestyle, okay? That's fine, and I'm not complaining. He thinks that everybody should have college paid for them? White people problems. Like, the comments are straight retarded. This is why I don't even bother reading them anymore. Because you're retarded. If you're thinking this right now, you're retarded. I'm trying to save you. I know people who are in their fucking late 30s who have tens of thousands of dollars of student debt. Think about that. Think about being 40 years old and owing $30,000 to your fucking college, dude, okay? That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. Bing, 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 bing. Okay. And I'm just making a little video because I was prompted to do this because the person I was talking to, the person in their life who was the strongest influence, who was giving them this advice, who was coming from an authoritative, older, seasoned, wiser perspective, has $60,000 in credit card debt and no savings. And it's a 50-plus-year-old woman who's giving this advice, okay? Now, if you want to be 50-plus years old with nothing, with negative nothing, If you want to be 50 plus years old in debt and owe the same as a good condition recent model year Porsche Carrera base model 2-wheel drive, okay? Go to a Porsche dealership. Look at a 2013, 2014 base model Carrera. Look at that car, okay? I'm not saying it's the most well-designed. I don't even like them, okay? But the fit and finish, the build quality, the fact that they hold their value is impressive, okay? Go to a Porsche. Listen, this might be a good thought exercise for you if you're thinking about college right now. Go to a Porsche dealership, ask to see their nicest shit. And then imagine owing that much money to somebody else and not being able to pay for it, okay? If I told you tomorrow that you had to go buy, listen, yeah, man, tomorrow's the big day, and you got to go buy a Porsche Cayenne in cash. You got to afford it. Most of you probably won't be able to do that, would you? That's what you're going to be on the hook for. That fucking sucks. If you want to be that way, take that lady's advice. If you want to be a 50-year-old cat lady with $60,000 in credit card debt, no savings, know nothing except maybe some jewelry, then take her advice and don't think too much about it. Don't think about it too hard. Just listen to the baby boomer generation, okay? The generation, the first generation to hand off to their offspring less than they were given, okay? The generation of fuck-ups. The most prosperous in all of human history. The most materially prosperous group of people who are cocaine retarded fuck gods. Listen to them. Take their advice, man. They know what they're doing. Visit www.mbgstudefinancial.com for more details on how to cope with your dumb student debt.
Dyerwave. 3. Our anthropology is not derived by human psychology or, empirical data from MIT or something like this. It's derived from the revealed aspect of what we see in Christology. And so there's no real way to diagnose man's problem and to understand man and man's anthropology, as I said, without the right theology. icon of the Father, and man is the icon of God. We are the image of God. Dyerwave.
3.
Dyerwave.
3. three.
Dyerwave.
3.
Science comes out of medieval universities. This may be totally lost on modern people, but no, actually modern science comes out of universities. Guess where universities come from? Byzantium. What is the theology of Byzantium? Orthodoxy. The longest running empire, the most successful economic empire in the history of the world was Orthodoxy. It was Byzantium. So we give universities, we give civilization, all these things come from the treasures of Orthodoxy. So I would say that we can prove that our morals, our theology is from God. I'm not saying this just because of history it proves it. I was just rebutting certain points that he made about history. We've actually built civilization. Canon law is very important in the history of law. History of law theory, universities come from orthodoxy. So when we reject dialectics and dialectical tensions and the presuppositions of dialectics, which are the very root of all Gnostic systems, are all built on dialectical tensions and the assumptions of dialectics, all the way back to Plato. When we reject that, what we're left with is a unique revealed anthropology and a unique metaphysics, a unique worldview, a unique ethic that is not just in theory. It's actually been proved and stamped into history in the longest empire in the world. Dyerwave.
3.
We've learned so much. If you've been on the Jay's Analysis ride, a lot of you guys are new. I understand. That's cool. Glad to have you here. But some of you have been with me for the long haul. In fact, there are some who've been with Jay's Analysis for 10 years, reading it back in the day. And we've come a long way. We've come a long way.
Welcome to the Jay Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, Jay Dyer.
Jay's Analysis back, this time with a summary and review of the book, The CIA and Mind Control, The Search for the Manchurian Candidate. And what I'm going to do is switch to the model where you get the first half of the discussion free to regular subscribers and to YouTube and so forth. And for those who have paid and are paid subscribers, you'll get the full discussion, the full disclosure, the full analysis of the book. So the second half, full lecture will be available to those who have subscribed at jaysanalysis.com under the subscription link for $4.95. You get basically a college-level education, particularly in philosophy. We've been going through Plato's works, summarizing all of his dialogues. We're about 4 or 5 dialogues in now, and all of those are now free online. But what I'm going to do with those as well is the same model here of half and half. So half free and then half for the full lecture for subscribers that are paid. So if you would like to get a college-level education that is based around truth, objectivity, and not based on statist, Marxist subversion, and so forth, then please help me out and subscribe for $4.95, and we'll keep this going and hopefully do a lot more. This is just a break from the Platonic lectures. We will be returning to those, so those of you who are interested in delving more into Plato, don't worry, we do plan on going through the entire corpus. So that will take a good while, but my brain despises monotony. So my brain's not going to be able to sit there through the entire however many thousand pages of Plato's dialogues for months on end without taking a break. So we're taking a break, unfortunately not with something light, but with something pretty heavy, pretty deep and dark, and we're going to talk about John Marx's excellent book. And I'm going to give a full summary of it. It is just mind-blowing, the level and depth of unbelievable depravity and degeneracy that the state has been willing to engage in under the guise of pragmatism, pragmatic scientism, and the Cold War. And so this becomes a justification for numerous disgusting experimentations on humans that are unspeakable. But nevertheless, it's something that we should take a look at and understand. So when we think about the archetype of the mad scientist, the beakers, test tubes, wild gray hair flying everywhere, the Doc and Marty McFly type mad scientist, the Einstein look. Unfortunately, that caricature is not exactly correct, because the mad scientists behind the MKUltra programs were actually full-fledged mad scientists. Okay, so these are wicked guys, and it's going to be important to understand the scientific assumptions that underlie how this was justified and made possible. So we're going to be looking at it from a philosophical perspective as well as I go through. And if you heard the other interviews that I did with Spearhead Transmission, we delved into this. The interview with Rundown Live, we talked about this a little bit. This is going to be a lot more in depth. I'm going to go through basically the entire book. I don't know how long it's going to take exactly, but the meat and potatoes will be at the end, of course, for those who are paid subscribers. Starts out Marx's book is based on the 7 boxes of MKUltra documents that were available eventually after the hearings. Helms and the doctors involved, unfortunately, destroyed the other 7 boxes, so we don't have the full record of exactly what all went on, but we have a basic outline, and that's what John Marks is giving us here in his book. So the Sandoz Pharmaceutical Corporation that I've mentioned before, after a guy named Dr. Albert Hoffman discovered the ability of certain ergots and mushrooms, that they had the ability to produce these altered states of consciousness, the trip, as we'll say, they got the idea that maybe this could be produced in a synthesized or synthetic form into, something far more potent and, of course, altered then to do all kinds of things. And that is exactly what they did. The OSS got wind of this from Sandoz. This is concurrent with the timing of the Manhattan Project, so we're looking at the 40s here. And there's going to be a deep state tie-in between operations that were going on in relation to the Manhattan Project and the operations that would come to be known as MK Ultra. So they started out with a whole bunch of different drugs and substances, such as marijuana. They wanted to see, this is at the time of World War II, they wanted to see if marijuana could be used as a truth drug, a truth serum. Unfortunately, it did not work out for them that way. It was discovered to not really produce the kind of results they wanted. Of course, anyone who out there smokes pot, you would know that this is obviously not not feasible as a truth serum. So we know about the Nazi scientists also engaged in mind control. So Marx covers this in Chapter 1, where the Nazi scientists, Goering, Spears, we think of Mengele and others who did all kinds of different testing, psychological manipulation, psyops, psywars type stuff. This, of course, was adopted by the U.S. and other nations under Operation Paperclip, where Nazi scientists were brought to the U.S. and the U.K. And then so the OSS, which is the original, the precursor to the CIA, which, like I said, got wind of this, met with the big pharmaceutical guys that had discovered this, and decided that this would be something to invest in for the purpose of espionage, controlling operatives, and again, truth serums and so forth. So it arises from World War II spying and espionage. So already during that period we had, trickery, interrogation, things like that going on with different spy agencies and defectors and so forth. So they were looking for ways to master spy games. And so this is the milieu from which we will get the mind control mythology that has now come into pop culture with, basically every movie that comes out now that's in any way conspiracy or spy oriented or whatever has this theme in it, from the Avengers, Jeremy Renner's character, to Born Identity, to Long Kiss Goodnight, Shane Black films. The list just goes on and on. We have some version of mind control, MK Ultra program, assassins, and so forth being involved. So Bill Donovan was connected to some of these speculations early on at the OSS, and of course he's sort of the father figure of the OSS, but it's important to recall that the OSS was not set up by the Americans, it was set up by British intelligence. So once again, we have the old chess masters, the old masters of the great game, establishing their proxy agents and agencies in all of their colonized nations. So they needed to figure out who was willing to engage in this kind of stuff. So a lot of people who went into espionage work were not completely immoral and without some sort of framework in terms of right and wrong. So they would they did tests, psychological profiling and so forth to try to find the right kind of people who would be willing to engage in, these different methods of interrogation and so forth. And it ended up that they found people in the scientific community, of course, who were more than willing to do this, because the so-called scientific community, based as it is in modernity on scientism and pragmatism and naturalist reductionism, doesn't have any qualms with experimenting on human life, on humans, because they're viewed as animals. All right. So there's an interesting tidbit too that on page 18 there's a passing reference to AT&T and their connection to the OSS back in the 40s, I guess, late 30s, early 40s. AT&T started their own private intelligence agency. So all the way back in the late 30s and 40s, the idea of private espionage was beginning to rear its head. Now, I'm sure there are references to this idea prior to this. I mean, in a sense, if you're a queen and you have spies, then your spies are private. But generally we speak, in the 20th century, we think of espionage and spying in terms of nation states and spying for this or that government, the Chinese government, the Russian government, whatever. But with the rise of the international corporation, the hiring of espionage assets and agents by corporate entities begins to appear, something new in comparison to past history of espionage. So what begins to emerge here is the intersect not just of government intelligence and the OSS and CIA and the medical field, so-called medical field, psychology and psychiatry, which are blooming at this point, but also the private corporate power structure is involved in this as well. And we can see why the private corporate power structure would obviously be interested in all the same techniques of manipulation and control as would government agencies, due to the the potential there for the power of advertising, marketing, and so forth, as well as spying, with AT&T and NSA, espionage type stuff. So that sets the stage. Early on, we have Dr. Estabrooks, who experiments a lot in hypnosis, and with hypnosis, Estabrooks, I think I've said in past interviews, I get all these guys mixed up because there's like a crew of, the top 5 or 10 MK Ultra doctors, and it's easy to get who wrote what mixed up. But I think I said in the past that Gottlieb wrote the Science Digest article from the 70s that talks about the programmed assassin with the alternate personalities that could then, through trigger words, go and, complete some mission and so forth. But I think it's actually Dr. Estabrooks' 1973 Science Digest article that discusses this. So it comes out of older research into hypnosis. So that's one aspect of this program, though. So the whole thing is not encompassed in, splitting the personality of an agent to make him an assassin. That's just one idea that's part of this vast series of projects and sub-projects that go under the title of MK Ultra.
Do not go away. DyerRadio will be right back after these messages.
The thing that I see so much in is people who their life is up in the air, sort of, or like they don't have a direction or they don't have a vision or something. And I know this myself because I've been like this at points in my life, specifically when I was in my early 20s, having poor me syndrome, where you're like, I should be on MTV, I should be that guy, I should be famous right now, my art is so much better, why isn't my art the best? like that type of mentality. And I just hope to steer people away from that, because it's a dead end, and there's like pleasure in feeling battered, where like when you're a victim, it feels good to like stew in your own embitterment. And especially if you're creating, like if you're making something, like on Instagram, people follow me and the names have 666 in it, and then you click on it and it's like some fucking cutter with long hair, long dark hair, who's like all dressed in black, and not even dressed in black, it's not like gothic, it's like an ironic 666, and I just block these people right away. But there's definitely, like, you know how some people are rageaholics? Yeah. You can get physically addicted to the sense of rage, and it feels good to break shit and beat him that day, like, oh my god, I'm gonna fucking bust down the door if you say that again to me. Oh shit, auto engine off feature. If she says that one more time, I'm gonna break down the door. But what I'm aiming to do is just to steer people away from that, because it's like it's not even a dead end, because if it was a dead end, you become back from it. It's like, to use my favorite Star Wars universe analogy, it's like the dark side of the Force. Like, there's no coming back from when you get too deep down that path. And the only thing is, like, doing anything is so difficult. Like, putting together a podcast is, like, very difficult. Putting together a good one, very difficult. Assembling guests, difficult. Making comedy, making videos is pretty difficult. And then when you add on top of that, like, you go up 10 orders of magnitude when you go from Bitcoin to Ethereum and then Chainlink, to where you're trying to do more than just be a value transfer protocol. You're trying to be a world computer, and then on top of that, you're trying to be a decentralized oracle for inputs and outputs to major companies. It's like the next step up from that is using it to make money, and using something creative or using something like that to make money is fucking at least 10 times harder than doing it in the first place. And it's like, you get kicked in the nuts so many times, no matter what it is that you're doing. If you're not a wage slave, or if you're not like on welfare, if you're actually out in the world trying to do something, it's like an endless series of nut kicks. And to bear that, you have to have an optimism that is a little gay and a little bit woo, like yoga, like, hey man, just look at the bright side, man, like, it's big. I realize I'm telling you to eat mushrooms right now, but I think that's like requirement of survival. This is www.mdgslifehacks.com for more information on how you can become XRP.
So, moving on to Chapter 2, we get into the discussion of the Cold War and how the Cold War becomes the ideological background and basis for engaging in these different projects. Cardinal Joseph Minsinski of the Roman Catholic Church was put under harsh interrogation by the Soviets, and he appeared to be zombie-like and brainwashed in certain interviews, and this got the West, the agencies, thinking, excuse me, that perhaps the foreign governments had discovered a way to bring a new way to brainwash, beyond anything that had previously been discovered. So they hyped up the programs and instituted Project Bluebird. And Bluebird was the beginning of the mind control experiments in 1950. Bluebird was focused, like I said, on drugs. Was where it began with sodium amytal, different types of truth serums, benzodrine, what could bring about amnesia. The Bluebird team in 1950 used advanced techniques on 25 subjects that were North Korean prisoners of war. So this is where we begin. Beyond the older experiments of marijuana and such. Excuse me. So they had some success with this. They also began using electroshock machines at this point to see if you could stimulate different responses, shock therapy in the captives. $100,000 was given to the Office of Scientific Intelligence, to a private doctor to do this. So a lot of times the programs are not just under some secret government lab. They're actually a scientific cover is given. Well, they create all these different agencies and the institute for this and that. And the money is given to private doctors, scientists to come in. And sometimes the doctors and scientists don't even know that they're working for a covert program. Later on, Marx discusses at one of the institutes where the programs existed, there were 10 doctors hired, and only one of the 10 knew that this was actually an MKUltra experiment. The others didn't know where the money was coming from. So that's how it worked. So in 1947, the National Security Act created not only the CIA, but also the NSC, the National Security Council, which is very high up in the shadow government. The National Security Council is kind of the top of the pyramid of the U.S. espionage apparatus. This is kind of the intersect of the different, however many, 16 different agencies now that exist. Marx says, it was also a time when the U.S. had achieved a new preeminence in the world. After World War II, American officials wielded the kind of power that diplomats frequently dream of. They established new alliances, new rulers, and even new nations to suit their purpose. So nation building really begins after World War II. Again, adopting the older British model, now that the U.S. had kind of come under the sway, under the aegis of the British banking establishment with the Federal Reserve Act and with Woodrow Wilson and Colonel Edwin Mandell House and all that. So Bluebird leads to Project Artichoke. And Artichoke is where we'll start seeing the LSD brought in. There's an interesting quote on page 31 where we get a hint of the scientism involved here, and the scientism is the idea that the scientific method is actually itself a grand narrative, or it's projected, it's boosted into the status of being a grand narrative that explains or can explain everything. The scientific method is a tool for arriving at a certain kind of knowledge, empirical knowledge about the natural world. However, a method or tool itself cannot become or be the grand narrative explanation for all that is, has been, and ever shall be. Yet that is where we are in modern scientism. Darwinism is, of course, part of that mythology. As it expands, it goes far beyond the scientific method and presents a grandiose narrative of past, present, and future, course of history, leading towards man's apotheosis through Deus ex machina deification. And he says, another agency psychologist observes that CIA operators did not have a universal concept of mankind, and thus were willing to do things to foreigners that they would then reluctant to try on Americans. It was strictly a patriotic vision. So do your patriotic duty and torture and experiment on foreign POWs. So, but that's where it starts, right? So the pragmatism of ends justify the means, and well, we're doing it for patriotism, and we're going to start with the foreigners, quickly leads to the abuse of the nation's own citizens. So Artichoke ramps it up. The goal would be, could we end free will? That's actually brought up. Marx says, in theory, Professor Wendt worked under Dr. Thompson's supervision in a highly classified Navy program called Project Chatter, but the strong-minded psychologist did not take anyone's orders easily. Very much an independent spirit, Wendt, ironically, had accepted Chatter's goal of weakening, if not eliminating, free will in others. So we move to the next stage in this mad science operation, not just controlling, can we eliminate free will? Can we create biological robots, automatons? We have lists of different places that were used. Many of the institutes, universities, naval intelligence worked with the Artichoke men at local CIA headquarters that had formerly used, it was a local CIA headquarters in Frankfurt that had formerly been IG Farben. So here we are back with the paperclip kind of scenario where the IG Farben, of course, was involved in the support of Nazism. More drugs, more different kinds, Secanol, Dexedrine, blah, blah, blah. This is where it really kicks in, where they start saying, hey, we've got some success here. Because they were able to induce amnesia on page 41 under Artichoke. And could you then induce amnesia and get somebody to do this or that and then not remember it, thereby sort of saving your exposure if you program your asset to kill or do whatever else. But Marx goes on to discuss how the loss of free will was somewhat problematic because if you created a vegetable, well, vegetables aren't very good spies. They're not going to be able to do very much. So basically, they just had to keep tinkering with the psyche until they could figure out some way to get it to do a bunch of different stuff, right? So wiping free will didn't really work because the person still needed to go and do a mission, right, which requires intelligence and planning, forethought, volition, and so forth. Nevertheless, they did have success with inducing amnesia, so that's our next step on the road to madness here. There's an interesting quote about espionage that relates to sex, where Marx says he's discussing the people that wanted to get into this kind of work, this line of work, and how many of them were complete basket cases and psychos, so they didn't work well because, yes, the doctors involved were also basket cases and psychos, but you have to have a certain kind of psycho. You can't just have the maniac. You got to have the cold, calculating, scientific psycho. But he discusses honeypots, sex traps, swallows. So they even brought in sex spies were part of MKUltra. They experimented with all different kinds of ways that could be incorporated. Of course, now that goes way back. That's old news. Sex being involved in espionage. But I don't think most people know that it was part of MKUltra too. So they kind of wanted to make see if they could. Let's see what he
says here, all case officers, particularly counterintelligence men, harbor recurring fears that their agents will betray them. The suspicious professional looks for telltale signs like lateness, nervousness, inconsistency. He relies on his intuition. The more you've been around agents, the more likely you are to sense that something is not what it should be. Comments the senior counterintelligence man. It's just like with children. So they view their assets like children, and when we think of the way the sex kitten type of programming, although John Marks does not specifically use that term is kind of bantered around conspiracy circles, the sex kitten programming. I don't know about that term explicitly, it's not used here, but all the same ideas are here. Okay, so there's a whole chapter on sex espionage and its relation to MKUltra. And one of the programs, as I mentioned, involved the use of different whorehouses that were set up at CIA safe houses, one in San Francisco, where they would spray the men who came to visit the whores with LSD, see if the hose could get them to extract or to divulge information, secrets, so forth. And at first they tried this with, sort of low-class ruffian dudes. Then they ramped it up and went all out, trying to, experiment on all different level of social strata. So they tried it with models. They tried it with, even mafia types were involved. All different kinds of people were brought into this craziness. So then enters Sidney Gottlieb, along with Dr. Ewan Cameron, in this next sort of 50s stage of things. They kind of lead the pack here with the work that Esther Brooks and others have done, Hoffman, and really ramp it up and really get hardcore with it. So here in 1953 is the beginning of the official MKUltra. And Mark's comments on what the title of the project means, which is something debated and wondered about, lost in obscurity. Now people are not sure. But John Marks says, pronounced MKUltra, the MK digraph simply identified it as a TSS, that's this secret project. As for the Ultra part, it may have had its etymological roots in the most closely guarded Anglo-American World War II intelligence secret, the Ultra program, which handled the cracking of German military codes. So here we have Alan Turing and the Enigma machine. While good espionage tradecraft called for cryptonyms to have no special meaning, wartime experiences were still very much on the minds of men like Alan Dulles. By no means did TSS, of course, neglect other drugs. It tried hundreds of substances from cocaine to nicotine, looking for special purposes for different substances. So the initial funding was $300,000 for MKUltra. Fort Detrick is where a lot of this was conducted in the beginning. The Army's Biological Research Center, because it was, of course, a drug substance. Maryland, the Special Operations Division would produce germ weapons for the CIA. Later on, with MK Naomi, so another one of the programs where it becomes a bio-warfare type of thing. Now, LSD that they were using was 1,000 times more potent than the original trip that Albert Hoffman did back, who was the first guy to introduce this to the Anglo establishment here. So the Sandoz company was then involved in producing these superdoses, and this is why some of these people went nuts. Frank Olson, one of the men involved in the programs, was given a secret dose. And when you read this book, these sickos were doing it back and forth to one another. They would secretly slip each other doses to see what would happen.
not just to patients, but to their own dudes. So no honor amongst thieves and scoundrels. And one of their cohorts, Frank Olson, went nuts and jumped out of a high-rise. And this became a big scandal later because his family wanted, recourse, wanted justice, pension, so forth, after finding out what had really happened. And it became a big scandal for the agency. Josiah Macy of the Macy Foundation was involved early on and put up a bunch of money. Dr. Charles Geschichter was involved, and the Geschichter Foundation was a front for MKUltra testing. There is a lot of the people who were already crazy. They would experiment on the mentally ill. A lot of the people that were already nuts, of course, got worse. And some people who weren't nuts and maybe were just, addicted to heroin or something, or cocaine that were used for inmates, went schizo. So they realized that LSD was doing, crazy stuff to people in these massive doses. And so, again, it's hard to describe this experimentation because it was just anything you could think of. Right? I mean, it's going to get really crazy here in a minute because they weren't just wanting to mess with the mind. I mean, this expands out into giving animals LSD. I mean, it's all over the board. You can find those videos online too of the old experiments where animals are given LSD.
You are listening to Dyer Radio on the Jay Dyer Today Show. Thanks for tuning in. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe for more Jay Dyer Today.
DyerRadio, stay tuned for more DyerRadio. Classic
Radio. Persian movement. Got to listen to Dyer Radio. I'm married to my uncle. Dyer Radio, stay tuned for more Dyer Radio. Classic Dyer, inglorious on the audio. Kirsten Boomers, got to listen to Dyer Radio. I'm married to my uncle. Cooper came back to me. Cooper came back to me. I cried out for you and you came back to me. 'Cause I love it with you and me, but you and me. No more dividing. We're all one together. Cooper came back to me. Cooper came back to me. I cried out for you and you came back to me. 'Cause I love the spiritual, you and me pursuing me. There's no more divisions, we're all one together. Cooper came back to me. Now I'm back in my home, playing video games. Cooper came back to me. Cooper came back to me. Now I'm back in my home, playing video games. Cooper came back to me.
Thank you to whoever made the Dyerwave audio. I like that. It's some sweet stuff. In fact, I may just let that play again while we let some more people roll on in here. favorite articles in Jay's analysis is the implementation of the AI smart grid and the giant smart cities, which is what IBM talks about publicly building. And that's where we're going, and that's what I think we have to be really concerned about. So all of these tensions, they are part of a long-term strategy to basically get everybody moved into megacities. They'll be forced off of land and so forth for environmental reasons, and basically concocted and invented environmental nonsense. Then you'll be stuck in some hellhole megacity in a, basically a carton-sized apartment living over a Target or something, or inside of a Target or a Walmart, as I said several years ago. It's actually coming true now. There's actually Target City. actually discussed how to invert and subvert that, changing images of man, things like this. So what has to happen is that the inversion has to be reverted back to the way it needs to be. And that means that first and foremost for man is spiritual issues. Those come first. Then we have the things like the philosophy and the family and the social issues and things like that. That comes next. And race or ethnicity can be classed as part of that. That is, in other words, you caring for your people is just a broader extension of the family, the tribe, the nation. Right? It all depends on what we mean by these words and these terms. Now, America, Americanism, is the first attempt at a completely propositional nation, and this is well known. This is not debated in political theory. I think even Abraham Lincoln referred to it that way. civilization, man has dignity because he's made in the image of God. In Plato's Athens civilization, man has no dignity. So these two grounding basic principles are fighting against one another, right? In Plato's philosophy, the state is God. It's embodied in the philosopher king. It's basically like Pharaoh type stuff, right? Christianity, Orthodox Christianity, is the opposition to that. Now, does that mean that it is egalitarian and wipes everything out? Absolutely not. There ain't a bit of egalitarianism in the last 1,960 years of Christianity. And everybody who knows anything knows that. So be honest with yourselves. Why can't you, especially liberal, lying church leaders? You people are just disgusting. Thus, my point is that what all this echo chamber alternative media crap is a waste of time. It's pointless. I mean, yes, it's good for waking people up, but you don't have models of how to erect civilization. You have nothing. I'm telling you, we have an existing structure of the Orthodox Church that contains all the truths that we need to erect this great civilization. It's already been erected in the past. Now, can we go back in time and redo Byzantium? No. But we can build on what is still there, what's left, the ruins, right? Standing on the shoulders of giants, basically, is what I'm trying to say. And when you read these books, when you get an idea of civilizational studies, and you grow out of just a very naive biological racial determinism, that's not everything, man. There's more to reality, to life than race. Man is a spirit. Men are, there's obviously some aspect to which all men share manhood, right? So does that mean that we go with the universal and we blend everybody into a giant blob of no individuals? No. That's the error of collectivism, one of the many dialectics. We don't do dialectics. We believe in a balance because in the triad there's a balance. In the church there's a balance. In the imperium there's a balance between the ethnos, right, and the leadership. All of this was laid out for a thousand years in the church fathers, especially the later church fathers. Look at the double-headed eagle. The Byzantine double-headed eagle tells you everything. There's your symbol. There's your esoteric symbol for it. Is it Masonic? No, it's not Masonic. It's the symbol of the ecumenical councils under the Imperium. It's not Masonic. Byzantine. Right? So think about the books that I've recommended here. If you want to take what you're yapping and wasting all your time on YouTube crap, turn that off and read some of these books. Listen to my lectures where I go through these books. It's Jay Dyer, Jay's Analysis. I challenge you to read these books and come back to me and you tell me if I'm wrong. You know, one of the ways to show that relativism, which is the dominant philosophy of our day, is incorrect, is to show that it actually is inconsistent on its own grounds. So while relativism tries to promote the idea of no certainty, no objectivity, it at the same time makes the claim that its own position is universally true. It's a universal statement. So anytime you make a universal claim, as we call it in logic or philosophy, this is the idea where you think that the proposition that you're proposing is absolutely true in all cases, in all worlds, et cetera, et cetera. So if you argue that there's such a thing as absolute truth, while at the same time your foundational presupposition or maxim or proposition is stating the denial of that thing, that it functions as what we call a universal contradiction. And I think that we can show that just simply by looking at its starting point, its beginning position, which claims that there's no objective truth. There are no universals. And so this then applies to epistemic relativism, metaphysical relativism, cultural relativism, and ethical relativism. All of those are kind of a package deal that starts with this position of making a universal claim that relativism itself is true, but then it also denies it in its movement, that is, its argumentation, and then where it tries to go, it tries to say that there's nothing that's absolute or true. So this actually functions as its strongest self-refutation. It's a reductio. It reduces to absurdity. It's a reductio. It reduces to absurdity. It reduces to absurdity.
Now it's time for Jay Dyer Debate on the Jay Dyer Today channel, where you'll get to experience some of the highlights of Jay Dyer's debating career. During this time, there will be limited ad breaks, allowing for a smoother listening experience while the debaters make their piece, so you can follow along more easily. Enjoy.
Happened before in Killstream history. We're usually so well organized and so put together. Okay.
Oh yeah, always.
Yes.
Forever.
Jay Dyer and Tom already here. I think that looks good enough, honestly. I'll mess with it a little bit more. I had it perfectly. I sat here and fucked with this for 30 minutes. Even took my headset off so I could focus completely, and it's still, anyway. Still, what I wanted to not happen happened, but whatever. Okay, we're on the air. It looks fine. Welcome, everybody, to the Kill Stream. I'm your host, Ethan Ralph, the owner and the editor-in-chief of TheRalphRetort.com. It's good to see you guys here. We're starting off with Jay Dyer versus Tom Jump, and then we're going to go to Dick Masterson versus Andy Worski. That was a bonus bout that's been added to the card here. Mount Hale with the diamond says, yes, I see you are a man of culture as well. Larry Ridgway, who's also on the co-host panel with the host, thank you. Lord Zenu WT Law says, let's fucking go. Space Cowboy 14 says, it's showtime, baby. Shit. Space Cowboy 14 then says, no mercy on the kill stream. Let's go. Big Ninja Guinea from Comrade Weiss says, I was the one who told Chrissy Mayer to email you at the Rubin Report at therubinreport.com. I'm sorry. Wolfen says, let's do this shit. Space Cowboy 14 says, lady has stank ass crack or crusty snatch. Choose. I don't know what that was in reference to, but whatever. Thank you. Guy Fieri's all with the Ninja Guinea. Thank you very kindly for that statement of support. Brainwreck with the diamond. Thank you as well. And you said this. Who put their butt cheeks on the Killstream graphic? Oh, I didn't think about that, but it does kind of look like that. All right.
Ralph is coming out of the gaping maw of the goat.
So I didn't really decide. By the way, did it just switch again on air? Why is it doing that? Did somebody join or leave while I was doing my spiel there, Gator? Because I don't understand why that would happen. Anyway.
I don't think so.
Okay, whatever. I fixed it. Jay's here. Do you guys care who goes first, or who do you want to go first? I really didn't pick. I know it's up to you guys, really. I guess, how about this? Tom, you go first. We have the opening statements. We'll let you go first, since I have to pick somebody.
Sure. So I'm an atheist, by which I mean I believe there is no reason to believe in the existence of a God, and that's essentially my position. There's just a made-up position, no different from leprechauns or fairies or Santa Claus. There's no evidence to indicate a God. All the experts in pretty much every academic field agree on that point. All of the arguments that apologists use are debunked and rejected by all the experts in every academic field because they're garbage. So yeah, I mean, apologetics is just another pseudoscience like homeopathy or flat Earth. That's my position.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Dyer. As I try to fix the screen once again, go ahead and speak.
Right, so obviously I disagree with that. I'm an Orthodox Christian, so I defend the Orthodox Christian position, and we believe that the only possible explanation for reality is the triune God. And that's because when we look at what we call a worldview in philosophy, that would be the disciplines of knowledge, or epistemology, ethics, and metaphysics. These are the three branches of philosophy. We really only see one type of being that can ground and give a coherent explanation, justification, and explanatory power to how it's possible for there to be knowledge, ethics, and claims about reality. So I'm making an argument at a paradigm level. It's called a transcendental argument. It's an argument about preconditions of experience. It's not an argument about experience itself, but rather the preconditions or what's necessary for the possibility of experience, knowledge, or ethics. So two different levels of argumentation. I can show you the logical form of that argument, show that it's a perfectly valid form of argumentation. So the argument is just simply that when we look at the world, and when we make knowledge claims, when we make claims about ethics or metaphysics, there's all kinds of presuppositions or preconditions that are necessary and have to be the case for those knowledge claims to be possible. So I'm not talking about any specific knowledge claim in this case. I'm talking about a higher level, a meta-level claim about the possibility of knowledge claims. So these preconditions are things like universals, abstract concepts, the status of objects, the identity of objects over time, the principle of induction, the external world having a reality to it that's not just simply mental, that there is a self that underlies all of our perceptions. All of these things are not reducible to matter. They're not, in other words, it would lead to an absurdity reductio to reduce all of these preconditions to matter, and so therefore they do have some ontological existence, some real existence. And so the only possible way to explain how all of those interlock or cohere, numbers, laws of logic, the things I listed, is if there is a God who grounds them and is the justification for those things. So basically I'm saying that there are transcendental categories or preconditions, and the argument for God's existence is that he is the only possible justification or ground for those things. So that is the transcendental argument.
Mr. Jump, would you like to respond to that, or?
Yeah, sure. So just to clarify, so you're saying that all of the experts in all of those fields who wrote the books on literally all of those topics that you mentioned, they're all wrong. All of their worldviews, majority of which are atheists, non-religious people, they have some logical contradiction in their worldview.
It's completely irrelevant to a formal argument. You're appealing to authorities.
It's just a question. So no, it's not actually what I'm doing at all.
Well, there are plenty of authorities.
Stop, Jay. Let me finish the question.
There are plenty of authorities who share my view.
No, actually there aren't. The consensus view is against everything you just said. No, so there might be a few.
Well, you're going to arbitrarily limit which disciplines you.
No, I'm going to take the majority.
I can give you a host of continental philosophers,
Jay, I don't care.
Philosophers.
Jay, stop interrupting. So the consensus of experts, the vast majority.
There is no.
There is. Why
no,
do you,
there isn't.
Yeah, there is.
It's total bullshit. You start the argument with bullshit.
Stop. There is a paper that literally asked for the consensus on these topics. The Phil Surveys paper, where they did actually do this. Yes, that's a consensus.
That means nothing in a formal debate.
Okay? You said
your apologetic is a fallacy.
Why are you still interrupting? Stop. You said
because you're not even making arguments.
All right, let him. Hold on, Jay. Let him get in there. Let him get in there. I'll definitely give you all your time. Go ahead.
So Jay said there was no consensus. I just proved him wrong on that. There's literally
a paper is not consensus.
Jay has his head up his ass. So a consensus is what the vast majority of the experts in the field agree on, and there is a paper that polls the vast majority of experts, and so they do agree on this. So there is a consensus. That is literally what consensus means. And all of the majority of people who wrote the books on every one of these topics he mentioned.
It wouldn't even matter if that's true. It's a fallacy.
Why are you
It wouldn't matter if it's true. It's a fallacy.
No, it's not
you can't make fallacies.
That's not a fallacy, Jay. What fallacy
is
that,
a
Jay?
fallacy. It's called appeal to consensus, appeal to authority.
Hey, moron. Phil Survey's paper, just go to the Stanford Encyclopedia.
Is appeal to consensus
No,
Jay,
you have to shut up and let me correct you.
Is it a fallacy?
No, it is not a fallacy. No, it is not a fallacy.
Yes, it is. It's a basic fallacy. Appeal to consensus, appeal to expert is a fallacy.
Jay, shut up and let me correct you. So Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, fallacies. Number 9, number 10. Number 9 is appeal to authority. It is only a fallacy if it's a false authority. If it's not a false authority, it's not a fallacy.
No.
Number 10.
No, that's not the only case. That's not the only case. This is a formal argument.
No.
It's
Jay,
a formal argument.
This is a fact. It is not a fallacy.
No, it's not. It's not. In a formal argument, you can't appeal to informal fallacies.
Can you just mute him so I can just complete my statement?
Go ahead. Let him get in, because I can see that's going to be a point of contention. Let him get his full statement in, and I'll let you respond, Jay. Go ahead.
Again, this is not a fallacy for anyone in philosophy. So obviously, Jay just doesn't.
Yes, it is. This is so stupid. This is basic. You don't have basic philosophy.
I can't. I mean, I don't mute people, but let him get in, Jay, because I mean, he's
just got his head up his ass. He's just ignorant of philosophy. Like literally,
I have a master's in philosophy. You have no philosophy training. You would know that's a fallacy in a formal argument. Do you know what a formal argument is?
You can't shut up at all.
You don't know what a formal argument is.
Like,
it has nothing to do with appeal to consensus or experts in a formal argument. I made a formal argument.
Not going to stop.
Did I make a formal argument?
I haven't been able to finish a single sentence.
Did I make a formal argument?
No, you didn't. You said you made a formal
argument. Yes, I did. I gave you a... Here.
No, you didn't give any premises or conclusion.
All right, wait, we can't...
I absolutely did. I gave you preconditions.
So shut up, Jay. Shut up, Jay.
The argument turns out. Here.
By the way, show that where your face is, you have to say, because the camera's really tight. Because the graphic... Yeah.
Still haven't gotten to finish a single sentence yet, because Jay has his head up his ass. So, again... The Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy or any academic journal or any academic... Why are you still interrupting, Jay?
Because you're not addressing
what he's saying. Let him... Come on, Jay. Let him speak, because we can't get past this opening part unless you let him speak. So I know I understand exactly what you're saying, and we'll let the audience decide that. But let him speak so we can get past it and get into it a little bit. You're speaking about that. We got it. The list that you're talking about here. Repeat what you said, and then let's go ahead and move past it, though, so we can get past this.
So every single academic paper and academic book in every single college shows that an appeal to authority is only fallacious if it's a false authority.
That's not the only case.
All right, now let him, Jay. Come on, Jay. Come on.
That's literally the only case.
All right. Okay, now move. Now let's go to the next.
The actual papers. So that is it. You are just ignorant.
The papers don't matter in a formal argument. Do you not understand what you don't understand what a formal argument is?
Experts literally saying
it
doesn't
matter.
Don't matter.
No, it literally doesn't matter.
Jay, you don't know philosophy. You're ignorant of philosophy.
I have a master's in philosophy. I have a master's. You don't know philosophy. You don't know what a formal argument is.
You just said.
You realize that if 99.9% of philosophers disagreed with a formal argument, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. You have basic misconceptions.
Like, you're so dumb. Like, this is literally...
You're not making an argument. This is the lowest IQ atheist debate I've ever... This guy's worse than Mark Brahman, dude.
I didn't need an argument.
This guy makes Mark Brahman look like a
share screen? Hey, Ralph, can I share screen? Can I just show you the actual papers that literally say this?
As long as it's not pornographic.
It doesn't matter what the papers say. Do you not understand an appeal to authority in a formal argument?
Okay, let me ask him. All right, Jay, let me ask him this. What about what he's saying, though, that the papers don't matter, what you're saying?
Right. So the first thing I would say is that there's no clear indication. Anybody who's spent time in the philosophy of science knows that there's no clear idea of what an expert is. So if he's just talking about the people who have degrees, there's not. This is a basic philosophic mistake. Have you had a philosophy science class?
How do I share screens?
It's just like a hangout. Like I haven't actually shared screens on here on this before. I don't think.
Oh, can you pull it up on your screen?
Possibly.
Let me explain why this doesn't work.
Yeah.
Right.
Sure. Go ahead.
When you make a formal argument, this is different than when you're making arguments about factual claims, right? Because we're dealing with something at what I call a paradigm level. So the argument is put.
Jay, you made a factual claim. You said there is no consensus. You said it's not a fallacy. An argument from authority is not a fallacy. So we're going to correct your mistaken.
I said that's not the only case. Dude, I'm aware that, listen, in the base,
show me where there's another one.
I've done it for 20 years. I know when you can appeal to experts. Listen, I know when you can attest.
I don't
you
care
can have the attestation of an expert. Not in the case of a formal argument, because it doesn't matter. 99% of people saying something doesn't affect formal argument.
Section 9.
You sent that to me on Twitter.
You're not even getting
I put it on the text.
You put it on here? Okay.
I can't believe it's this low IQ. I thought you were going to bring something, dude. I legit thought
you haven't actually listened to anything I said yet. You haven't let me finish a sentence.
You don't know what a formal argument is. You don't know a basic difference between something in a formal structure and something that relates to normative.
Jay, let me ask you, Jay, so we can move off this part. I know what you're making, that he's just not structured.
He's already lost the debate.
Yeah, I mean,
it's already over.
Yeah, but we have to fill more time, so if we stop.
Jay's
if we stop now, like what the fuck?
I proved him wrong about
dude, you're being laughed at. I'm not a moron here.
Wow. No, Jay, everyone's laughing. Everyone is literally laughing at you right now, Jay. You're so dumb.
No, dude, nobody's laughing.
And you don't know what a fallacy is.
Dude, you're worse than Mark Rahman. You're literally the worst atheist ever.
Dumb.
You are the dumbest atheist I've ever known.
You gotta you haven't even listened to any of my arguments yet. You
didn't make an argument. You appealed to authority in a formal argument.
I can't make an argument.
You don't understand. You don't understand the difference between a formal argument and arguments about factual claims.
Come on, mute him. It's more fun if you mute him.
No, I can't. I don't mute people. It's just a policy. Unless absolutely, if it's just crazy.
It seems like it's kind of necessary here. Like I haven't been able to finish.
Listen, if we were in a court,
No, if we were in a court, you'd just be thrown out for being an idiot. Like,
if
all
we were
of the
in a
courts
court
also agree with me.
and you appealed to an expert on a case, that would be fine. There would be nothing wrong with that. This is a formal argument with a formal structure. Experts have nothing to do with it. Experts have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, they do. There's lots of formal arguments.
So if 99% of the experts said that there's no laws of logic, it would be true.
No.
Okay, then you just admitted my point.
If experts say that your argument is bullshit, it's probably bullshit.
If 99% of the experts, you admitted the principle of what I'm saying.
Going back
you can't even
to what I
follow
said,
the argument. This is like a new level, a new low. You just admitted my argument.
Even Quine admits the laws of logic can be wrong, so you're just full of shit.
No, he doesn't. Okay. Quine admits he says they can't be justified.
Let me read a quote from Two Dogmas.
I know it. I've read Two Dogmas of Empiricism.
Jay, you just said Quine does not say that the laws of logic
in the sense that he believes that they can't be justified.
No, he doesn't say that. Let me read the quote.
Yes, he does. The papers about whether you can justify.
I'm going to read the quote.
Whether you can justify them. You're an idiot.
Shut up.
This is unbelievable. I'm not going to shut up. You shut up.
You got to shut up so I can read the quote.
You're wrong. You don't know basic philosophy. You're a YouTube philosopher. You're a YouTube philosopher.
All right, Jay, hold on. Jay,
you're a joke.
Jay, hold on, wait. Jay, let him get in. Give him a couple minutes. Let him speak, and I'll give you that time back. I just want to get that out so we can get into it a little bit, or else we're going to be started.
He just admitted that a consensus doesn't affect formal arguments.
Nope, that's wrong. As I said, Quine
you just admitted that. Admitted that.
No, I said it doesn't.
Now you're lying because you just admitted. You said that if 99%.
You have to mute him.
You said if 99%.
Jay, hold on. Jay, just give him a second. Please let him get some in here, and I'll swear to God, you can do whatever you want after. Just give him 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I'm counting now. Go ahead.
So here's the second dumbass thing Jay said. He said that Quine did not say the laws of logic can be challenged. So I'm going to give you a quote from the Two Dogmas of Empiricism.
This is false.
Jay, come on. Okay, that's fine. I'll give you all the time to respond. He's got almost 2 minutes left. Go ahead.
Quine, the totality of a so-called knowledge or beliefs, from the most casual matters of geography and history to the profoundest laws of atomic physics or even pure mathematics and logic, is man-made fabric which impinges on experience only along the edges. No statement is immune to revision, Even the law of excluded middle has been proposed as a means of simplifying quantum mechanics and is the difference between the principle of shift and the shift whereby Kepler superseded autonomy of Einstein's Newton or Darwin. He literally said that, you fucking moron.
All right, now wait. Before you respond, Jay, you got about another minute, so anything you didn't get in earlier, try to get in a little bit of your response there. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, so he's completely ignorant of just an argument.
No, I read
Jay, hold on. Jay, hold on. Go ahead.
No, this guy's in.
No, it's cool. I'm going to give you... That's fair. Okay, you got it in. Go ahead, Mr.
Literally every...
What I said was he doesn't believe they can be justified. On a pragmatic level, Quine believes that there are laws of logic and induction. They can't be justified. The paper, Two Dogmas of Empiricism, is about the fact that they can't be justified.
No,
You're correct. What are the two dogmas? The paper is it's the most famous paper in the 20th century philosophy. It's called the Two Dogmas of Empiricism, and it's about how they can't be justified.
Jay, what are the two dogmas?
The two claims of empirical the two claims about what empiricism rests on, coming from David Hume.
What are the two dogmas?
He restates David Hume.
No.
Yes, he does. It's about induction, the principle of induction and the application of induction.
Jay, he mentions induction one time in the paper, which is in the introduction.
It's the argument about GRU. It's the argument about how we can't prove that a color won't change into something else.
Listen to my words. Listen to my words, Jay.
You're lying because that is what the paper is about. Everybody can go look up Two Dogmas of Empiricism and see that it's about that you can't justify the bases of empiricism.
Jay, go back.
No, just repeating my name is not going to get you anywhere.
I know,
because you're
wasting time, so I'm just going to keep repeating your name until you stop talking.
It's not going to do anything.
Guys, can we listen? We're going to have
about the justification of the belief in induction.
I need to be able to make an argument to actually have a conversation.
Two applications of the principle of induction.
Come on.
All right, guys.
What is the principle of induction?
So can I talk? Okay,
what is the principle of induction? You don't even know basic philosophical concepts. What is
still talking to you? Like you're
what
not
is the principle
of induction? You're going to have to mute it. Like if you say it's required, come on. This is like what better time is required.
Now, all you have said is that I need to be muted.
That's the only thing you've allowed me to
say. Jay, please let him talk because they're getting on my case for like you interrupting, and you have been interrupting a lot, to be honest. So just let him speak. I understand your points about that he's just basically lost the whole debate just by his posture and structure and fallacies and all that. I understand that, but can we just like move forward a little bit? And I swear to God, I'll let you talk as long as you want because like people are getting on my case is all. So. Go ahead.
All right.
And I don't like to, get involved.
I mean, he's not making arguments, but go ahead.
Okay, yeah. Just give him, give him 2 minutes. He had about a minute before. Just give him 2 minutes to say whatever the fuck he wants, and I'll give you 2 minutes to say whatever the fuck you want. I swear to God. All right, 2 minutes on the clock. I'm going to restart it right now. Go ahead.
All right, so other than the fact he doesn't know what an argument from authority is, and other than the fact he doesn't know what the two dogmas of Pearson are, Quine only mentions induction in the introduction of his paper. He never mentions it again. It's not a rephrasing of Hume's two things. I actually know what the two dogmas are, but I don't want to say them yet. I want to get Jay to see if he can actually know what they are, because he doesn't. He obviously just ignorant of everything.
All right, don't ask him questions directly, because he'll get interrupted. Now, you still got about a minute and a half. Go ahead.
Well, this is something I want to ask him later.
Right.
So
that's fine.
But he clearly doesn't know anything about philosophy in these fields. But to address his main argument, the transcendental is just garbage. Like literally, there's nothing there. Like if you claim that it's the only worldview that can explain it, well, no, I can explain it with about 1,000 other worldviews easily. You could just give a simple reductio and say that God just doesn't work. God is self-contradictory, and that proves it. Most of the things you mentioned, like math and logic, those are explained purely naturalistically as languages. They're no different than any other language. You don't need those. Abstract objects don't exist. They're also like languages. Induction is purely explainable in many different ideologies. You don't need any kind of magic for that. Same with the self, external world, universals. All of those are perfectly explainable with lots of different ideologies, which he has not disproved at all. So just asserting that God is the only one that can explain it makes absolutely no sense. And he hasn't presented a formal argument for that yet. He just said he did have one, which I do want to hear. He said he could show it was valid. So I'd like to see what that is.
30 seconds.
I'm done.
Oh, you're done? Okay. All right, go ahead, Jay. I'll give you 2 minutes. He only took 1:30, but I'll give you the 2. Go ahead.
Yeah, the two dogmas are conceptual reduction and I'm trying to remember what the other one is, doctrinal reduction, right? So I'm going from memory because this was an undergrad class that I had 15 years ago, and it's an application of Hume's points. So he's just restating. It doesn't matter if he only mentions induction in the introduction. That doesn't matter if that's what the paper is about, because he's showing that basic empiricism cannot justify the things that it relies on to make empirical claims and propositions. It's a very simple type of argument that he restates. But when you gave your response to the transcendental argument, you just said it can all be explained by naturalism and reductionism. No, it can't. Because you can't no, it can't. You didn't give an answer. You didn't give a response to any of the claims that I made. You just said it can be explained. How can you reduce something that is propositional to states of matter?
You want me to answer that?
Sure, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's a question.
Okay, yeah, because I didn't know if you were.
No, it's fine. Yeah, we'll go back to the 2-minute thing if we have to. But I would rather you guys be able to ask questions. But yeah, go ahead.
Propositions, laws, and logic and math are all descriptive languages, so they don't actually exist anywhere in the universe. They're only describing things that do exist. So
is the claim that you just made a universal propositional truth claim?
Yes.
Okay, so how do you have access to universal truth claims?
Because they describe reality.
So you have access to all universal reality?
No, why would I need to?
Then they don't describe all reality. They don't describe universal states of affairs.
No, that's not how it works. So I can describe all of reality even if I don't know all of reality. Like I can say all reality is reality.
Not if you're an atheist, you can't.
All reality is reality.
If I have access to the divine mind, I have a justification for it. You have your mind, which is just chaos.
Let me do it. Let me do it right now. All reality is reality. Now I just have access to all of reality.
That's a argument.
It's not an argument. It's a tautology.
I'm asking for a justification
you said
for the claim.
You said I couldn't.
I'm asking you to justify the universal claim.
You said I couldn't.
You just gave a circular argument.
You said that's not an argument. You said I couldn't
justify the claim.
You said
reality.
All right, let him get in, Jay. Go ahead, Tom.
You said I could not access all of reality within my atheist worldview. I just did. Reality is all reality.
That's the dumbest argument of all time. That's a circular argument. I asked for a justification for the claim to universal propositional states of affairs.
Jay, for it to be an argument, there has to be a therefore. There was no therefore in that argument. So
I'm asking you for you to justify the belief that you have access to a universal state of affairs.
Reality is reality. Law of identity.
That's not a justification. That's a circular claim.
No, that's not a circular claim.
That doesn't even make any sense. What is the content of reality?
You know what a tautology is?
Do you realize that in the history of philosophy, that's like one of the most debated terms? You want to appeal to experts. The consensus of the experts on reality is not in support. What's reality?
I didn't say what reality is. I said reality is reality. Reality
it's a meaningless statement. You need access to a universal state of affairs.
I don't need to know what reality is to know reality is reality.
To say the proposition reality is reality and that's a universal state of affairs requires universal knowledge.
How can reality not be reality? Like what? It's the law of identity.
Your argument is a meaningless claim. It's not an argument. It's not a justification.
The law of identity is a meaningless claim.
You can't justify that. You just said the law of identity was identical to states of affairs, right?
Yes. The law of identity, A equals A.
So you're reifying the statement, and it's not a justification for the belief.
Wait, Jay. So the law of identity is identical to the state of affairs, that reality is reality. Yes.
Yeah, is that identical to matter?
What? It is identical to the state of matter existing, yes.
Okay, so you need access to that being universally the case. You don't have it. You don't have a basis for universal claims.
What? What do you mean I need access to it being universally? How can it be?
The claim is a universal claim. Is it a universal claim?
Yes.
Yes. Do you have access to universal knowledge?
I don't need to.
And universal states of affairs?
I don't need to.
Yes, you do, to believe in universal.
Now, explain this a little bit,
What
Jay.
is a universal?
Yeah, I was going to say, explain this a little bit, because I could see people out in the weeds not really knowing what you mean by this line of questioning.
Right, so there's a classic debate comes up in Plato. It's about the question of universals, right? And you can't reduce universals to instances of particulars because it presupposes the thing that's in question. What is the universal characteristic or property that's shared between objects, features, classes? It doesn't matter what type of thing we're talking about. But I made it an even higher order argument because he claimed to have access to universal states of affairs. But he doesn't have access to that. He's a finite, limited being in the atheist paradigm, right, with no access to that. He's just matter in motion. Yet, this ultimately irrational worldview of being matter in motion, pure chaos and pure flux, is at the same time trying to lay hold to a claim of what is universally propositionally true and the case in all states of affairs, in all possible worlds, perhaps. He has no access to that. And when I said, what's the justification for the claim? He says reality is reality. That's not a justification.
There it is.
Okay, by the way, thank you for explaining that a little bit. I would just wanted people to have a little background.
Go take a basic epistemology class and learn what justification is.
All right, now go ahead, Tom. You can respond. I just want him to explain what you guys were talking about for those who didn't know. Go ahead, Tom.
Justification is the action of showing something right or reasonable. Saying reality is reality does exactly that. It is a justification by the philosophical.
It's the most unclear notion in the history of philosophy that you're appealing to in a circular argument.
All right, let him get in.
It's a circular argument.
We'll let you get in. Go ahead, Tom. Go ahead.
I never defined reality. I just said reality was
so
reality.
It's meaningless.
So no, Jay.
This is your justification for access to a universal state of. Do you know what a universal is? How does that justify the universal? How does that justify the universal claim?
Now, let him. Now, I understand. I know you're getting interrupted. I understand, but just go ahead and respond, Tom. Jay, I'll let you respond. Let's still. You know what? Let's do the 2-minute thing again. Actually, all right, 2 minutes now. Go ahead.
So yeah, reality is a justification. It does qualify.
No, it's not.
Jay, come on. Go ahead, Tom.
Just like he was wrong about an argument from authority, and just like he was wrong about Quine. Oh, I forgot. Yes, Jay was wrong about the two dogmas. They are not conceptual reduction or doctoral reduction. They are the distinction between the synthetic and analytic distinction, and the claim that all analytic claims can be reduced to synthetic claims. Those are the two dogmas. Jay is just ignorant of Quine.
No, that's not true. I pulled the paper up. I've got it in front of me.
Jay, I just quoted Alex Malpass, the professional philosopher.
Yeah, I debated Malpass and he lost.
Yes, I know.
Dude, you're just appealing to professional philosophers. That's not an argument.
Jay.
Dude, you can't debate. Learn how to reason yourself instead of appealing to authority. That's not an argument.
Jay, were we doing the 2-minute thing?
All right, go ahead. You're right.
Hold on.
Jay, just hold on.
I presented formal arguments and he doesn't reply.
We'll get back later. So, still my turn, Jay.
No, that was my first argument. You haven't even addressed it.
Still my turn, Jay.
All right, let him go. Yeah, let him go.
So I just quoted Alex Malpass, the professional philosopher who actually knows.
That's not Quine, dummy.
Jay.
Dude, you are a liar. You are so dishonest.
What? Okay,
that's not Quine. I've got Quine's paper here.
I just quoted.
It doesn't matter what Alex Malpass said. Dude, do you know what? Again, appeal to authority. I
think I was given like 10 seconds there. Come on, I don't think that equates to 2 minutes.
Right, let him, Jay. Please let him speak. I know you're very passionate.
What he does is that he throws out the insult every time.
I know, and I wish
because he can't reply.
And I would just ask. Let me ask you this, and this is a fair request, I believe, to just get your time. Don't like make a direct claim or whatever against Jay, or just get your piece out. I don't even know. Just get your piece out without like asking him a question during the middle of it, because then
I've never done that. I haven't asked him.
Okay, I'm not trying to. Look, I'm the moderator. I'm just trying to do what I can. Just go ahead. Say what you.
So yeah, I was quoting Alex Malpass in his review of your debate with Matt Dillahunty, where he explicitly went through. Jay, come on. So where he explicitly.
How is this relevant to the debate?
Jay, please, because we can't get past it. Just go ahead.
Oh, God.
I know.
So where he explicitly went through the two dogmas of empiricism and showed where everything Jay said was wrong, where it doesn't mention induction, where he got the two dogmas wrong, where he actually says here are what the two dogmas are, and he literally says the synthetic analytic distinction and how all analytic claims cannot be reducible to synthetic claims. He literally understands philosophy and shows you're wrong in this case, and I'm just quoting him.
All right.
So got that wrong.
Now you still got another minute. I think you've gotten a total of 1 minute and all that. Go ahead, another minute.
You think? Yeah, okay. So, but yeah, I would like to hear your formal argument. Could you please tell me what your formal argument is? You haven't presented
I made the formal argument at the beginning of the debate. You didn't listen. And by the way,
what was premise one?
By the way, a formal argument, it doesn't matter about the consensus of anyone. Don't you understand that? Like the consensus of people has nothing to do with the truth or falsehood of a formal argument.
What was the premise one of your formal argument?
Do you agree to that?
No. What was your premise one of the formal argument?
So you don't agree. So you admit that 99% of philosophers could disagree about a formal universal truth claim, and it would be false.
I agree that appeals to authority are not fallacious and do count as.
I didn't say that. That's not what I asked you.
I don't care what you asked.
I know. I don't
care what you asked. Appeals to authority are evidence. Yes, they are evidence.
This is a sophomore level debate about what I'm talking about.
I'm talking
about formal systems.
I'm literally
in formal systems, appeals to authority don't matter.
Yeah, I'm literally trying to answer your question. So, appeals to authority are evidence towards the conclusion. They are not proof. So if the majority, if 99% of authorities say that the law of logic is wrong for some reason,
no, that's where you're wrong. Okay. That's about formal logic. In that case, appeals to authority don't count. That's where it doesn't count. That's why it doesn't work.
Informal
system, consensus doesn't matter.
Can we get him to shut up?
That's
now?
where you're wrong.
Well, so explain what you're saying, Jay. Like, are you saying that just go in a little bit deeper? And then
If
because
we
I don't think a lot of people know what you mean.
Right.
But
so if we were having an argument in a courtroom setting, say about what is the case when XYZ person is poisoned, right? Then we brought in toxicology experts into the court case to testify as to what is the case when people are not poisoned, right? That would be a valid instance of how we can make appeals to authority where they attest to the possibility of something being true or false. When we're dealing with formal arguments, when it deals with, say, universal states of affairs or universal quantifiers, all this, all sets of that, when you're dealing with that kind of stuff, it has absolutely nothing to do with any consensus. It literally does not matter. It's totally irrelevant because it's absolutely not based on consensus.
All right, now what
totally
would you
irrelevant.
say to what he just said, Mr. Drummond? Do you think you're participating in that, or is that unfair characterization?
Oh, yeah, what he said is just straight up bullshit. Like the quote I gave about Quine earlier shows that you can actually doubt the laws of logic. The laws of logic are not immutable. They are man-made languages, and there are many different versions of logic. You have standard logic, non-standard logic.
It doesn't
Now,
matter.
wait, Jay, let him finish. Go ahead, Mr. Trump.
Many-valued logic, intuitionistic logic, quantum logic. All these logics can reject certain laws like the law of identity, non-contradiction, excluded middle, and have different ways of addressing those problems. So you can actually reject all of those things he said you can't reject because they're just languages to describe reality. And many philosophers do. For example, in the Quine quote from the thing he listed. And so the expert consensus is evidence for a conclusion. It's not a proof, so it doesn't prove that.
So you admit
All right, now,
thank you.
Now go
Thank
ahead.
You. It's evidence. That's what I said. So you admit that there's formal systems that doesn't matter.
Yeah, let him respond. Go ahead, Jay. Now let Jay get in. I'll let you get back in.
I wasn't quite done.
Okay, wait. Okay, fair enough. Finish your little end there. Go ahead.
So the laws of logic are doubtable. You can get rid of them. You can change them. And the consensus of experts is evidence towards a conclusion, like everything. There's no proof, like in anything. So you can't prove it to be true, but you can indicate it with evidence. And the expert consensus would be evidence that, for example, the law of excluded middle is wrong, which is why the experts in quantum mechanics do reject that, because particles can exist and not exist at the same time. So it doesn't apply at that. And the experts in physics reject that law, which is good evidence that that law is false. So it's not proof, but it is good evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, now go ahead, Jay.
So what I did in the response to him is what I'm going to repeat again, that all the sentences that he just said, they rely on a whole host of metaphysical presuppositions and universal states of affairs, namely things like universals that he can't justify and he says don't exist and can be doubted. So his own propositions can all be doubted, especially when he says there are no proofs of anything. You said there are no proofs of anything. Do you have a proof that there's no proofs of anything?
Yes.
That's self-refuting.
Nope.
Yes, it is.
Nope.
There are no proofs of anything. I have proof. That's a contradiction. You just contradicted yourself.
Nope. It's quite
just saying
simple.
nope doesn't get you out of it.
I could explain it if you stopped talking for a bit. That'd be great.
You just said nope.
Then you started talking, so you have to
All
stop
right,
talking.
now you know what? Go ahead.
Writing.
Just speak. Go ahead. Go ahead.
You don't need. It doesn't need to be self-reflective. So things any time an apologist tries to apply a principle to itself, it's just straight up fallacious. It doesn't work that way. So it's contextualized. You say that you can't prove anything about the external world with absolute certainty. So it's not that you can't prove anything at all. Like I can prove I exist with absolute certainty to myself. That's absolutely the case.
Yeah, but you have to prove that with absolute certainty.
Why are you talking, Jay?
Because you just contradicted again.
Why are you talking, Jay?
Because you contradicted again.
Why is he still like? Come on.
All right, go ahead. Jay, let's be fair. Let's be fair. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So we can prove some things with absolute certainty. We cannot prove things about the external world with absolute certainty. So it's totally not a contradiction at all. It's just contextualizing two different positions, which everyone in philosophy knows. Obviously, Jay doesn't know.
No,
about
you contradicted. To be able to make that distinction, you have to have a higher order.
Do I get my 2 minutes?
You have to have a higher order.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
So again, like what Jay said is just wrong. It's just ignorance of philosophy. But I would like to go back and say, Jay, you said you presented a formal argument. What is the premise of your formal argument?
I already presented the formal argument at the beginning. I'd be glad to present it again.
Yes, do it again. What is the first premise?
You just said that there are things that we can prove internally. We cannot prove things with certainty about the external world. That requires a higher status, some sort of truth value by which you can adjudge the two, which has to also, by necessity, be absolutely certain. You just refuted yourself by saying that there are no absolutely certain proofs.
No, that was wrong because it wasn't contextualized. So again, there are
just saying it's contextual doesn't solve the dilemma.
Yeah, no,
how do you judge between the two?
Like
how do you judge between the two?
Common knowledge of philosophy. But go back. What is your formal argument?
You're appealing to all of these things that are fallacious. There's no such thing as common knowledge of philosophy. That doesn't exist. Stop appealing to things that don't exist.
There's no such thing as common knowledge. Okay.
There's literally no such thing as common knowledge of philosophy.
Fine, Jay. You can reject philosophy.
All you do is fallacies. All you've done is fallacies.
Jay, I want you to give me.
There's no proof of anything. There's absolutely no proof of anything. I have proof of this. That is a contradiction.
What is your formal argument?
That is a contradiction.
Jay,
that's why you want to shift back to the formal argument. Here's the formal argument. Now that you've contradicted, here's the formal argument.
Go for it.
Here's the formal argument. When I say X is Y or all X are Y, that's a distributed property, an attributive property. These are basic logic claims, right? Basic propositional claims.
You've lost me. Is this the first premise?
These are. It's not. I'm giving you a transcendental argument. When I say Z is the necessary condition.
It doesn't have to have an argument. It's just X is what. Yeah, it's an algebraic equation, basically. But yeah, go ahead.
It's not an equation.
Well, I mean, it could be anything, and X could be anything.
I'm illustrating what a transcendental argument is. You want to appeal to Malthus. Even Malthus admit. You want to appeal to authorities. Malthus admits that this is a valid argument.
No, because there's no premise.
Yes, he does. He says transcendental arguments are valid. I'm not talking about the transcendental argument for God. I'm just showing you because you don't even know what a transcendental argument is.
No, I do know what a transcendental is.
It's a valid form. You don't even know that.
I want to know. You said it's valid form. To have a valid form, what does valid mean? What does valid mean?
Z is the necessary condition.
What does valid mean?
A is therefore Z. It means it's sound. It means it's a sound argument.
What? I'm sorry. What? Go back. What does valid mean?
It means that the conclusion follows from the premise. That's a valid argument.
Yes. That is a valid argument.
Yeah,
so
I'm not putting it in a syllogism right now. I'm putting it in a disjunctive.
Okay.
Right? This is a disjunctive, dummy. That's another form of argument. Did you know that?
You said it's valid. So I want to know what the premises are.
It's a disjunctive argument. Do you know what that is? Do you know what that is?
You said it's valid.
It's right here. Z is the necessary condition of A therefore Z. This is a valid form, dummy. You didn't even know that.
By the way, Chad was laughing at my algebraic equation. I mean, it is an equation. It's a logical equation, but whatever. Go ahead.
This is a disjunctive. It's in logic. It exists. Go look it up.
What is premise one?
Better Google real quick.
What is premise one?
I'm not putting it in a premise. I'm putting it in a disjunctive.
Jay, what does valid mean? Jay, what does valid mean?
You don't think disjunctive arguments are valid?
Jay, what does valid mean?
Do you think it's a disjunctive argument right here?
Remember, valid means
if you're not, this is a valid argument. You just showed you don't know basic logic because this is valid. This is valid. Malthus would say this is valid.
No, he wouldn't. So
this guy can't argue. He doesn't know basic argumentation. He doesn't know that that's a valid argument.
Can I get my 2 minutes? So
you know what?
Are you going to address that it's a valid deductive
you know what?
disjunctive argument?
Jay, let me do this. Hold on, wait. Let's give him 2 minutes. I'm going to read the super chats. We'll take some callers. We have, believe it or not, 45 minutes scheduled left, possibly in this.
Oh,
if the premise is true, the conclusion is necessarily true.
All right.
Yes. What is the first premise?
That's called a disjunctive argument, though.
You know what?
Tom, you just admitted that this is valid. Thank you.
If the premises are true, then the conclusion follows. So, Jay, that means it has to have premises, right?
Right.
So what's the first premise?
Do you understand? I'm showing you the form.
Wait, Jay, what is the first premise?
I'm showing you the form of the argument before I make the argument.
I'm asking you what is the first premise.
Do you understand that the argument is different from the form? You don't even. You can't.
I'm not interested in the form. I just want to know what the first premise is.
Of arguments are different from actual arguments. I don't know what the
form is. I want to know what the first premise is.
When I made the argument at the beginning, it was this.
I'm still waiting for the first premise. Like, I want to know what the first premise is. You said it's valid.
Do you remember okay, I'll give it to you again. Do you remember the argument I made at the beginning?
No.
You don't remember it?
No. How can I possibly remember that gibberish?
All right. Well, tell us again, Jay, and then I'll let him respond for 2 minutes. I'll read the super chats and we'll take calls. Go ahead.
God is the necessary condition of all knowledge claims. We have knowledge claims.
All right.
Go slow. I'm trying to write this down. So what is the first premise?
The argument is simply put is that God is the necessary precondition or condition of all knowledge claims. I would extend it to say ethics, metaphysics, and epistemology.
That's the first premise?
Yes. Like how many times you don't know what a disjunctive argument is? This is really simple, dude.
So like the first premise is like Socrates is a man. That's a premise.
Yeah. You just said when I asked you if there's if the premise and then there's a conclusion. This is the premise. This is the conclusion. It's called a disjunctive argument. Okay. It's a valid form of argument. This is just a form. The argument that I make, you're having to learn class because you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know basic logic. You came into this debate with nothing but pure arrogance.
Jay, I know philosophy. You don't. So
no, you don't. You didn't know what this was. You just asked me to explain this
now,
to you.
To be fair, he does have a degree. I mean, I don't know. Degrees don't mean everything, but yeah.
Are you kidding me? No, he's done his shit.
Okay.
So what are the premises?
All you do is insult. All you've done is insult constantly because you don't know basic philosophical concepts and arguments.
Premises. Tell me the premises.
The premises, I've told you 5 times what the premises is. God is the necessary condition of knowledge. Knowledge, therefore God. It's a simple argument.
Oh God. Okay. Wow. Oh man. I need to ask you something. It's hilarious. So the first premise is God is the necessary precondition of knowledge. Right. Correct.
Yeah. Correct? For the 20th time. Yes.
And the second is therefore God.
No. The second is knowledge. Therefore, he can't even follow the. Dude, do you want to do your ABCs with this? God is the necessary precondition or condition of knowledge claims or propositions, right? We can insert into transcendental categories here.
Okay.
Knowledge claims or transcendental categories, therefore God.
Knowledge claims, the second premise is
he can't even follow it. Dude, maybe you should go learn the transcendental argument before you come to debate because you're having to learn it here and act like a jerk.
What's the second premise again?
Oh, my God.
It said knowledge claims or something?
No, I'm done with that because he doesn't get it. I made the argument.
Right.
Maybe you can go back and hear the argument.
That's not a valid argument, Jay. What you presented was not a valid argument.
It is a valid argument. The form is valid.
We can get Alex Malpass.
The form is valid. You might not. You might not accept my version, but the form is valid. You didn't even know that the form is different from the instantiation.
I still want to know what the second premise is because I'm not clear on that one.
We have knowledge claims, therefore God.
We have knowledge claims. We have knowledge claims.
Z is the necessary condition of A, right? I'm putting God as the necessary precondition of knowledge claims. We have knowledge claims, A, therefore God.
We're getting there. That's better. Thank you. That is much better. So
that's the 20th time I explained it to you. You just don't understand it.
I can go back and just show you the words. You never said those words before. So,
you just lied. You just lied. I said it 5 times.
Yeah, God is the necessary.
We have knowledge, therefore God.
All right, now let me.
How many times did I say that?
Go ahead.
You said the first one.
I'm totally dishonest.
Realize that was. You didn't get a second one.
You're going to be totally dishonest.
So.
But you're lying to yourself and to me, to my face. I said this 5 times.
Go back. So God is the necessary preconditions of knowledge claims or propositions. We have knowledge claims or propositions, therefore God. Yes. So are you claiming that you need God to have propositions or you need God for knowledge to exist? Like, for example...
a precondition. God is the precondition for preconditions is my argument.
Okay, right. So my question is do you need God to have a coherent knowledge base or do you need God to have knowledge at all? So like, for example,
both.
Both.
I would argue both.
Both. Okay. So we can go with that one. Why do you think you need God to have knowledge? Like, I think, therefore I am. I don't presuppose God. I have knowledge.
Because the denial of any of the preconditions for knowledge leads to the impossibility of knowledge.
I don't care about any of the preconditions because those are your made-up preconditions.
That's my
you don't need them. So I have knowledge.
My argument necessitates preconditions for knowledge, transcendental categories.
Okay. So I think, therefore I am. There are no preconditions to that other than my experience.
Absolutely, yes, there are. You just showed, again, basic misunderstanding of philosophy. Even Russell refuted Descartes' cogito. I think, therefore I am, assumes a self-thinking self. It assumes that words have meaning. It assumes sentences having grammatical structure like subjects and predicates. That's all assumed. And so you have a philosophy 101 understanding, and you thought that didn't include preconditions, and it does.
No, so it doesn't. So I think, therefore,
I just showed you that it does. It assumes itself. It assumes sentences have meaning. Descartes' phrase assumes that sentences have meaning. Let's go back to philosophy 101 class.
I got to correct all his mistakes, so it's probably a lot more than
I'm not making a mistake. Have you read Bertrand Russell? He would inform you that it's a non sequitur.
No, it didn't. So again,
it's a non sequitur. Yes, it is. All modern philosophers will laugh at you and tell you that Descartes' cogito is a non sequitur.
All right, let him speak. Come on. Go ahead. Let him get in.
So just like Jay doesn't know anything about Quine or...
You're lying again.
Jay, come on.
Keep doing this. The reason I interrupt is because he starts when he comes back, he starts with an install.
Yeah, but if you never let him... I mean, I understand what you're saying, but go ahead. Just give him a minute and let me read these super chats and let me take some calls. I think the calls are actually going to open this up a little bit, too.
Oh, yeah, sure. So just like Jay doesn't know anything about Quine, he doesn't know anything about Bertrand Russell.
Here he goes again.
All right, now see...
Bertrand Russell did not do say anything that what Jay said. Bertrand Russell said...
Yes, he did. He refused the cogito. You're lying.
No, he doesn't.
You're wrong. Yes, he does.
No, he doesn't. He refused.
He points out that it's a non sequitur.
No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does. He's lying. This is an example fact. You can go read Bertrand Russell where he talks about it being a non sequitur.
Trying to prove you wrong about
You're lying.
Bertrand Russell.
He doesn't. Not only does he contradict, he lies.
Well,
he knows that people in the audience
point it out in the response, and then I'll get to the super chats. Go ahead, 60 seconds right now. Say whatever you want. These 60 seconds.
Yeah, let's hope for it. So he's wrong about Bertrand Russell. Bertrand Russell does not in any way disprove, I think, the 4M. What he does, he says, what is the I? He disproves Descartes' dualism, which I'm not advocating for dualism, so it doesn't apply to my usage. I think, therefore, I am. I have knowledge. I didn't presuppose God. That disproves his transcendental argument. If I have knowledge, I didn't presuppose God. So that's the first thing. Second thing is I wanted to ask, how do you think God solves this problem? How do you think that if God exists, you are justified to have knowledge claims?
Right. So in response to the first, Bertrand Russell critiques the cogito by saying that it is a non sequitur. That is a valid critique of the cogito. Secondly, it assumes all kinds of things, like that sentences and language structure is true. In order to make that statement, it presupposes language. Descartes has not yet demonstrated or proven language and universal claims. Right. Linguistic claims rely on universals to predicate. Right. If I say that. Yes, it does. Nope. Yes, it does. When I showed you how you have access to universals, your justification for universals was that reality is reality, which is not a justification. Anybody who knows philosophy will laugh at that.
Okay, so first thing, no, it doesn't presuppose language. Language is a descriptive thing that comes to describe the experience. So
you don't know. This is total bullshit. I think, therefore I am, presupposes linguistic truth and claims.
You need the 2 minutes. So
it's
again,
obvious.
I think the Ethereum doesn't presuppose any language at all.
It does.
It's just descriptive of the quality experience. So I have a quality experience.
To be descriptive assumes that language has meaning, dummy.
No. So Joe,
yes,
I have
it does. You just said to be descriptive doesn't require that the language has meaning.
Ralph.
Go ahead. Look,
this is the worst debater of all time.
Okay, go ahead. I just talked, man. I've tried. I'm doing what I can here. Go ahead, speak. I know. Just talk over him. I don't know what to say. Go ahead.
I think
therefore I am a descriptive statement.
Speak over him. I don't know. Go ahead.
Come on, Ralph. You have the power, Ralph.
I mean, I don't believe people
being called out on bullshit. So that's why he has to just throw back insults. He doesn't have any argument.
All right, you know what? Let's pause it. Let's take a time out. Let me read these super chats that people were kind enough to pay me money for this show. Andy Worski and Dick Masterson coming up in the next hour. Let's keep going. I'm going to read these super chats, and we're going to take some calls. We still got about 40 minutes, actually, with these two here. Jay Dyer, Tom Jump. All right, let's see here. PP Storm says, I'll catch the podcast in the morning. Get hype. Comrade Weiss says, Dave Rubin is also an atheist. Wrecked. Tiger King 10 says, Jay Dyer is based. One Step Too Far says, I'm paying you to tell Jay to shut the fuck up. I did say that. You paid me. Trilita says, shut up. Flatland Chicken Rancher says, the experts is my argument, and that's in uppercase and lowercase. Devin Des says, philosophy is for fart-sniffing faggots. Weepy P-hole says, JF Debate 2.0, LOL. Lord Zenu WT Law says, Jay, dude, contain yourself, let the man make a point. Wolfen says, is atheism tied to narcissism? Flatland Chicken Rancher says, well, all of my teachers said. One Step Too Far says, fucking mute Jay. Flatland Chicken Rancher with the Ninja Guinea, by the way, thank you very kindly, says, Tommy, you should use one of the experts' arguments or any argument. Tard. Let's see. Gift today 1 month subscription. Sorry, go ahead. What did you say? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I'd say I'd love to, but Jay just keeps interrupting before I have a chance to finish. So I only.
No, that's not true. Because you don't reply to the arguments, you just get bullshit. You're not replying to the argument.
Flatland Chicken Rancher, gift today 1 month.
No, you didn't.
1 month subscription. Thank you. Flatland Chicken Rancher says, we demand blood. I think we've had a fair amount of that. He also gifted another 1 month subscription. Very kind. Thank you so much for the support. Red Rambo says, enough with the interruptions. It's annoying. Well, I mean, It's blood sports, right? I mean,
it's blood sports.
Yeah, I mean, come on. You know, if it was we were at the Oxford Union or some shit, maybe that would make sense. But
Jay's afraid to let me talk because he knows I'm going to crush his argument.
No, you've already been refuted about 5 times. You contradicted yourself about 6 times. So I'm laughing at it, really.
Dictator says 2 spurgy fucks talking over each other. Fuck. Wolfen says why atheism and not agnosticism? That's a fair question, I think. What would you say to that, Tom?
Oh yeah, so atheism is just a lack of belief or the disbelief. So it entails both. And
but aren't you like by saying there is no God? And again, this is something I've thought about myself too. So I'm not trying to take sides in the debate, but or anything like that. And I've been an atheist myself. I would consider myself kind of in no man's land maybe now. But do you consider taking the atheist position to be making a kind of saying that there is no God is almost like saying that there is a God, right? That you're making a definitive statement.
Right, but that's not the atheist claim. Like the origin of the term atheism, atheos, was actually used in Greek and Roman to convict Christians. It just means you're not tithing to the God. So it's a lack of belief or lack of tithing to the God. It doesn't actually mean a rejection of the belief in gods, except in specific philosophical instances. So most atheists today don't actually claim there is no God. They just claim there's no reason to believe in a God. We do reject certain kinds of gods, like Jay's God, because it's logically contradictory. But most, like, it's possible there's like a Santa Claus God or something. We just don't know.
So in our worldview, we have a basis and a justification for belief in things like universals and logic.
Okay.
We can ground them in the mind of God. God is the precondition for those things. In his worldview, you have nothing but matter and flux. There's no way to ground or justify the belief in the things that are not identical to matter. And so every time I've asked him for a justification, he reified it and went to a circle by saying reality is reality, which is not an argument nor a justification for the belief in universal states of affairs and truth claims.
So that's a tautology, not a circle. But how does God...
A tautology can be a circle if it's attempting to justify the thing I asked for a justification for.
No.
Yes, it is. It's not a justification to say reality is reality, and that's how universals exist.
A tautology is a kind of formal argument. It's not actually a circle. It does not literally. They're two separate things.
If it's attempting to respond to my question, which is about proving something, then it's an argument you're making, and it's not a valid argument.
No, it's not, Jay. That's not how it works. But let's go back because I wanted to ask you.
You just say things. Like you just say that's not how it works. That's not how
evidence in philosophy by the experts.
You don't know anything about philosophy. When you look, dude, you said I think therefore I am doesn't assume grammatical and linguistic.
Yes, I wanted to address that too. But so
because it does. It's a sentence. You said it's descriptive.
I can never prove
that meaning. Right?
Let him get in. Go ahead, Tom.
So I think the Ethereum doesn't presuppose anything. It's literally you have
a quality. Yes, it does.
Jay,
it presupposes language. It's a sentence. It's a proposition. Because it's wrong. It's just on the face of it.
All right, but let him. Even if it's false, go ahead. Let him talk. Go ahead.
So I think the Ethereum doesn't presuppose anything. You have quality experience, and that quality experience, you then create a language to describe that quality experience. That's
it assumes that the words have meaning.
No.
Yes, it does. So the argument has no meaning.
Premise one
has no meaning.
Experience. So I have quality experience. Now that those words
that assumes that the words and the concepts have meaning.
Jay. Do I have experience with or without the words? Do the words make me have experience?
The argument, I think, therefore I am, assumes that the words have meaning.
Do the words cause me to think?
It's an argument. You don't understand what arguments are.
Do the words cause me to think, or do I think before the words?
It doesn't matter. I'm asking about the proposition itself. You said it doesn't require linguistic descriptive.
Yes, that's correct. That's correct.
Right, but it's a proposition, and yes, it does. That's a basic fundamental mistake.
I think is an experience.
It's a fundamental mistake.
Jay, I think is an experience. The words in the argument.
What is an experience?
To the territory.
It's an argument. You're making an argument.
Experience is not an argument. Experience is an experience.
I think, therefore I am is an argument. It's an invalid argument. Yes. You don't even know that I think, therefore I am is an invalid argument.
I think, therefore I am is an argument, but
yes, so thank you. So it is making a truth claim.
No. So go back. Yes. It's not contingent on language.
It is making a truth claim.
I think.
How is it not making a truth claim if it's an
argument? It is making a truth claim.
You just said it wasn't. You just contradicted.
No, I was rejecting what you said before that, where you said it doesn't. It requires the presupposed meaning of language, which it does not.
Yes, it does. How can you have an argument? An argument is not just a descriptor. It's an argument about a state of affairs.
How do you do it? Let me explain it to you, Jay. So I think, like I have an experience of thinking. That thing exists prior to any language. I don't need any language.
Matter.
That doesn't matter because I'm asking about the argument itself, the truth value of the proposition itself.
That's what I'm explaining.
Not your mental state.
I'm explaining, Jay. You just won't stop talking. So
you're not answering the question.
That's literally what I'm trying to do, Jay. You just keep interrupting.
What you're saying is not an answer.
All right, let him.
Jay, you haven't let me speak for more than 5 words. How could you possibly know that? Are you psychic?
Because it's therefore.
You don't know. You have no idea what I'm going to say.
It's a propositional argument.
Okay, what am I going to say, Jay? Jay? What am I going to say? What is my answer?
You said, I think, therefore I am, doesn't require any linguistic truth. It's just a state of affairs.
How am I going to explain that can be true without any type of presupposing language? How am I going to answer that?
Correct.
How am I going to answer that?
You can't.
You haven't let me talk. Stop. You haven't let me talk.
Because it's impossible.
No. Jay, you need...
The argument requires propositions and language.
If it's impossible, then you shouldn't be afraid to let me talk because I'm not going to be able to crush your dumb ass. So you should let me talk.
You have made a fool of yourself. Right? You just said that doesn't require language to make an argument. So you can make arguments without language.
Jay,
you can make arguments without language.
Jay, if you think I can't do it, maybe you should let me talk.
It's not possible. You can't do it. You can't wander your way out of this because it's impossible.
Jay, if it's not possible, you should let me talk and then just embarrass myself.
Go for it, bro.
So not letting me talk just embarrasses you.
Go. You spent the whole debate saying that I won't let you talk, but you don't make arguments.
Because, I haven't had time. I'm trying to. I've been trying to.
I think, therefore, I am is a sentence. It's a proposition. It can't be an argument without sentences and language. It's really simple.
Jay, I've been trying to make arguments the entire time, but you never stop talking.
Yes, here we go. This guy's inept. He's totally inept.
I'm still trying to make an argument. So
show me how I think, therefore, I am doesn't use language. How it doesn't have propositional truth.
Okay. Are you done? Are you done talking? Can I do it now?
We're waiting.
Thank you. So I have a quality experience. Quality experience is a thing. It exists prior to language. And then this experience can then be described by language. We can make up words. We literally make them up. We don't presuppose them. We make them up to describe that thing. And so we now have words, and they now have meaning. We didn't presuppose them. We made them up. And now I can use those words to make an argument. I think, therefore I am. Holy shit, I did it. I did the impossible.
Yeah, so he made 2 big mistakes there. He made 2 big mistakes. The first mistake was that he said that when I say I think, it doesn't presuppose anything. It's just a descriptor of a state of affairs. Actually, it does. It presupposes the truth value of that claim itself. That there is such a thing as existence, which you have not demonstrated. That's a presupposition.
That's qualia. That's what the qualia does.
Yeah, you haven't demonstrated that is the case. It's a presupposition.
So I can.
That you are an existing thing.
Exist?
You haven't. Yeah, correct.
So I can think not exist.
Any philosopher who will critique Descartes will point out that that's a presupposition that is not proven by the claim itself.
Oh, I love this. So yeah, none of them do that, by the way, because I've actually read them.
Yes, they do.
No, which one?
It's Bertrand Russell does it.
Nope, that's not what he said.
Yes, he does. He makes 2 arguments about Descartes. It doesn't matter what Bertrand Russell says anyway, because you can't prove. You said it's a state of affairs that you've not proven.
The state of affairs? No, I said I have quality experience. So
that's a state of affairs, dummy.
Okay. Well, I didn't say
it's not proven. It's assumed.
No, I didn't say it was a state of affairs. You did. So I said
You just said okay. You said okay. It's a state of affairs. You're a liar, dude. This guy is a liar. He just said it's a state of affairs. Okay, fine.
You said it was a state of affairs. So I exist.
That's a state of affairs in basic philosophy, right? It is the case. Is it the case?
State of affairs. Yes.
Okay. Have you proven that yet?
Have I proven that?
It's assumed in the argument.
No.
Yes, it is.
No.
Yes, it is. You've not proven it because the argument starts with that. It's unproven.
No. The argument doesn't start with anything.
Yes, it does.
I have quality experience is what it starts with. There is a quality experience.
That is an assumption you've not yet demonstrated.
Well, I literally have it. I am experiencing it right now.
That's a circle. You've not yet demonstrated it. You can't just say it's the case because I have it. Oh, well, how do you demonstrate or justify
I haven't demonstrated it to you? Or
how do you justify that claim in logic?
I literally have quality experience. It's a brute fact.
Yeah, it's a state of affairs that you're assuming is the case. How many times do I have to? Every time we have to do this circle, he has to learn something basic. Okay, this is why every time we have to do this, he has to learn a basic 101.
You know what? I tell you what, basic 101 and hosting these streams is to read the shit people pay me money to read, and I will read those right now. Arcade Outpost says Dave Rubin, Candace O, and Blair White vibes. Beard the Butcher says, tell Tom to shut the fuck up while Jay is talking. Finish him, Jay, says E. Bruce. Cheeseburger6 says, for two alleged philosophers, they suck at arguing. Brazilian Ha says, how can God be real if our eyes aren't real? Lord Zenu WT Law says, debates on God for millennia, but we have these two. Lord Zenu WT Law says, Ralph, how many of these big words do you understand? Quite a few of them, actually, but whatever. Flatland Chicken Ranch. This is not my stock and trade theology, I'll be honest, but I know a little bit about a little bit. I'm not quite as dumb as some people seem to think. Flatland Chicken Rancher, obviously not, because I'm still here and killing it. Flatland Chicken Rancher gifted a 1-month subscription. Arcade Outpost also resub for a month. Kyler SC says, reality is reality. Quote, big-brained atheist nibba. Beard the Butcher says, Jay is straight up airing this dude out. Weepy Hill says, get Bargain Basement Destiny out of here. Renegotiate says, 500 years ago consensus was Earth was flat. Weepy Hill says, this guy makes Vouch look... Oh, go ahead. If you want to respond to that, go ahead.
Well, yeah, the Earth was flat wasn't a consensus for thousands of years. It wasn't 500 years ago, so it's been quite a while.
Okay. Weepy Hill says, this guy makes Vouch look mildly intelligent, sad. McCarthy was right, says, appeals to authority are absolutely retarded. Flatland Chicken Rancher gifted another 1-month subscription. Thank you very kindly. Let me keep going. I see a lemon party erupted there somewhere. Cooper says, how dumb are these people when they realize space is fake? Don't get there.
Flat Earther.
Mustard Nipple says, Tom argues like a Democrat. Time. Mute his mic. Wolfen says, I can't do right no matter what. I just try, ladies and gentlemen. I do what I can. Wolfen, we're going to take callers after this, by the way. We got about, let's see.
Well, I still wanted Jay to answer a question.
Well, okay, you know what? I'll let you do that after, but let me read these. Okay. Wolfen says, do animals and low IQ people have souls? I guess that's a question for Jay. I don't think you believe in the whole soul thing, Tom.
Yeah.
What do you say to that, Jay? If you even want to answer that, I don't know. It's up to you.
No, we don't believe animals have souls.
Yeah, I didn't think so. All dogs go to heaven. That's just marketing. All right, Flatland Chicken Rancher says, do you know? But you know what? To be honest with you, this is something that I thought about. Like my beliefs kind of are weird now, maybe, but heaven's supposed to be this perfect place. Do you have your animals with you there in heaven, though? I guess that maybe that's kind of a very specific question, but if they don't have souls, do you still have the trappings of that sort of thing, or do you not even want for that sort of thing once you're in the presence of the Lord and stuff like that? What would you say to that, Jay? Like the trappings you have in life, like your animals and the stuff that you love, quote unquote, in life. Will you even care about that sort of thing in heaven, or will you have those things? Does that make sense?
Yeah, we would say that there is a new heavens and a new earth in the eschaton, and it would be comparable to the state of Eden. So Eden had animal life. So okay. Yeah, I believe that there will be animals.
Okay, yeah, basically that's what I was asking. Let's see, where am I at here? Flatland Chicken Rancher says, do you know what that is? Do I know what is? I'm trying to keep up. He says, I'm trying to keep up too. Beard the Butcher says, where is T-Jump's college degree from and what for?
I didn't get a degree. I just audited classes. I didn't want to spend the extra money to get a degree.
Yeah, but you come on and say that somebody doesn't know philosophy who does have a degree, which you appealed to the experts before. So actually, if I have a master's, right, shouldn't I be in that class of the experts?
Oh, hell no, you're dumb as shit. I had to correct you on literally every philosophical term. You didn't know what an argument for authority was. Wow, you know nothing of philosophy. You're so dumb.
I've done 20 years of debate.
You're so dumb. It's ridiculous.
You're literally the worst.
Nurax says, take some fucking notes. Space Cowboy 14 says, let each other fucking speak. Fucking Christ. Cooper says, that's why they are the... Well, I'm not going to read that. This rude. Kyler SC, but thank you. Kyler SC says, Tom Jump is Dunning-Kruger personified.
Totally. 100%. He's literally the worst atheist I've ever seen.
What's the Dunning-Kruger, Jay? Do you know what it is? I bet you don't. Based on your history, you probably don't even know what it is. You probably can't even accurately... What is it?
It's about how there's a research done into people who think that they're smart when in fact they aren't, and the fact that the dumber a person is, the more capable they conceive of themselves to be. So it's the Dunning-Kruger effect. So you play this game where you try to trip me up like I don't know what this and that thing is. Dude, you're doing that because you got called out on 5 basic philosophical mistakes. You think that
you didn't. You didn't call me out anything.
I think therefore I am is an argument, and you think it doesn't require propositional universal truth.
Right.
That's not proven in the claim itself.
Right, and I proved it didn't.
No, you didn't. You just said it's not the case. You didn't prove it.
No, I proved it.
You just made an idiot of yourself.
No, I literally proved it did.
You said that there's no universal proof for things, and then you turn around and said that, but I can prove that. That's
right,
a contradiction.
I did qualify
contradiction.
That. No, it's not, because
yes,
it only
it
applies
is.
to external things about the
There's
world.
no proof for things. I have proof for this.
Nope, I did qualify that because I said that only applies to external things about the world. It does
and that
not
requires
apply to everything else.
access to universal knowledge to make that claim.
No.
Yes, it does. You said there are universals.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't need them.
So you need access to a universal.
No, you don't. In fact, there are universals, but I mean you're required to need them. There can be things we don't know. That's perfectly fine, Jay. You don't need to know everything. It's not required.
But in order to make that claim, you need to know that that is a universally true proposition in all states of affairs.
No one agrees with you. That's literally everyone.
That doesn't matter. That's not an argument. That's why you lost the debate. Saying no one agrees with me is not an argument. That's why you can't argue. That's not an argument.
How does God?
It doesn't matter if no one agreed with me. That's a fallacy against the formal claim.
It just means you're an ignorant fool, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, so this is ad hominem. This is all you have. You lost the debate right now. Totally. You just got annihilated.
How does God justify knowledge?
You just lost the debate on that alone.
The
debate's over. You said no one agrees with you. You're an ignorant fool. You lost the debate.
You are definitely.
You lost. That means you lose.
Okay.
No one agrees with me is not an argument.
How does God justify?
No one agrees with me is not an argument.
Okay, ignorant fool. How does God justify?
So here you go again. All you have is that. That's all you got.
I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it.
That means you lost.
But so how does God justify knowledge claims?
By the transcendental argument.
What? So if God needs to make an argument, doesn't he have to presuppose language to make the argument?
God doesn't need to make an argument. Literally, your IQ, I can't even.
How does God justify knowledge?
There's no point in arguing the transcendental argument with you because I don't think you're physically and mentally capable of understanding the argument. So you're going to have to go to do other kinds of arguments. You're never going to get this.
I'll give my 2 minutes. So God is the necessary precondition of all knowledge.
You said, does God have to prove himself? Like it has nothing to do. Does God have to argue his own precondition?
Jay, shut up. Jay,
that has nothing to do with my argument. I gave you formal arguments. I gave you formal arguments.
Can I get my
you responded with no one agrees with you.
Go ahead.
No one agrees with you.
Ralph.
Go ahead. Say what you want. Give him 2 minutes. Go ahead.
That's
and then
not an argument.
Just let him say what he wants, and we'll take callers, and then we'll finish this up. Go ahead.
All right. So his argument was that God is the necessary precondition of knowledge claims. That's the first premise of his transcendental argument. And he says the way God grounds knowledge is through the argument, but the argument assumes God is the necessary precondition. It's one of the premises.
Correct.
So his argument is viciously circular. That is literally the definition.
Yeah, I believe in circular arguments.
What? Okay.
I believe in circular arguments at a paradigm level. So these kinds of arguments, they require...
Now, wait. Now, to be fair, you accuse him of a circular argument, and like it was a bad thing, and that is usually something that's said. Now, why would you say it's not, Jay?
That's why we brought this out. So if we're making arguments like this, where we're making distributive, attributive claims, it's wrong to be circular. However, at the paradigm level, it's impossible to not be circular. That's the point. I believe the transcendental argument is an argument about circularity.
In philosophy, that's called a tautology, which...
No, it's not.
No,
it's not. It's not. It's totally different. A transcendental argument is not a tautology. A transcendental argument is not a tautology.
Explain why it's not. Explain why it's not. Why is it not a tautology?
Tautology is just a restatement of the thing itself, right? Restating what you just said. Yes, it is. It's restating what you just said. It's not an argument. This is a disjunctive, which you didn't know what that was.
What's the transcendental? What is?
You didn't even know that the cogito is an argument.
What's the tautology?
It's just a state of affairs.
Jay, what's the tautology?
It's just restating.
In logic, what is a tautology?
It's restating.
No, that's not what a tautology is in logic. What's a tautology?
It absolutely is if you reify and restate. Yes, it is.
Nope, that's literally not what it is in logic. It's a kind of formal argument. What is it?
But that's not what this is. That's irrelevant because it's not. I'm not making a tautological argument.
What's a tautology?
All right, you know what? Let's just leave it there. I'm going to read the rest of these. Swan
I just want to say one more thing.
No, you know what? Okay, very quickly. Go ahead, because we're never going to get to college if we don't.
It's just something that states that it's true in all possible interpretations.
Say one last thing too.
Yes, it is.
So his argument is called the Cartesian circle. You can literally Google it. It's the definition of vicious circularity and doesn't work at all.
That's not a transcendental argument. That's a mischaracterization. It's not. It's not a
argument you
circle.
just made. God justifies knowledge through the.
It's a transcendental argument. You don't know what that is. It's not the same thing as a tautology or a Cartesian circle.
It's literally it is. You could just
no, it's
Google
not.
it.
All right, we're just gonna call Tom.
This is a different form from a tautology.
We gotta call Tom.
He doesn't know the form of arguments. He doesn't know what that is.
Let's keep going. Swan Kelly says, Tom, Jesus loved you and died for your sins. Tiger King 10 says, Tom, are you special needs? Kyler SC says, I'm the co-host of Twisted Mind, and even I know Tom is a retard. These are not kind. Some of them are anti-J, too. Fledgling says, not in a kind thing about you. I am me those. I always fuck his name up. Jay is trying to debate an irredeemably dumb man. Seek and Destroy 99 says, Jay is destroying. Pinky Culture says, this is cringe. When is Andy versus Dick? This is coming in a minute. I am me those says, coders need to know imperative versus declarative. Podcast Daddy says, when you let the AP student bully the special ed. Green Danger says, I'm now third position after this debate. Hail Satan. Crunk114 says, Jay, you are a king. Lumberjack says, atheist deny a straw man of God. Dragoon7 says, finally figured out how to send a super chat. LMAO. Hate Farmer says, who is this smirking cunt? Dragoon7, I don't know if he's talking about me or what. Dragoon7 says, T-Jump gonna cry. You seem nice though, Ralph. Join us. Flatland Chicken Rancher says, we must listen to the experts. Teach us, Jay. I am me those says, Tom, use the consensus of dumbasses for truth. Noom Sand says, let Jay talk over Tom now. Chat says a lot of stuff. CSS Humley says, read Loki. Indeed. Droopy George says, wow, I agree with Jay, so Tom's argument is invalid. Dove and Dev says, spend $1,000 for a piece of paper, therefore smart. Tiger King 10 says, Tom, I do agree with Jay, you idiot. Hate Farmer says, guy's a kitty diddler, drives ice cream truck. All right, that's out of control. Kyler says, Tom brought a skateboard to an AR-15 fight tonight. Adam's Fruit says, Christianity, best religion, but I'm not religious.
Well, I guess the consensus of the audience has decided that he got destroyed.
I'm not religious.
So we can appeal to the consensus of the audience that he was terrible. Literally the worst debate I've ever had.
That literally is an argument.
That was one of the best super chats that we've gotten all year, by the way. Christianity,
that was
best
called
religion.
a joke, dummy.
Yeah, sure.
It's called a joke, dummy.
Oh, God. Lawrence Dino WC Law says, Ralph kissed my Carthagen circle. Beard the Butcher says, I Googled it. Jay is right. Space Cowboy 14 says, just like the... Oh, I'm not going to read that, but thank you. All right, now we're taking calls, because if I don't, we'll never get calls in. We got about 15 minutes. Well, 10
Do we stay for this, or are we done?
Well, no, I mean, I was going to let, if they wanted to ask you questions. Basically, you guys are done already. I was going to let you get a final
Yeah,
statement.
that's fine. I'll
but I was going to see if some of these guys had questions for you. I saw some people in here early. Some of them might be for the other thing, too. Crippled Jesus... Oh, God, he left. Crippled Jesus, did you have a question for these two, or do you want to wait till the next one?
Am I on?
Yeah, do you have a question for these two, or you want to wait for the next debate?
Yeah, I wanted to talk to Worski, but I can grill these two if
you want to ask them something, sure, go ahead.
I just want to tell them they're wrong about God.
Both of them?
Yeah, both of them are wrong.
Okay, well, explain that then.
So they're talking about papers and college professors and shit, and that's not what God is about. God is about love and clarity, and it doesn't have anything to do with academics.
Okay, well, that's a beautiful slow boy there calling in.
Thank you. By the way, we'll bring you back in. That was not nice. We'll bring
that
you.
Was something else.
I'm just saying.
That's not nice.
God came to me.
Go ahead.
God came to me, and he told me. God came to me in a dream, and he told me that if he hated me, he would have made me retarded. And he didn't make me retarded. He made me crippled.
Oh, God.
Because that's what he had to do.
From laughing too much. All right. Thank you, sir.
I don't understand what's happening right now.
I don't either. I really don't. It's nominally my show, and I really don't know what's going on. All right. Oh, God. I got a cramp from laughing. Oh, shit. I might have to stand up. Let's take another caller. Go ahead, Mountain Walk. You're on the kill stream. Oh, Jesus. Oh,
fuck.
I don't know.
Okay.
Just ask the question. Fuck.
Okay, yeah. So I'm trying to understand Tom's argument. So Jay obviously states his argument right off the bat, like real quickly, very succinctly, and then Tom brings up something about like my argument is contingent upon like this paper that these guys wrote. Like I don't understand. Like what exactly is the point?
I never said that at
Why are you
all.
bringing up this gay shit about like these dudes writing a paper? Like that's your opening statement? Not like I'm going to reply.
Literally the worst opening statement I've ever heard in a debate.
Yeah, that wasn't
it was
my opening
unbelievable.
statement and argument. So, yeah, I was actually just asking for
You
clarification.
just didn't understand the argument, and you replied with a foul.
No. So I literally just asked, are you saying that all of the experts in all of these fields you're talking about who understand it better than you do
Wrong,
are all
gay,
wrong?
gay, dude, come on. That's so gay. Like, why are you...
nothing to do. It's irrelevant.
So that's the point, is you're just clarifying his claim. I'm asking, is he saying that all of the people who know better than him are wrong and that he's right?
It's a stupid claim to begin with, because I've been in academia. I've been around tons of philosophers who have all kinds of views that are very similar to mine. There's all kinds of philosophers who believe in realism, who believe in universals, who believe in abstract concepts, all kinds of mathematicians that do. So you to quote some random ass paper as if that proves that all the consensus of the philosophy, that's total bullshit, dude. I can't believe you brought that to a debate and that was your opening argument. Dude, that's laughable. That
wasn't an argument. That was literally just a question.
We get better.
Yeah, it was retarded.
Dude,
it wasn't an argument.
I'm sorry, you guys are too stupid to understand what a question is.
Than what you brought.
But, yeah, it's called the Phil Surveys
we
paper.
Get better
it's a poll
teenage
of all of the experts.
In my Discord than what you brought.
It's the largest poll of experts in philosophy of any
Dude,
poll.
that's totally irrelevant.
Wow, that's really great.
A poll of experts.
Holy shit, thank you. Big brain atheist.
That's great.
Caller, go. Thank you for calling in, by the way. I guess we're going to have to get others. Caller got himself ejected for being too loud. Go ahead, respond. Let's get a couple more callers in here before I let you guys give your finale statements.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Like, if they're just too dumb to know what the consensus is and what it's important.
Dude, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, and it's not even a
basic
consensus.
science, basic philosophy.
You came with the dumbest argument.
Literally is. Like, you
literally the dumbest argument.
It's not an argument.
It means nothing in a debate.
He keeps calling it an argument, but there
it means nothing in a debate about a formal claim.
Like, he keeps calling it an argument, but
the only reason he thinks it's an argument is because he thinks that literally
it's not an argument. And he just says
he literally thinks people can consensus choose what logic is and isn't. That's how dumb.
Yeah, I literally said
that's
it's
how dumb
not an
atheism
argument.
is. It reduces you to this retardation level.
So I literally said it's not an argument. It's just a question, and he keeps trying to say it's an argument.
No, you made an argument.
It's kind of dumb.
You made it an argument.
Really
you said that. Do you disagree with all this consensus?
That's not an argument. That's a question. There's no therefore.
You're implying that I'm wrong, and you're making
implications aren't an argument.
This is sophistry. It's pure sophistry.
No, it's not. It was literally a question.
Let me read these real quick. We'll take a couple more callers. We'll get the final statements. 1.5 thousand people watching us live right now on killstream.live/show. That's also dlive.tv/The Ralph Retort. Very amazing response tonight. I have to thank both our participants here, our participants later. Colin Stevens says X is a former has-been and Spurt is a drip under pressure. This guy is definitely an expert. Pensive Cowboy says very compelling. Now shut your big brain mouth. And he said something else I won't read. Colin Stevens says this guy's noggin isn't jogging. It's in a state of Ahmoud Arbery, which I don't really get. Pensive Cowboy says, are the guests familiar with Goldstein's corollary to Greenblatt's assertion on appeals to authority? A scholarly appeal to authority is only valid if the authority in question is a certain heritage. I haven't heard of that appeal to authority, actually. Pensive Cowboy says, supposing Jean Baudrillard, I don't know this person, by the way, full disclosure, is correct and hyperreality exists, is there a simulacrum, I think, where...
Baudrillard.
Yeah, Baudrillard. Oh, wow, okay. Is there... Wait, and...
Simulacrum?
Whatever.
What are you trying to say?
Simulacrum, whatever. Is there a simulacrum where Tom... I never say the fucking word, and neither does anybody else on this fucking planet. Fuckers. Is there a S word where Tom isn't a huge F word, Jay? Is what they were asking you, which is not kind, but... Okay.
I don't know about that.
I don't know about that either. All right, well... You know what? Let's just go to final statement. I want to make sure I get plenty of time for final statements. And we started off with Tom, I believe, because I just picked somebody. So we'll start off here. Actually, that means Jay gets the last word. So we'll start off here with Tom again. We'll give Jay the last word. Go ahead, Tom. This is your time. Please don't interrupt no matter what he says. Just let him say whatever. Go ahead.
Yeah, so we had to educate Jay on basic philosophy. He didn't know what an argument from authority was. He didn't know what Quine was. He didn't read, like, the first paragraph of Quine. He was wrong about how Quine mentioned the problem of induction, which he only mentioned in the first paragraph, had nothing to do with his paper. He was wrong about the two dogmas. He didn't know what those were. He doesn't know what the tautology is. He doesn't know what a formal argument is. He couldn't put his... It took him, like, an hour to put his argument into a premise format. He finally got it, still didn't get it right. He doesn't understand the value of authority. They got him to interrupt. Victory is mine. He doesn't know what a Cartesian circle is. Like, he's just ignorant of pretty much everything in philosophy related to the field.
You're just mimicking, like, every time that I said you were ignorant when in fact you were, and you're just mimicking it back and saying Jay's ignorant.
I don't know, do I get, like, more
you're
time
now?
You're
like a narcissistic projection.
Just, like, take time off of his...
Just let him...
I'm not going to make a final statement. I think he's made a fool of himself. I don't even need one.
So yeah, if you want more entertainment value of just seeing Jay get destroyed by basic philosophy,
nobody thinks this is comedy. Nobody thinks you destroyed anything except your own mind. And the smug fake nervous laugh the whole time. Like, dude, everybody knows that's
what does your shirt say?
That's a cover. Like the nervous rocking, the stimming. Dude, get the tism under control. Get that tism under control.
Yeah, so this isn't going into my time, right? I still got more time. But,
you can say whatever. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah,
dude, this final statement is not even a statement. It's just go watch my Big Brother.
I thought he wasn't going to do a final statement. Apparently he is. He just wanted my time. Maybe he wanted to go first.
Go listen to the experts. Listen to the experts. Go watch someone else.
So yeah, everything Jay said is wrong.
Go watch my Big Brother. Go watch my Big Brother. Go watch my Big Brother.
Oh God!
Go watch my Big Brother. Dude, that's the whole debate. Jay.
Yeah, pretty much that sums it up. That was essentially his position. So everything he said is wrong. He doesn't know anything about philosophy. His transcendental arguments isn't even valid. It's pretty funny. Like, so, I mean, I didn't really get a chance to present the arguments.
This is a great comedy piece.
I didn't actually get any chance to present them. You can actually go check out my conversations with...
You had an opening statement, and you didn't use it. You're the worst debater ever.
So, you can literally check out my conversations.
We get teenage atheists that debate, but there's teenagers better than you, bro.
You can literally check out my conversations.
Dude, go back to the McDonald's job that you had. This is not for you.
Hey, Ralph, how are
you? Go back to McDonald's and community college. Right, the community college classes.
Yeah,
they will prepare you for a food service industry job that will be fitting to your capabilities.
How about you? So you can literally check out my conversations with real philosophers who actually know philosophy. Like, I have dozens of them on my channel, actual professors from many different colleges.
Thousands of them?
Actual professors, hundreds of them.
So, he's got thousands of philosophers on his channel.
So
he's got an army.
You can see my arguments.
Are they also from your community college, by the way? Are they also from your community college preparing you for a food service industry job?
So I didn't want to open. So yeah, you can check out my actual arguments on my channel with actual philosophers who actually know something. Like
thousands of them, by the way. He says thousands of them. He's got thousands of philosophers on his channel.
Jay was too afraid to let me talk because I just crush him on literally everything. After I just proved him on like every single argument, every single fact in philosophy, he was just so afraid he just couldn't like stop talking and let me talk.
I'm really
afraid. I was going to crush him on literally everything. So you can actually check out my real arguments on my channel on youtube.com/tjoe.
Maybe you should bring real arguments to the debate. Go check out the real arguments at my channel. Why didn't you bring any real arguments to the debate?
Like I said, you can check out all of my actual arguments on my channel where I disprove all of this. I just didn't get a chance to actually present them
Right.
because
So maybe in the opening statement you could have done an argument there. Maybe that would have been a good idea to present arguments in your opening debate statement.
Jay's kind of
Just a
stupid.
tip.
Jay's kind of stupid, so he doesn't realize the arguments would be counter arguments to his position.
Are you starting to cry a little? I noticed like there's a little bit of.
I was trying to present arguments against his position. But he didn't let me. He didn't let me talk. So I mean, I definitely have lots of arguments against his position because his position is garbage and easy to refute. But he didn't actually stop.
Yeah, well, you know, your argument is that for an hour my position is garbage. I know.
So like this, like to be able to
because you don't make arguments. That's why I keep interrupting. It's blood sport. You're not making.
It is blood sport. I mean, that's a fair point too. And I know, sometimes if you complain enough, I will step in. I understand.
He's hiding. He's getting verklempt.
He's hiding.
Well, I mean, I can't. It's not that type of debate where I'm just going to mute people. That's not what we do in the kill stream. I mean, I try to get you your chance.
He's hiding tears behind that smug smile. Remember Sargon's nervous smug smile and laugh?
This is pretty bad. Like, like a measurable coefficient of stepping in somewhere. Like,
I mean, I see what looks like a tear there. It looks like a tear. I mean, there's a little bit of a tear coming.
Yeah, there's tons of arguments.
It's okay, dude. We all lose debates. I know that as an atheist you believe that you're genius. Right.
This is going to be
and then you don't actually lose debates, but we all lose debates. It's okay.
So
it's okay.
We can move on now. He's just an idiot. He's a moron. He's a complete fool.
But I'm not crying, bro.
Yeah.
I'm not weeping.
Jay Dyer.
Your phone's broken.
I'm not weeping, bro.
Your phone's broken, Jay. Maybe you should get a new phone.
My eyes are dry, bro. I'm not weeping.
Jay Dyer.
Weeping willow atheism.
Thank both of you gentlemen
for
Jay
has been exposed.
My eyes are sleeping, boy.
For this event. I appreciate it. It was
Grab
a lot of fun.
Kleenex, dude. It's coming out. We can see it right here.
I think those are from just laughing at you so hard because you're just so stupid.
Good one.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jay Dyer.
You're stupid.
Thank you, Tom Jump. You both have a good one. I appreciate it. You guys have a good one. We tried. All right. Yeah, by the way, you'll have to hit the X because if I close out of the call, it'll mess it up for the next debate. So, yeah, just go ahead. Thank you so much. Oh, my God. I'm the moderator, so I'm not supposed to say anything about what I think about that whole entire thing. That
was something.
Those who know me know exactly what I think, and I really had to bite my tongue there in the last 60 seconds. God damn, did I bite my tongue. Anyway. Boy, I bit that son of a bitch really hard. Okay, so now we have to figure out how to get Dick back on the screen. Oh, getting Dick on the screen, that would be, you would think that would be the least of my concerns as of late. But all right,
what's up, guys? Can you hear me at least?
What's up, man?
Yes, we can. We can.
Hey.
What up, guys?
All right, now give me a minute. We have to get you guys in the box here. What did you think about that? Well, I'll let the co-host weigh in. Well, go ahead, Dick. You have something to say clearly. Go ahead.
Were they debating on whether or not there's a God?
Yeah, well, that's what I thought.
I think if there is a God, I think he was very disappointed in that, whatever that was. I'll tell you that.
One people, one planet. Can you see what I see? We are one people.
We are one people.
United in a social movement.
We are one people. United in a social movement.
I'm Sam Hyde, and this is the Toss It Project. The premise is simple. You take the most hurtful thing anyone's ever said to you and write it down on a styrofoam cup. And just toss it. Toss that. Just throw that. Boom, 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 boom. Playground, a school, a river, any place. Just throw it out. You got an iPhone? Record yourself and upload it to social media. Boom! You're gonna be famous. Bring requests from all the top celebrities. If just one person would do this, start paying it forward to this, the whole world would stop bullying right now. Boom! Yo, it's 2016. If you're not cool with homosexuals in your schools teaching your kids about butt sex, because hate is whack, dude. My race is done. You're inheriting theirs, along with some other undesirables. And that's cool, bro. High five. But check it out. Just remember who built this place, all right? Remember to pay homage to the white man. Thank you, Whitey. Yo, but you're better.
We are one people united, social movement.
We can all be victims.
Kaczynski model, the technocrat model, is much more interested in the incremental, slow kill, Fabian approach to bringing the technocracy into being. So they're not going to send Homeland Security troops to round you up and put you in a FEMA camp. They'd much rather promote everybody being enmeshed in video games, the Disney gulag, the virtual reality gulag, all this kind of stuff is a much better FEMA camp in your home. They don't need the FEMA camp. It's too messy. It's a big ordeal. And it's all the nonsense of all the patriot crap on the radio. That's not going to happen. They don't need to. The shadow of global government is already here. And as you said, it's in the latter stages of the mopping up process to move it into the next phase, i.e. between two ages of the next age. Once you have atheism, there's not really any foundation. Anything can come and go. psychology from this kind of a revealed framework that we're going to talk about, what you get is basically disaster, and you get things like reductionistic materialism and so forth that ultimately wipe out the notion of what it is to be a human person. And when there's no notion of a human person, then things like free will, volition, these all fall away by the wayside because they're ultimately illusory. If the world is a determined materialistic process, then free will is illusory, and so is consciousness. 30,000. Can you hear me, nerds? 40,000 of you. Live. 30,000 chat nerds. Nerds, are we live?
Welcome to the Jay Dyer Today Show, a show that brings classic Dyer directly into your YouTube newsfeed. See what I did there? And now, your host, Jay Dyer.
Well, it's been a while since I've done a podcast, but I want to welcome this time someone very unique. She is a former MI5 British Security Service officer. Her name is Mrs. Annie Machon. She now is located in Dusseldorf, Germany, and she acquired some prominence due to the fact that her and her, at the time, partner David Shaler were involved in what's known as the Shaler Affair. And if you go to the Guardian's website, you'll find a whole host of articles dealing with that issue. She worked for the Ministry of Truth in Oceania for many years. I'm sorry, that was a bad joke. She is the author of the 2005 book Spies, Lies, and Whistleblowers, MI5, MI6, and the Shaler Affair, where she offers criticism of the security service and the way it operates. She has been involved in speaking on issues like 9/11, been critical of the official version. She is also an intelligence expert. She deals with now geopolitics of all sorts. If you find her website, animation.com, you'll find all kinds of lectures and interviews on Russia Today. And so I want to thank Mrs. Annie Machon for joining me today.
Well, it's a pleasure. Thank you for inviting me on.
All right. Now, let's, in the first few chapters of your book, you talk about how you were recruited and the process. Can you go into a little bit of that? Like, how did you, you're at Cambridge, you're studying the classics. Did you ever dream that you would be involved in that kind of work, or was that something that you just thought was too far-fetched?
Well, I certainly never wanted to be a spy. I wasn't one of these sort of James Bond enthusiasts. What little I knew about it was really from watching some of the John le Carré programs, films with things like Timothy Taylor, Soldier Spy, with my father when I was in my teens. And I have to say, the whole environment just struck me as sort of very dark, very grey, very misogynistic, unpleasant world to live in,
right.
Which is, the way that John le Carré portrays it. So no, it never crossed my mind that I would ever think of being a spy. And I think that's probably true of many people who, certainly in UK intelligence agencies, get recruited.
Right.
Because, of course, there is this sort of glamorous myth attached to intelligence work. And they do get a lot of applicants from spy wannabes. But they're not the people they tend to recruit.
Well, I noticed that, and right away in the book, you begin to bring out the points where you found the work to not be what you thought it was. And was that something that hit you right away, or did it take a while? Was it several years down the road that you started thinking, well, this isn't exactly what I signed up for?
Well, it's pretty straight up, really. My recruitment was a sort of accidental recruitment, as I mentioned. I actually wanted to be a diplomat, so I applied to join the Foreign Office in the UK about a year after I'd left Cambridge. And then I had this mysterious note in the post saying there may be other jobs you find more interesting, and my initial response was, oh my God, it's MI5. It was a very frightening idea. I mean, they had a very bad reputation at that point. This was in 1990. Throughout the 1980s in the UK, there had been a huge series of scandals around the MI5 for their involvement in subverting legal strikes, for their involvement in spying on civil libertarians, for all sorts of messy stories, and also whistleblowing stories like Peter Rice, who was a notorious book spy captain and pursued around the world because of that. So I have to say my initial response was, oh no. But then I did sort of phone the number out of curiosity, and 10 months later found myself recruited to work there. But because of all these scandals, MI5 had, in 1989, been put on a legal footing for the very first time in its history. So it has existed for 80 years at that point, without any democratic oversight, without having to work within the law. But because of all these scandals, a new law was written, which was called the Security Service Act. And after that, they did have to work notionally within legal parameters in order to spy on people. So when they were being recruited, there's a lot of talk about this by the recruiters, and also about the fact that they wanted a whole new generation of intelligence officers to work for them. Right. Because the bad old days of spying on union activists and civil liberties activists was in the past. They now wanted people to focus on counter-terrorism type work. So I thought, well, it's not as bad as it's been portrayed in the media. The recruitment process was incredibly intensive and very, very probing. And I was always sort of surprised when I got through the next stage and the next stage. And I sort of thought, well, by the time I was accepted, I thought, well, this job must be right for me. Perhaps they're not as they're portrayed in the media. Perhaps they are a legal entity now, which is doing something to protect the country. So I signed up. But the very first posting I was given, instead of it being counter-terrorism, was to work in the political section, the counter-subversion section. So that was a bit of a sort of very early wake-up call. However, at that point, they were saying this is very sort of historic. They were winding down the study. Obviously, the Soviet Union had crumbled around that time, and also Cold War was over, so there was no real justification for continuing that study. And because of that, I thought, well, perhaps it's just that one section. It's anachronistic, but let's try some other sections. You get posted every 2 years for a different area of work.
Well, that brings two questions to mind. Number one, I mean, didn't you sort of expect? Weren't you a little bit suspicious? In other words, didn't you suspect? Well, they're probably not giving me the full picture. I mean, they're trying to sort of sell this to me. I mean, did you not sort of suspect that a government position might not be what it's sold to be? I mean, I think of examples in the U.S. where the Army recruiters, for example. I mean, they'll go to any lengths to recruit people, and many of them have even been found to be operating illegally in terms of the recruitment process because they get bonuses and whatnot. So, did you not suspect, or were you not at all suspicious?
Well, I was 22 at the time, and I suppose it was quite idealistic. I mean, hindsight is one thing, and looking back now, of course, I'd be suspicious.
Yeah, right.
But at that point, no, and they had this terrible reputation, but because they've been put on legal footing, because a lot of the questions you were asked during recruitment are about ethics, morality, and legality of things. And I was very honest even then. I mean, I haven't changed my views on those sort of frameworks. They still wanted me back for the next stage and the next stage. So that's why I said it felt like it, they had misportrayed or they had changed, and I was right for the job. But to say as well that all through the process, you never told anything about the work you'll be doing, exactly what it entails. The only thing on the day when you get to the front door to begin your training is what grade you're assigned to and what your salary is going to be, which the grade is nothing, and the salary was appalling. You're not going to be informed when you actually sort of start work there. Well, but no, I think they get a lot of very idealistic people who want to make a difference. Yeah. Being inclusive, it's just then, because there is a problem with that.
Well, I guess I'm just wondering that if there was bad press, and if you knew about that, why do you feel like you were sold something that actually wasn't true, or do you feel like it just turned out to be? Well, I guess I can go ahead. I mean, you actually argue that there turned out to be a lot of illegality, that there was cover-ups and criminal activities involved. But the other question I want to ask is that you mentioned misogyny. I mean, don't women sort of make really good spies? I would think that you would have been received very well within that sort of circle. Did you experience misogyny?
Well, I think the first part about them sort of selling a pump and things like that. I think my recruitment process is interesting because when you work for the service, you're actually working as an intelligence officer. People use the spy, but a spy is who is infiltrating the organization and reporting back. An agent is what the UK term is. Of course, in the US, the agent is the person who's actually employed by the FBI or the CIA. So there's a sort of confusion around that. So in terms of their ethics and everything, when I was recruited, my recruiter, the intelligence officer from MI5 who handled my case, so to speak, was actually a woman. In her late 30s, and she looked like a hippie. I mean, she had clothes and hair down the hips and all that sort of thing. So she broke every preconception I possibly had about the agency at that time. And as I said, the interest and involvement and awareness of the sort of ethical issues was very present during a lot of my interviews and exercises that I had to do. So that was reassuring, despite their old reputation, and the fact that they were on a legal footing from each place. Also was reassuring. They say, oh, it's a bad old days. change now.
Right.
And actually, I think there were people in the organisation who genuinely think that. There were good people working, but the group ethos, the grouping, was dominated by the sort of core warriors over the old arms, and that's where the problem came in. That's where the block came in, and then the problems sort of continued to roll on into existence and not be challenged.
Could you? I'm sorry. The connection got bad there. You said right after groupthink, you mentioned that something was going on. What was that?
Well, it's the fact that the groupthink meant that a lot of the old senior management and middle management were very entrenched in the sort of old way of thinking.
I see. Okay.
So even though now on an equal footing at that point, they were still thinking back to the days when they could probably burgle away around London with impunity, as people said.
Right.
So their sort of mentality shifted. They ended up with a big gotcha clash between the youths who were recruited at the time and the old guard who started working their own way. And that's where we've got this friction about, well, we can still cut corners, we can break the law, we can come up with a nice government. And then I think that also did feed, not so much misogynistic, but there was a bit of misogyny there, but I mean, you get that anyway in those days. MI5 certainly made great play of the fact half their staff were female. But in fact, what it meant was most of those staff were the clerical and secretary workers. There were fewer intelligence officers who were female. So that was an issue. But I think as well, the people they could recruit, they weren't necessarily looking at which gender they were. What they were looking at was certain competency skills that person had, which would finish the work. So yes, going back to the sort of the spy agent fusion as well, a lot of people do like to think, well, I'm not ready for a woman to be a spy. Well, yes, if you're the spy, if you're the agent, and you're the authority figure. Yeah. But as a intelligence officer, it doesn't really matter which gender you are. I suppose it might be an advantage when you're trying to prove intelligence or something, but that's about it.
Well, moving on, you talk about the surveillance of a lot of the left-leaning groups, the Socialist Workers' Party, which you were, I believe you were in charge of, and this was Section F2. And so you started feeling like these groups weren't exactly relevant, and you mentioned the point that the Soviet Union had collapsed. What would you say to the person who made the argument that, well, yeah, the Soviet Union collapsed, but it's not as if when the Soviet Union collapsed, every single person of a sort of far left ideology or of a communist line of thought, that they didn't all suddenly drop all of their views. Do you not consider the possibility that maybe there are still subversive groups, or was it just that you felt that the groups that you were surveilling and keeping tabs on, that you and David found them not to be dangerous?
Well, it's a very multi-layered question. I mean, MI5 had for decades been incredibly paranoid about the subversive threat, and when I say subversion, their definition was political groups that mean to overthrow or undermine political democracy using political, industrial, or violent means, which is that's their definition. And it's an interesting definition because you're a political using political method. How are you undermining the political process? Interestingly, but sure, they were very paranoid about the Communist Party for decades because there'd been this huge spy scandal in the 1950s and 60s. The penetration by the Soviet agents into the intelligence agencies, which MI5 was able to catch. So they became, as a result of that, particularly, incredibly paranoid, and started trying to pause every known possible person in the UK. Of course, you've got mission creep. So anyone who's involved with communist groups, I suppose at that point you could say, well, there was the Soviet Union, they might be funding commie groups within the UK to try and subvert the political system, yes. But then you get mission creep. So not only that the communist groups were still pretty strong even then, it spread to other extreme left-wing groups like the Socialist Workers' Party that we previously mentioned, which were communist, it was Trotskyist, which doesn't subscribe to subversion or entryism, the sort of it's subscribed to the democratic will, mass consciousness. So by their own definition, it wasn't even a subversive group. So then you get this position, and then it crept even further, so that you had a situation where people could have funds opened on them and be aggressively investigated by MI5 purely as query, so question mark, subversive symbolism. And you could get a file just by being a friend of someone who might be linked to a group like the Communist Party and
right.
the WP. So this mission creeps wider and wider, and then anyone who might have that sort of definition attached to them, who is involved in a bona fide political group or civil liberties group, meant that that civil liberties group or political group being aggressively investigated too. So it was way out of hand by the 1970s and 80s, and even before most of the MI5 who've retired have said that it was a shameful period and the coverage of police activists in the UK way too wide. So that was a concern, but it was winding down, and members of smallish groups, including David Shea myself, helped to close down largely that time. But it was officially extended. It was kept on life support for a couple of extra years, because in the early 1990s, MI5 knew that it was going to get the need for the investigation of the provisional IRA in the UK. And it was seeing that era of investigation of the Metropolitan Police first time in about 150 years. So they knew they were going to get a new area of work, but the announcement was delayed for a couple of years. So they had to keep their staff levels up and find work for idle hands so that their staff were back before they've got transitional work coming through. And that's when they actually inflated the threat from subversion, way after the subversive threat had disappeared, in order to keep jobs employed. But it's illegal.
I see. Well, let me ask you now.
Just one other end of that is now we're seeing something similar in the UK. There was a scandal about 5 months ago where an undercover cop.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you about, because you've written on that, and so I wanted to ask you: has this then now spilled over to the police force? Is something that was previously, illegal wiretapping done by the intelligence agencies, and this now appears to be a sort of being done by the police, if I understand correctly.
Very much so. What happened when MI5 lost interest in looking at subversives, as they call them, in the mid-90s, because they wanted to focus on the much more sort of sexy terrorist work, like the IRA and Middle Eastern terrorism. What happened was that work trickled down to the Metropolitan Police Special Branch, which is the sort of secret police of the lead police organisation in the UK. And they had a section called the SDS, Special Duties Section, where serving policemen went undercover within protest of subversive groups, grew their hair long and lived that life for a number of years and reported back, either police and then to MI5 when MI5 still had an interest, or latter more to the police. So in the late 1990s, it looks like the police were coming out of the areas of work and thought, well, we've got these, all these guys with this skill set, they can penetrate all these groups. Why don't we look at so-called domestic extremists, which is an illegal investigative category anyway, it's not like subversive. They started using these undercover cops to infiltrate environmental peace processes. And that's what Mark Kennedy did when he went public at the beginning of the year. He basically came to think that yes, that is for 10 years. It was a multi-million-pound investigation. I had to befriend people to train them. And also, crucially, what happened is he recorded certain information about certain plans these actors made, which highlighted their innocence of crimes for which they were subsequently victims, because those tape recordings were hidden during their trials. So that partly went public and without it as well. So this sort of mentality, this pervasive paranoia about political version has kept the system and is still being used. And the organisation that Mark Kennedy, the SDS police officer, moved into was something called the National Public Order Investigating Unit. It was not actually a police organisation. It was run by a senior police federation organisation called ACTO, which is a private company. So they operate outside police, outside any means of democratic oversight, and effectively out of the law. It's a real problem for the UK democracy.
I see. Let me ask you a question. Do you think democracy works? I want to ask you an ideological question.
Theoretically could. I think it was lost over the decades and centuries and manipulated. But I mean, to be quite frank, I think it was a chance that's not being perfect, it's the best we've got.
So it would function better than a monarchy or some sort of. But don't you think though that?
Well, you're American. You've got a monarchy. You and me.
Well. It's funny that it's sort of the same
plan that's implemented locally in the U.S. that happens there as well. In other words, the way the wiretapping works in the U.S. is exactly the same. You have the police that are then federalized, and the federal agencies, of course, bribe the police agencies with federal funding if they will implement all these programs and threat fusion centers and whatnot, where you have everyone's phones being tapped and vetted by the NSA and things like that. So it's the same rollout, in the entire Western world, I would assume. So you're.
I think the US is fascinating. It's horribly fascinating. For the last